Good afternoon, my fellow Americans. Welcome to the stream. This is your future president speaking. Today, we are going to continue on with the theme of talking about American imperialism. I think that's actually a really good standard approach to how we deal with the stream, to talk about policy, politics, tie it into foreign policy, and again, how this really and truly impacts our country here at home because of what we do to others across the sea, or not even that far away, as it turns out. So yesterday was Puerto Rico, and how we have been treating them as a colony for decades, if not centuries, and that we've been treating them worse than the British treated us, and certainly worse than the Spanish treated them. Today we're going to go over Haiti and how we have basically done the same thing to them, and we'll be going over and over and over as the days and weeks progress. Something I did not bring up this week is that I'll be going to Scotland for a family trip starting next week. So from the 5th-ish until the 14th, I will be overseas, so we will not be able to stream. I've tried streaming from my phone just to do something. But for whatever reason, it doesn't stay live for very long at all. Plus, it's going to be in a foreign country, so I'm not even certain that I'd be able to. So, just to let everyone know that there will be a 2-week break, and then hopefully that'll be the last break for a while. There might be another break, as I say that, because I'm also moving back to Ohio, and it might take me a minute to find a apartment. So August might not have too many streams, unfortunately. But while we're streaming, and as we continue to stream, we will be covering these topics and more. I think it's also worth mentioning, I finally finished all of the certificate programs for Project 2025. They are as insidious as they continue to be. Some parts of it is informative. Other parts are propaganda from the conservative mindset, and that's just the reality. The only substance, the only organization that is actually teaching you how to be involved in the administrative process, in the federal government, in politics, is Project 2025, the Presidential Administration Academy, is what that was? Yes. So, needless to say, we need to do stuff about that, and not that I've been neglecting it on our stream, but it hasn't been as much of a focus. I do apologize. I do want to make sure that people are aware that we are building that infrastructure, we are building that network, and on my channel, at the About Me page, you can go find out who your representatives are, and then adjacent to that is how to contact them, what you should write, how you should write it if you want to be effective rather than just shaking your fist. So, on that note, we will get started with the stream. We keep trying to improve like the flow and the process. So, like I said, today we're gonna go with Haiti, and we're gonna try doing a playlist. That way, when I do get distracted and inevitably forget, it just will keep playing instead of doing some sort of weird MSNBC. Also gonna turn on the other light, and then we will get
double whammy, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com.
Poverty, natural disaster, now
Boston.
political violence.
Every report about Haiti has to include the line that it's the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere.
But hold on for a second. Something's missing in this conversation, right?
We need to be all thinking about the relationship of what we're calling poverty in Haiti and the relation to the richness of the rest of the world. And how did the rest of the world get so rich?
Let's start with France. Imagine if you were enslaved, and after fighting for your independence, you were forced to spend the next couple of generations paying compensation to those who colonized you.
Reparations for slaveholders is a new one for me.
Thank you.
That
Thank
is
you.
exactly what
And
happened to
you
Haiti.
have a good day
This is
at work.
punishment for their unwillingness
too
to remain
stressed.
under the yoke of
Fight the
slavery.
union
In
that is holding
1697,
you back.
France and Spain ended a war with each other by dividing up
I'm
the
gonna call you
Spanish
Romy,
colony
because
Hispaniola.
Roman,
Through the
Romy.
labor of enslaved indigenous and black people, Saint-Domingue became the world's most profitable colony, exporting sugar, coffee, and indigo.
Enslaved people in Saint-Domingue suffered some of the harshest and cruelest slave punishments in the entire Atlantic world. Life expectancy was extremely low, such that at the moment of the Haitian Revolution breaking out in August of 1791, the vast majority of enslaved people had only been on the island for 2 or 3 years. They were from whatever nation that they had been captive and brought over, and they basically said no.
Self-liberated
Hello?
Africans led the Haitian Revolution and ended slavery in present-day Haiti
Hold on
and
a
the
second.
Dominican Republic.
I know this isn't as long of a documentary type video as before, and they've covered a lot of ground, right? So Haiti was a colony of Spain and the Americas or whatever, and it was extremely, extremely lucrative, right? Because of the sugar plantations. But, and then we find out that most of the inhabitants of Haiti were slaves themselves that had only been enslaved for the past 2 to 3 years, and that just about then, freed slaves, people who had freed themselves, had then turned right around and freed Haiti. That's what we are just now getting into in 1 minute and 34 seconds. That's pretty awesome.
After 12 years of fighting the French colonial power, which had tried to reintroduce slavery, the formerly enslaved people of Saint-Domingue officially declared their independence and renamed their country Haiti. Many countries, including the United States, refused to recognize Haitian independence in fear of slave rebellions. And France refused to accept Haiti's independence unless Haiti paid 150 million francs
which
as
we
so-called
actually saw a little bit of
compensation
that.
for
Oh, no,
lost
no,
revenues
I saw
from
a video
slavery.
of that earlier
That was
today.
around 10 times Haiti's annual budget. But Haiti couldn't decline the indemnity request since the French came ready for war, carrying more than 500 cannons on their ships. Articles from that period show that the French king knew the Haitian government wouldn't be able to repay the debt, which decimated Haiti's economy. Haitians had extremely high taxes, and most of the tax revenue was paid for the indemnity. This left
Haiti was the first black nation to free themselves from a European nation, which is still pretty awesome. I mean, yes, obviously France indebting the country for the next century, not apologizing in modern times, and Haiti still suffering those histories, I guess, in modern times is obviously abysmal. And the fact that the United States, under Hillary Clinton, right? So when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, she also plundered and pillaged Haiti during that hurricane that impacted them. So it's not like the devastation of Haiti's government, economy, and society stopped a century ago. It's ongoing to this very day. And the fact that they had their independence, fantastic, and that they earned it from other freed, enslaved people is even better. It's just insane that the ravages of that era are still being not just felt today, still being implemented today. That's why all the other white supremacist countries were so angry about Haiti's independence. I mean, and like the person the narrators just said, I mean, it's not like Haiti had a choice. Either pay back a debt or, get slaughtered. And obviously that's still the case. It's not like any of these countries that had been colonies before have a functioning economy or a functioning military to stand against Western powers. And they wanted to make an example out of Haiti, right? So that's another thing, right? So it's this ongoing just atrocity after atrocity after atrocity. And we had already discovered that my foreign policy with regards to granting statehood to these territories and former colonies was naive at best, but that doesn't change the fact that something needs to be done. And people, countries, administrations dating back decades, if not centuries, need to be held accountable and assume responsibility, because this is egregious.
The education system, public infrastructures, and healthcare underdeveloped. Agricultural land was also depleted to grow cash crops that paid for the debt but couldn't feed the country. It took Haiti 122 years to pay off its debt and required taking high-interest loans.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy to say that Haiti is poor and Haiti must be poor. And I think the better question whenever...
that has to be a racist dog whistle. Of course Haiti's poor, because they're a poor country. No, they were indebted to one of the most powerful empires the world has ever seen for over a century, and they are still recovering from the ravages of that impact.
An entire people is characterized as poor with this word is to say, not why are they poor, but why aren't you?
But it's not just the French who have played a role in Haiti's misery.
3 if you want to include the United
States has intervened in Haitian affairs quite a lot.
President Moïse's assassination in 2021 left some Haitian officials calling for U.S. intervention, but not everyone agrees.
The only way that could ever even have a fruitful outcome would be if it was because they were in dialogue with the Haitian people for the first time, because that is not what usually happens. That's not what happens at all. They dialogue with the people claiming power, and some negotiation is struck between those vying for power and the United States government. There's a lot of people saying, no, we don't want the United States to come and intervene again, because this is, a repetition of history.
The history that Professor Doubt is talking about involves the United States' 19-year occupation of Haiti, an occupation that killed thousands of Haitians. Following the assassination of Haiti's president in 1915, U.S. President Woodrow Wilson's administration invaded...
And by the way, this is after slavery was ended. This is after the Civil War. This is prior to World War I, or actually during World War I. But, our atrocities, this isn't during the 1800s when we were still, struggling with, certain morals and ethics. This was after the fact. And we were still colonizing other countries, occupying and murdering the indigenous populations. Now, granted, obviously in Haiti's case, it was also a mix of, freed slaves and indigenous populations. But the fact remains that there is not a single point in U.S. history where we were not the bad guys to at least some part of the world. And this is appalling.
Haiti to protect U.S. investments. Then, they forced the election of a new Haitian president who would protect American interests in the country. Racist and fear-mongering rhetoric was used to justify the move. The occupation ensured that the U.S. prioritized its own interests in Haiti over what was best for Haitians. The U.S. occupation ended in 1934 after local dissent and rebellion grew too costly for the U.S. to control. But even after the occupation, the United States continued to play a role in the internal affairs of Haiti. In 1957, the U.S. government threw its support behind a Haitian dictator, François Duvalier. Duvalier and his successor, aka his son Jean-Claude, ate up aid from the United States in exchange for their strong anti-communist stand at the height of the Cold War. Haitian uprisings ended Duvalier Jr.'s rule and led to Haiti choosing its democratically elected leader, Jean-Bertrand Aristide, in 1990. But within a year, Aristide's government was toppled by a coup. Not only was one of the leaders of the coup on the CIA's payroll, but the US had set up and funded the Haitian military and National Intelligence Service, which both played key roles in the coup. Ousted Aristide returned to his second presidency in 2001, and again was forced out of office by a coup that he claimed the US had orchestrated. And after that, President Obama's cabinet pressured a Haitian presidential candidate to withdraw in 2010.
We see reports.
Obama pressured candidates to drop out during our election too. Imagine that. Go figure that, and this is why I'm saying, U.S. imperialism has never stopped. And, to be clear, the more I learn about U.S. history and the U.S. imperialism, the more disgusted I become with the actions of our country. But I can honestly say that I wasn't as privy to this information, because I think I, just like a majority of other Americans, regardless of ethnic or racial or cultural background, just assume that America did bad things and that countries are suffering because of it, but we didn't go into depth. We just were like, yeah, no, we get it. America, Haiti, bad. America, Puerto Rico, bad. America, Guam, bad, right? America in Africa, bad. America in South America, Latin America, bad, right? Just America not do good. We understood that. We understood that intellectually. Just like I know that this pen has black ink and a kind of pointy, sharp, tip or whatever. There's a lot of intellectualism involved in these discussions, but there isn't a true understanding, a grasp of knowledge of what has truly happened. And I think that's honestly what's missing, because you have this white nationalism, this America is the greatest country in the world, make America great again, and then you learn more and more about what America did, continues to do, and not in such very recent history too. The Obama administration, the Trump administration, the Biden administration, right? Biden administration is currently aiding and abetting genocide of Palestinians. The Bush administration slaughtered Iraqis and Afghanistanis. Again, Obama just now meddled in Haitian affairs. I'm certain Trump did some stuff too, even if he didn't wage new wars. It's just appalling what we have done as a country to just about, a large number of other countries, all for their resources, to control their society and their livelihoods. It's pretty abysmal. And Hillary, as Secretary of State, pressured the Haitian government so that they wouldn't raise the minimum wage to about 88 cents. Right, so Hillary Clinton did have a direct hand, not only with her philanthropy, quote unquote, but as Secretary of State as well, which is, again, appalling.
Coming out of various civil society organizations saying that Haitians have lost faith in the electoral process because it doesn't reflect their actual concerns.
And that brought us to the 2016 Haitian presidential election, where late President Moïse was elected with an extremely low voter turnout, but U.S. backing. In February 2021, Moïse refused to step down at the end of his term. The U.S. once again backed him while thousands of Haitian protesters took to the streets.
Many Haitians are saying, we want to try actual Haitian democracy, where the Haitian people, not just the elite and the bourgeoisie and the business interests, get to have a say and determine the direction and future of the country.
And that's
it's
what
clear
we're
that
facing
Haiti's
here in
poverty
America.
and political instability has long been influenced and shaped by foreign players.
But it's
so,
happening.
knowing this, where does Haiti go from here?
We have never been able to see what could happen in this particular Black country without meddling and interference. We should try something new in the United States, and that is back off and back away and let the Haitian people determine their own future.
Hear, hear. I think we have a vague idea about what the U.S. does, but we need to hear and learn about the dirty details in order to truly grasp how evil our country is and has been, and we demand better from our elected officials. 100%. That country wouldn't happen to be sovereign, would they? Also high. Yep, also high. Haiti has been free for a very long time, actually, as it turns out, but has been indebted to France for over a century, almost 125 years. That's a very long time to be in true artificial debt to another country so that they don't occupy you and obliterate your people. And to tell them what to do when they have no control over them, de bleep. No, it's true. And this is the thing, right? The United States continues to meddle in their affairs as early as recently as 2021 is what she said, which would be what? The Biden administration. So,
reflect
again,
their actual
2016,
concerns.
And that
would be the
brought
Trump
us to the
administration.
2016 Haitian presidential election, where late President Moïse was elected with an extremely
would've been
low
the end
voter
of the
turnout,
Obama
but
administration.
U.S. backing. In February 2021,
And then
Moïse
2021,
refused to step
Actually, you know what? Trump might have actually avoided it. Ha! That's kind of funny. Trump might have genuinely avoided any negative influence on Haiti. I mean, granted, January 6th was the coup where he refused to, where he was trying to refuse to hand over power to Biden. But the Biden administration, February 2021? I don't know what day specifically, but within a month, the Biden
down at the
administration
end
is
of his
already
term.
going
The
strong
U.S.
by
once again backed him while thousands of Haitian protesters took to the
backing a
streets.
dictator.
Many
It's insanely evil of France to have former slaves reparations to the former slave owner. Pay reparations. Yeah. No, and that's the thing. That's how a lot of these colonies did operate. Is okay, fine. You want your freedom? Pay your reparations to the slave owners who are going to lose profits and resources because of it. And it's like, how sick and disgusting do we have to be as a human race? And again, this was 122 years from the late 1800s, right? So this wasn't, 16th century, 17th century. The debt was paid off in our lifetimes. Like, we were alive. Hold on. Let's Google that real quick. When did Haiti finish paying back France? Oh, okay. So maybe I did. I guess I misunderstood the timeline. 122 years would have been 1947. And from 1922 to 1947, the debt was switched to American investors from the National City Bank of New York, which is now Citibank. Just absolutely disgusting. A point that needed to be made in the video. Maybe it wasn't as clear. Maybe I missed it. But this debt that they paid wasn't even a century ago, and since then, the grubby mitts of the West has remained firmly around the throat of the Haitian people and government. January 20th, 2021 is when Biden was inaugurated. Right. So within a month of his inauguration, the Biden administration was like, yeah, we'll support this dictator from refusing to step down from power, even though we faced the very same thing in our own country. What Red Overlord didn't do to one country, he was certainly doing to other countries. Sure. And today's discussion is about Haiti. And I'm sure with this playlist,
this is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Hi, Amy. Welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, the ransom. That's the name of a major series of articles published by the New York Times detailing how Haiti became one of the poorest countries in the world while bankers in France and the United States made a fortune. The story dates back to the early 19th century. In 1804, the enslaved people of Haiti rose up, leading a rebellion against French colonial rule, founding the world's first black republic. Under military threat from France in 1825, Haiti agreed to pay reparations to France for lost so-called...
We love Amy Goodman. We love Democracy Now!, right? Like, she is not problematic. We are not saying that. What we are saying is that African empires, nation-states, principalities, republics have been around for as long as civilization has been around, right? So to say that, I guess it's Haiti is the correct pronunciation. To say that Haiti was the first black republic is also false. It's just blatantly false because it completely disregards and discredits all of the other African nations and empires that existed throughout history. And if we're talking about republic in the form of like a democracy per se, maybe first black democracy. Okay, so I guess that's what they're saying. World's first black-led republic and the first independent Caribbean state. Okay. I guess if that's the way they're going with it, fine. Technically, the form of government that they're looking for is specifically republic or democracy. We'll go with that. Haiti. All right. I will work on, because I've been saying Haiti. That's a little better instead of Haiti. But as it turns out, They're not going by empire or nation state at all. They're going by republic. And I think that's disingenuous. I think the way we should be talking about Haiti is that they were the first black nation to liberate itself from colonial rule. I think that's a fair statement to make. Because if you think about it, most of the other African nations were empires before, conquered, colonized, and then later on gained their freedom back and their sovereignty back. So if that's the way we're doing it, sure, but it just implies that there weren't black countries before, that there weren't black sovereignties before. And that's what bothers me about that particular phrasing.
Property, including enslaved people that French owners lost in the rebellion. France threatened to invade Haiti and reimpose slavery if Haiti did not agree to a staggering amount in reparations, 150 million francs, 30 times Haiti's annual revenue. Haiti began taking out loans from French banks, leading to an economic crisis that continues through to this day. The New York Times estimates Haiti paid the equivalent of what's now $560 million to France over the next 7 decades. The true economic cost to Haiti is estimated to be an astounding $115 billion. And that only tells a part of the story.
So they paid France $561 million, but the economic suffering that they have undergone is $115 billion. Mind you, $115 billion is a drop in the hat for the U.S. federal budget. In fact, there are states in our country that have budgets well and above $115 billion. So that's pretty staggering. Never mind the $571 million. Never mind the fact that France hasn't literally done anything to offer reparations or support or even an apology to Haiti, which is insane. It's Western powers present themselves as the leaders of the free world, as the leaders of democracy, the economy, industry, science, medicine, all of these things, right? When in reality, they are pillagers, plunderers, and pirates of indigenous nations that they terrorized to this very day and had terrorized centuries ago. So it's basically Western powers today are just reformed and restructured colonial powers to this very day.
In 1880,
I think there are African countries that France still has colonial control over. Like, I don't think they actually. There are. Let me rephrase. Let me check. Does France still have colonies? Often named by the acronym DROMCOM, the overseas departments and regions, overseas collectives refer Okay, what the fuck? Who cares about that? The islands of Guadeloupe, Martinique, Saint Martin, Saint Barthélemy, and Saint Pierre et Miquelon are French overseas territories. It exercises significant influence in the region and has a say in everything that goes on there. And there are French troops stationed in many nations, especially North Africa. In the French Constitution of 27 October 1946, established the French Union, which endured until whatever, and that's when apparently some of these colonies ended. So yeah. Exactly. France still charges taxes to several African nations. It's just egregious that colonialism is still going on to this very day. And it's not just France, it's not just Spain, it's not just England, it is also the United States of America.
French bank established Haiti's first national bank, essentially putting France in control of Haiti's treasury. That bank, Crédit Industriel et Commercial, used some of its massive profits to help finance the Eiffel Tower. The bank's current owner has just launched an investigation into its dealings with Haiti and its role in what's called the ecosystem of colonialism. That bank,
right?
CIC.
No taxation without representation.
The Time series also looks at the U.S. military occupation of Haiti that lasted from 1915 to 1934. A key backer of the U.S. occupation was the National City Bank of New York, the predecessor of Citibank. Former U.S. diplomat Patrick Gaspard, who now heads the Center for American Progress, has called on Citigroup to pay reparations to Haiti. Gaspard wrote on Twitter, "A silent scream has been in throats for decades about the role U.S. played in depleting Haiti. No one would listen. Finally, some truths," he said. Over the years, Haitian demands for reparations have been repeatedly shut down, sometimes with force. France's former ambassador to Haiti, Thierry Boucard, admitted to the New York Times that France and the United States effectively orchestrated the 2004 coup that ousted Haiti's first democratically elected president, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Boucard said one benefit of the coup was that it ended Aristide's campaign demanding France pay financial reparations to Haiti. To talk more about Haiti and the devastating impact of colonialism in this massive series in the New York Times, we're joined by two guests. Weston Lee Alsanat is a Haitian-American...
It's not like I know Russian, Chinese, or Japanese, right? I don't know French. I don't know Spanish. I mean, at least I try. She's clearly not trying, but, you know, there is that. And yeah, the second America won the War of 1812, it was straight up to becoming colonial America.
Professor at Fordham University, where he teaches courses on the Atlantic slave trade, the American abolition movement, and Afro-Caribbean history. Gerald Horne also joins us. He's professor of history and African American studies at the University of Houston, author of many books, including Confronting Black Jacobins, the U.S., the Haitian Revolution, and the Origins of the Dominican Republic. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Professor Alsanat, let's begin with you. So this series has come out in the New York Times to both criticism and...
Would you say that the U.S. has been in violation of the Monroe Doctrine? Not familiar with the specifics of the Monroe Doctrine. Let's take a look. The Monroe Doctrine was articulated in President James Monroe's 7th annual message to Congress on December 2nd, 1823. The European powers, according to Monroe, were obligated to respect the Western Hemisphere as the United States sphere of interest. Yikes. Which warned European powers not to interfere in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere. Understandably, the United States has always taken a particular interest in its closest neighbors. It is the best-known U.S. policy toward the Western Hemisphere, buried in blah. It was invoked in 1865 when the U.S. government exerted diplomatic and military pressure in support of the Mexican president Benito Juarez. This support enabled Juarez to lead a successful revolt against the Emperor Maximilian, who had been placed on the throne by the French government. In 1962, the Monroe Doctrine was invoked symbolically when the Soviet Union began to build missile launching sites in Cuba. With the support of the Organization of American States, President John F. Kennedy threw a naval and air quarantine around the island. After several tense days, the Soviet Union agreed to withdraw the missiles and dismantle the sites. Subsequently, the United States dismantled several of its obsolete air and missile bases in Turkey. While the Monroe Doctrine's message was designed to keep powers out of the Western Hemisphere, Roosevelt would strengthen its meaning to justify sending the United States into other countries of the Western Hemisphere. As a result, U.S. Marines were sent into Santo Domingo in 1904, Nicaragua in 1911, and Haiti in 1915, ostensibly to keep the Europeans out. Other Latin American nations viewed these interventions with misgiving, and relations between the great colossus of the North and its southern neighbors remained strained for many years. And as we know, this is an extremely watered down... Oh, it's from the National Archives. A very watered down summary of history where America was colonizing everything in the West. And telling Europe to stay out of it. The Monroe made 4 basic points. The U.S. would not interfere in European affairs. The U.S. recognized and would not interfere with existing colonies. The Western Hemisphere was closed to future colonies, and if a European power tried to interfere with any nation in the Americas, that would be viewed as a hostile act against the U.S., which is essentially, what we just covered. So next time I'll just wait for you to summarize.
Praise. It's come out in both Creole and in English. That's a first for the New York Times. Can you explain the significance?
Yeah, and while they're told to keep out of interference, they interfere in their own hemisphere. Significantly. But that's the thing. We're allowed, as Americans, to interfere in our hemisphere. It's others that aren't. That's the key takeaway.
Of what many are calling revelations, at least to the general public, but certainly people in Haiti have been alleging for centuries. Not only alleging, but of course having proof of this.
Yes, thank you, Amy. Thank you for having me today. I'm glad to be here in conversation with you.
Almost,
so first, let me start by saying
if
that
they're a sovereign nation.
a great acknowledgement to the many reporters and producers who put this very special issue together, and to have given it a front time exposure. It will mean a lot, not really for Haitians per se, because the facts that are being revealed throughout the report are very well known, even to the most illiterate Haitian, and even to the youngest Haitian growing up. In fact, given the level of underdevelopment that is prevalent in Haiti today, one knows, at least the Haitian people knows, that this could have only been the legacy of an external force, rather of their own making. So I think the significance of the piece will be that it exposes the rest of the world to a knowledge that actually has existed for over 100 years and shares multiple partners, both in the private sector with regards to the financial industry, as well as the United States government, Germany, Great Britain, and most certainly.
Who's to say those sovereign nations here won't go and ask European nations to help them? Well, they won't. And they've tried. They've said Haiti has been demanding France pay them back for decades. And other colonies are demanding reparations from their colonizing host countries as well. And it's just not happening because, again, that would be admitting fault. It would be admitting their crimes.
And most influential France,
the loopholes
having
that they are
played a
technically no
role
longer
in
colonies.
imposing the debt that in many ways will explain Haiti's poverty today. So I welcome the piece. I think it's great in terms of the many research that it brought together, both from academic literature that had already existed, as well as new revelations that are coming up. But in terms of calling it revelations, that would be a misnomer. I myself have written very extensively on the subject. Many other fellow academics, historians have written about it. There have been movements over the decades to get the United States, France, and the other parties responsible for this to get them to some accountability. And I believe a large reason why this never got the fair sort of ear of listening that it should have gotten is because it's coming from Haitians, who many people view as sort of the Africans of the Western Hemisphere, but which is an identity that Haitians proudly wear proudly for reasons that reasonably make sense for it in terms of the freedom that they fought and established for all Black people.
Yeah, I'd like to bring in Professor Gerald Horne to the conversation, another historian who has covered the issue of colonialism, imperialism, and slavery throughout the Americas for decades. I, too, had the same feeling that a lot of this is only new to people who haven't paid attention to the history of the Western Hemisphere.
And that's kind of what I was getting at. It's not that I and many Americans aren't aware that America did bad things and that colonization was happening. It's we didn't know to the degree in which it was happening and how insidious it was and how absolutely vile this country has been to all of our sovereign neighbors in the Western Hemisphere, Africa, the Middle East and parts of Asia. It's insane just how insidious our history actually is. And he's absolutely right. Then there are those who are simply ignorant or choose to ignore that reality.
Over the last several hundred years, I'm wondering your reaction to the piece, because the Times really is delving into history much more than news. I think that
forget that Haiti is a Latin American country, since French is a Latin-based language. Yeah, I guess that's true. That is also true. Yeah, I didn't realize that Latin America meant former colonies, though. I thought Latin America was a specific region, which I thought was just another name for Central America, but clearly I am mistaken as well.
The most interesting aspect of it was the particular individuals in France and the institutions that directly benefited from the ransom that Haiti was forced to pay. But largely, this is history that is known by people who know any part of the history of Latin America and of the Western Hemisphere. So I'm wondering your reaction to the piece as a historian who studied this carefully.
Well, first of all, I would urge and encourage the New York Times to follow through with their point that they have uncovered new documents by putting these documents online so that other historians can take advantage of their excavations, and or secondly, placing them at the New York Times archive, which I believe has been cited at the New York Public Library. But I think that the story also is of significance and of moment for us in the United States, for we in the United States, because there has been this myth that has been created that the United States and the Haitian Revolution were twins, even though we know, as I begin my book on the Haitian Revolution, George Washington, the founding father of this country, was quite nervous about the eruption in Haiti in August 1791. And this was understandable because the Haitian Revolution, culminating in 1804, led to a general crisis of the entire slave system in the Americas that could only be.
Hell yeah. By the way, for those of you who don't know, there absolutely were slave revolts in America. And they weren't just every once in a while. They were frequent, they were mighty, and they contributed greatly to what ultimately would lead to the actual abolition of slavery. It wasn't enough to liberate themselves, unfortunately. It wasn't like the Haitian Revolution. But there were absolutely slave revolts in America, and it is absolutely fantastic to know that some of them occurred because information got out about Haiti.
Resolved with its collapse. Therefore, the United States was probably second to France in being an antagonist of the Haitian people. From their point of view, this was a reaction to the fact that many of the slave revolts in the United States had Haitian fingerprints all over them. I'm speaking of Gabriel's revolt in Virginia in 1800, the revolt in Louisiana circa 1811, Denmark Vesey about a decade later in South Carolina. In fact, Vesey had sailed in and out of Haiti before that eruption in Charleston, South Carolina. And then, culminating this hostility to Haiti, there is substantial evidence to suggest that when the island that we refer to as Hispaniola, was split in 1844 with the secession from Haiti of what became the Dominican Republic, that this was an early success for U.S. covert operations. So this story in the New York Times is of significance for we in the United States. Hopefully, it will cause us to re-examine the history of this country and move away from the propaganda point that somehow the United States was an abolitionist republic when actually it was the foremost slaveholders republic.
And I'm wondering also if it wouldn't have been worthwhile for the New York Times to do another piece on its own coverage of Haiti over the past 100 years or so. I'm thinking back, for instance, during the first coup against President Aristide, when there were numerous articles in the New York Times about how Aristide was considered to be mentally unstable and erratic in his behavior. All of it fed to it by intelligence sources, and even the Times' coverage, perhaps, of the U.S. occupation, that long occupation in the early 20th century. The Times seems to be willing to go after France and the U.S., but really doesn't look at its own role in creating the narrative of Haiti as a dysfunctional country. I'm wondering what you think about that, Gerald.
Well, you're absolutely correct. Obviously, criticism should be accompanied by self-criticism, and there is much work to be done in that sphere by the New York Times. You mentioned the occupation, 1915 to 1934. The New York Times did not necessarily stress and emphasize in their coverage the mass opposition to the U.S. occupation, particularly by Black Americans, particularly by a founder of the NAACP, speaking of W.E.B. Du Bois, who, as you know, his ancestral roots were in fact on the island, and he led a vigorous campaign against this murderous and bloodthirsty occupation that in some ways involved the reassertion of unpaid labor, the so-called corvée, as it was called euphemistically in Haiti. And the New York Times would do well to re-examine its own coverage, because hopefully that would improve today's coverage.
Well, I want to go back to 2004. Juan just referred to this.
Me too. I want to go back to 2004 as well. You want to know why? I was 14 years old. And I was young, innocent, naive, full of hope, full of aspirations and dreams. My only responsibility in life was to go to school, do my homework, and play video games. Much simpler times. And now that I know what I know about Amazon and other companies as investments would go up, I could have invested in Amazon in 2004 with my little, allowance money, my little jobs money. And could have had tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time I turned into an adult.
France's former ambassador to Haiti has admitted France and the United States effectively orchestrated the 2004 coup that overthrew Haitian President Jean-Bertrand Aristide, Haiti's first democratically elected president. The former French ambassador, Thierry Boucard, told the New York Times one benefit of the coup was that it ended Aristide's campaign demanding France pay reparations to Haiti. I want to turn to an interview we did with Kim Ives of Haiti Liberté. This was right after President Aristide was put on a plane and sent to the Central African Republic. This was what Kim Ives described.
This is a U.S.-French-led operation.
Holy shit. I know I shouldn't be surprised. And this is going to make me sound a certain way. I thought Democracy Now! Was a recent thing, like from 2016 or 15 or 14 even. I didn't realize she's been doing this for as long as she's been doing it. Look how young she looks. Holy crap.
In fact, didn't Aristide say he holds the French ambassador to Haiti as well responsible for his kidnapping and wants to bring charges?
Yes, the French were involved in all this pressure and, in fact, were in some ways...
Well, I know you were already waltzing around this earth for the past several thousand years, you damn vampire. But I, a mere mortal, was not aware of this.
Leading the charge. This was a purely U.S.-French operation.
And of course, France, probably more than the United States, had more to lose from Aristide continuing in the presidency, since he was beginning to lay claim to reparations from France for the period of colonialism and slavery.
Well, this is precisely it. You had the restitution for $21.7 billion, which was on the table. And we saw a lot of rivalries were put aside to get Aristide out. Between the ruling groups in Haiti, you have the comprador bourgeoisie and the big landowners who generally are constantly squabbling throughout Haitian history for power. They put aside their differences to get together, which we see with Andy Apped representing the bourgeoisie and Guy Philippe and Jodel Champlain, more the Macoute wing. And we saw the France and the U.S., who have also been sort of vying, put aside their differences. So you saw this unity come between rivals against Aristide because he represented the people and because he was.
And that is something that I really need you all to understand. The rich, I'm going to do this right here. The rich and the powerful have always been waging war against we the people, against the working class, against the common citizen. And they have always unilaterally chosen their wealth, their power, and their influence, setting aside any other difference to put down the rabble, the peasants, the workers, the laymen. And it is no less true in impoverished or former colonized or former enslaved populations than it is in modern times too. Remember, when you see on social media, would you push this button for $1 million? But if you do, somebody is going to die. And then it says billionaires and corporations do this every single day, every second of every minute of every single day, as often and as fiercely as possible. That is the proof. That is the evidence. I mean, I don't know how else to phrase it, but solidarity amongst the working class is the only thing that'll actually challenge the solidarity of the elites, of the wealthy and the powerful. It's hard to make a good point, I guess.
Representative of popular will in Haiti.
So just to be clear, this is mid-March 2004 that Kim Ives was speaking. Right after that, Democracy Now!, I flew to the Central African Republic on a small plane covering a group of African-American activists and politicians, including Randall Robinson of TransAfrica, as well as Congressmember Maxine Waters, who went to the Central African Republic to retrieve the Aristides. And
my coworker is asking me questions, and I'm all like, bro, I don't know this stuff. I just work here. Are you talking about work, or are you listening to this at work and they're asking you about this stuff?
And brought them back to the Western Hemisphere. As the U.S. government was saying, how dare you bring them to this hemisphere? To which Randall Robinson responded, whose hemisphere? They eventually brought them to Haiti, and the Aristides then went into exile in South Africa for years before they eventually went back to Haiti, where they are today. I'd like to get response, starting with Professor Horn and then Professor Alsanat, about the significance of these coups, whether we're talking about Aristide in the early 90s.
Also, I don't get paid to teach you or train you, so figure it out. No, I mean, but that's the problem, right? Worker solidarity is a necessity in this life. If we want to actually fight back against corruption and tyranny and oppression, we have to unite unequivocally. The problem is that even unity, the way that it is currently designed, or the constructs that we have to navigate through, unity still benefits the oppressor in small scales. Like if you trained that coworker and you're not getting paid to do it, you've just given that company free labor and potentially improved their workforce for no return on investment whatsoever. But if you don't train that coworker, they might cause problems for you, hardship for you, possibly even injury for you, depending on what kind of work you do. So it's a six of one, half dozen of another. No, but it doesn't matter if they're older than you. I mean, if they aren't as knowledgeable about something as you are, you know, it causes the issue that people want to help each other. People want to work together. People want to share knowledge. but it's only going to benefit the powerful and the elite in the sense of the workforce. We need to start organizing outside of those things, working together outside of those things, so that we can start benefiting. And I get it. It's a tall order, and it's a big ask, and it involves literally talking to people outside of work or school or what have you.
90s or again in 2004, the coups against them and what that meant for this country. I mean, no president again would demand reparations.
Well, the reparations question is obviously key. Keep in mind that what makes the United States unique is that the slave owners were expropriated. Their property and the bodies of enslaved Africans was taken without compensation. That helped to give rise to the terrorism of the Ku Klux Klan. In Haiti, as we've been discussing, the Haitians were obligated to pay back, believe it or not, the enslavers. And likewise, if you look at the British possessions, so-called Jamaica, Barbados, etc., you had London compensate the enslavers, and by some measures, that total was not paid off until just a few years ago. And so this question of reparations is quite key. And also quite key is the role of Haiti in helping to ignite this entire process of abolition, leading to capital loss, not least in the United States of America. The enslaving class and their descendants have a very long memory. They have not forgotten Haiti's role. That's why they continue to punish Haiti for having the temerity to rise up against slavery. And even today, they continue to punish Haiti because they see Haiti as a haven for low-wage labor. U.S. baseballs and the U.S. national pastime are largely manufactured by cheap labor in Haiti. So there is still much.
That is so disgusting. That is so disgusting. What we basically need to do is anybody who's essentially wealthy and anybody who is old money just needs to be stripped of their wealth, their influence, their status, all of it. Because clearly, going back far enough, they are war criminals or they're engaging in punitive actions, exploiting slave labor, exploiting child labor, exploiting impoverished nations that they formerly had enslaved or I don't know how many people this would cover, honestly, but essentially, if you've been a millionaire since maybe, I don't know, the 80s or beyond, I feel like you've been part of the problem, that you've contributed to, colonialism and oppression of other nation states. And honestly, my tax policy is to eliminate billionaires from existence, right? I think we're really gonna just need to do actual files, because what were they called? The carpetas of Puerto Ricans. We need carpetas on the wealthy in this country and finding out just how insidious and underhanded their wealth has been, and just strip them all. Just maybe we just tax millionaires out of existence too, and just nobody has more than $1 million. Corporations are all owned by the people and the workforce, and the workforce agrees to pay half the profits to the state as taxes, and call it a day. And then we start paying reparations to all these countries that we've been horrifically treating for centuries. I mean, that's what it's going to take, honestly,
to sort out with regard to this entire controversy.
And Professor Alsanat, if you could also respond right through to today to the U.S. diplomat Patrick Gaspard, who now runs Center for American Progress, demanding Citibank launch an investigation, and the whole issue of reparations, whether you could...
Citibank needs to be dissolved, and all of their assets literally wrapped up in a nice, pretty little bow, with the Citibank logo on it and just given to Haiti. Citibank needs to be dissolved, all of their assets seized and forfeited, and just wrapped up in a little bow and given to Haiti. Because they are literally, not figuratively, literally responsible, solely responsible for the indebtedness. Sure, the countries were involved, but as the institution, they were blatantly the ones in control of the money and the resources of Haiti. Not shocking. And wasn't it the Scandinavian countries in 2008 during the housing market collapse, the global one? It was one of those Scandinavian countries that literally executed each and every single one of their bankers. Every single one of them. Just saying.
See it actually being real, given the devastation of Haiti.
Okay, thank you, Amy. I think I want to quickly go back to what was asked with regards to the New York Times. Let me remind our audience that it was in 2010, not just days after an earthquake had devastated the country and killed upwards of 200,000 and more people, that the New York Times provided a platform for one of its columnists, David Brooks, to say some of the most racist things that I've ever read in the New York Times about Haiti. So if we are going to also give the New York Times the credit for what is a phenomenal job about talking on this issue, they should also start by apologizing for what Mr. Brooks had said then, which, let me quote real quick. Haiti, like most of the world's poorest nations, suffers from a complex web of progress-resistant cultural influences. There is the influence of the voodoo religion, which spreads the message that life is capricious and planning futile. There are high levels of social mistrust. Responsibility is often not internalized. Child-rearing practices often involve neglect in the early years and harsh retribution when kids hit 9 or 10. We're all supposed to politely respect each other's cultures, but some cultures are more progress-resistant than others, and a horrible tragedy was just exacerbated by one of them. So I call on the New York Times to both acknowledge the statements of racist demagoguery on its pages from Mr. David Brooks. As anyone can judge for themselves, they can go back and look at the op-ed and its pseudo-intellectual anthropologizing of Haitians. So that's one. And with regards to Mr. Gaspar, I believe he actually served in the Obama administration. And most people should know that President Obama, being himself the first Black African-American president of the United States, actually never made an official visit to the first Black republic in the world, the very nation without which Mr. Obama would have not assumed the role of leading a society like the United States as he had. So I would like to know from Mr. Gaspar, why is that the administration never actually took the very official position that he is taking right now with regards to Haitian poverty and underdevelopment, and the explicit role that the United States, France, Canada, and Germany have played in all of that. And then lastly, I just want to respond to your question with regards to just the immensity of the debt and the destructive legacy it has had for Haiti. The tragedy of all of this is that even once this debt is paid, if it were to ever be paid, which I, like Professor Horn, I believe there are parties that are invested in never actually realizing that possibility. Even if that debt were to be paid, we are already talking.
Yeah. And now Democrats are trying to put, well, I don't know who you mean by your community, but yes, people are now trying to push Harris on us as if she is somehow better than Trump, and she isn't. She is unequivocally worse than Trump on policy, on actions, like her actual actions taken, her history. Like, fine, she wasn't a racist billionaire that went after black people to not be tenants, and she didn't engage in like wage theft and fraud. Okay, those are all terrible things. Those are business. Those weren't institutional. She made it harder to live as a black, poor American in the state of California, relentlessly persecuted poor black Americans for crimes that they did not commit, aided, abetted, and condoned profiling of poor black Americans, and is singularly responsible for increasing the incarceration rate by 30% in the state of California. Then, as senator, she continued on with that kind of nonsense, and as VP, she's been aiding and abetting the genocide of Palestine, and has said over and over again that she'll stand with Israel. She is fundamentally, factually worse than Trump, because she has made it her career to be cruel to her own people, her own community. It's insane. He is such a traitor to the working class, black people, brown people. The Democrats think that Harris is the new Obama, but she has no charisma or great oratory skills. Yeah, I mean, I think she's an okay speaker. Her ads are pretty lame, but still, yeah. She's black female Obama, and that's not... As we're learning, Obama was not really that great of a leader either when it came to brass tacks. And because I was at least naive during his administration, things weren't bad. The economy was improving. He had good quips. He was very charismatic. It didn't seem like we were engaging in more strife and problems, but no, as it turns out, he's just as much of the devil as everybody else. So, yeah, this is, anytime that she speaks off the cuff, it's a word salad. Oh, yeah. But I would argue that most politicians are not good at public speaking without notes or without teleprompters. I think my ability to speak unprompted is not very common amongst politicians. And even like with interviews and stuff, you kind of have to be an influencer type person, a streamer type person that's very knowledgeable on the issues to even be able to talk off the cuff on them. And I think most politicians focus on their few policy issues and their agendas. So I don't think a majority of politicians have the ability to be good speakers. I'm black, but I do live in a very liberal community, and they are trying to force Holocaust Harris on us. I see. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry that is happening to you. And I'm also sorry that the Democrats have been taking black votes for granted and just assume that black voters will vote for Democrats and never actually follow through on any of the promises made to black Americans. And honestly, it's one of the reasons why I'm so fed up with the Democratic Party. And I know it sounds defeating. Well, screw the Democrats. The Republicans are bad too. So what do we do about it, right? And what we do about it is build our own infrastructure, support other candidates, and not fall victim to the same two wings of the same bird, right? And I don't have the answers. I certainly don't have the resources. I think I do actually have the answers on how it would work, if I may be a little cocky on that. Obviously, I don't have the resources, but I'm fairly certain all we need to do is create an infrastructure that trains and supports independent candidates to be able to run in primaries and provides them the teams and the staff necessary to run an effective campaign. Granted, those teams would need to be trained and paid more than likely. I doubt you could train a professional campaign staff and make them be, or let them be volunteer status. I don't think that commitment would work. But if you can pay for professional campaign staff for every single county, and they can manage all of the other independent candidates that would be running, I guarantee you that cost, let's do some quick math, because we all know I love me some spreadsheets. Say you paid each of those staffers $60,000. So $60,000, you would need a manager, a campaign manager, a treasurer, a volunteer coordinator, a fundraiser, a social media coordinator. You would need those 5 people, right? because press at the lower levels isn't really important. That usually, like, a press coordinator isn't really relevant there. Same thing with policy writing, same thing with a web developer. So I think you only really need 5 times 5. So that's $300,000 per county. How many counties in the U.S.? How many counties? Not countries. What? That doesn't even make sense. How many counties in the U.S.? What? I know it's 3,000. Okay, so it's 3,244. Okay, so that is a shit ton of money. Never mind. That is an absolute fuck ton of money. $973,200,000 is 5 trained professional staff being paid a livable wage in all 3,244 counties in America. It's only 16,000 staffers. I feel like, yeah, that probably is, that's probably right. So, okay, I guess it would take $1 billion. That's how much money it would take to fully create an infrastructure that would be effective in every single county in America and allow independent candidates to have the resources and support necessary to run in and win elections in every single county in the country. I was talking to Oshun about this earlier. The Daily News has on the front page mentioning that a migrant was a hero and said he's a Venezuelan dad. It's not clear to tell, but it seems like they want to show that not all migrants are evil as is portrayed in some media. Then again, I had also said there's a possibility they wouldn't be saying a white Jewish American person was a hero or a white Jewish American whose nationality is Polish on his mom's side and German on his dad's side. I guess I without more context, I can't really delve into that. What did the Venezuelan dad do? Usually people that do something heroic are dubbed as heroes. You're right, though. If it was a Palestinian that did that, they probably wouldn't be dubbed a hero. And unfortunately, a lot of Black Americans who, for instance, there was an article that I remember reading, and it said ex-convict saves a person from a burning car, and it's like, what do you mean ex-convict? What's his name? That should be the headline. For lack of a better word, I don't remember if it was like, I don't remember his name. It might have been Tamir. It might have been, Cameron, for all I know. But John Smith rescued somebody from a burning car. You can maybe add that in the article, but why would you add that he was an ex-con? Because he was Black. So even when media portrays Black people as heroes, they always try and find something negative to say about them first, which is insane to me. Woman stabbed in Queens subway station, man taken into custody. Okay. Because we're talking about the Western Hemisphere on the South Side. I see. That tracks. So the suspect in Queens subway stabbing is restrained by Good Samaritan. Yeah, we can't. This has a paywall to it. But by Good Samaritan, Alejandro Lino and a friend at the Jamaican Van Wyck station. 23-year-old woman was stabbed by a panhandler after she wouldn't give him any money. Yikes. Which is only going to harm the unhoused situation in New York and give credence that the unhoused are dangerous, violent criminals. Which is, of course, stupid because you and me could become unhoused like that. And especially in this economy.
Talking about decades of gaps in development that were missed in the process because of where the money was going. Something like upwards to 80% of all Haitian expenditures up until the early part of the 20th century was going to financing the debt. And the fact that American firms from Wall Street in cahoots with the federal government in terms of the State Department, the Navy, and you have names like General Smedley Butler, who actually wrote about his role as a Marines in Haiti and how he secured the interests of the financial corporate groups, as well as working with the State Department to make sure that Haiti becomes a haven for capitalism, as he said. And also, we can even see FDR, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt himself
that FDR
had been
keeps being brought
Secretary
up
of the Navy.
That literally means we have not had an actual unproblematic president except for maybe Carter. Maybe Carter? Because FDR created a lot of our social programs in this country, as well as the Second New Deal, the Workers' Bill of Rights or whatever. But that man was a terrorist to black and brown people, and it's truly difficult to admire the man and his accomplishments when his shortcomings are just as, if not more, appalling in the opposite direction. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure every president has something wrong with him. Like JFK, I mean, obviously his affair with Marilyn Monroe wasn't great, but like, was he problematic? Because I'm trying to think. I know Eisenhower was extremely homophobic. He dealt with it, but he was trying to get anybody that was queer out of the military. But he was a bona fide war hero, and he taxed the wealthy to 97%. So, I mean, it's not like he didn't do good things. It's just that, you know, for all the good things he did, there was just as many bad things that, you know, equal or outweighed it.
Upon the time that Haiti was invaded and becoming a protectorate, essentially, of the United States. And he, too, had professed to actually amending the Haitian Constitution to take out a very revolutionary constitutional clause that had banned white male from owning land in Haiti. Among the first constitutional clauses that the occupation targeted was that, and therefore opened the country up to internal meddling by the international powers. But lastly, I just want to also note the fact that with regards to what you had said about the Eiffel Tower, Credit Industrial, which is now a part of Credit Agricole, one of the largest banks in the world, I think among the 10th largest banks in the world, having funded the building of the Eiffel Tower, which is now this massive monument to French industrial prowess. That it was happening at a moment in which the United States, France, Germany, and parts of Western Europe were developing rapidly from the capital that they were extracting from many of their former colonies or their current colonies.
Oh my God, that's so disgusting.
What would the history of development in Haiti be today if at the same time that the world is
It's pretty sad that being in bed with the mafia to today's standards isn't that bad, considering all of what's going on nowadays. Like, the mafia are probably, I mean, the mafia in context are kittens compared to the warmongering and colonization that's going on nowadays. That's ridiculous. Lincoln is not the man we knew him to be in history class. Yeah, Lincoln again. Yeah, obviously not. He didn't actually want to free slavery, end slavery. If he could have prevented the Civil War without freeing the slaves, he would have done it. He was forced into the Civil War and forced into emancipation. And he was a racist, right? So yeah.
undergone industrial transformations, the likes of which we see today in the form of the Eiffel Tower. What if that money that was taken from Haiti, financing French infrastructure, was financing Haitian infrastructure instead? The fact of the matter is there is no progress-resistant genes that somehow Haitians are born with. Perhaps someone like David Brooks was born with that, with some progress-resistant gene, as he.
Yeah, progress resistance is called regressivism, and anybody who's conservative and wants to take us back to the 1800s would definitely have progress-resistant genes. And guess what? Those are almost unilaterally white people with money. So go figure. But the KKK is a blue thing. Racism is a blue thing. Yeah, apparently not. Lincoln believed that black people were intellectually inferior to white people. He apparently only changed his mind after meeting Frederick Douglass. Yeah. I can't, and it's like even our founding fathers, right? Like George Washington, he had slaves. Thomas Jefferson, he had slaves. Benjamin Franklin, he had slaves. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe James Madison, one of the first 4 or first 5 presidents might have been less problematic, but because of being less problematic, was also extremely unpopular and was a single-term president. Yeah, and there's that too. He
is unable to fathom that Haitians can take care of themselves. But the truth goes to show where the receipts are in terms of why we know Haiti is in the position that it is today.
Well, I'd like to ask Gerald Horne the bank aspect of this reporting, which to me is I think the most newsworthy, in that the Times actually was able to get a hold in French archives of financial arrangements that were made between banking interests in France.
John Adams is definitely disqualified. He punished people who expressed free speech in a way that he felt was going to bring down morale.
And Haiti, as well as it's uncovering, or more deeply uncovering, the role of First National City Bank in the early 20th century in Haiti. So I think that this is some of the best stuff in this report. But it's almost like, hey, New York Times discovers imperialism. Isn't the role of Wall Street and European banks in controlling the economies, not just of Haiti, but of Honduras, of Nicaragua,
America, and every Western
of Cuba,
country too.
of many of these countries in Latin America, part of the operational mode of American imperialism?
Well, and think about that too, about Frederick Douglass. Imagine had he not been born a slave. Imagine had Frederick Douglass been cultivated from a young age and nurtured to grow his mind and his curiosity in the world. Imagine how much more influential he could have been. But it's all good because we got freedom from him, except people forced out of their countries and brought here. Exactly. Yeah, and that's the thing too, like, the more you learn about U.S. history, you realize that being associated with the mob is kind of defeating the point, because we've been gangsters the second we gained our own independence. We've been gangsters, and it's insane. And like, yeah, I think somebody brought up the War of 1812. That could have immediately put an end to the American sovereignty right then and there, but again, it was a proxy war, so we survived, and then, we were like, oh, hey, we survived, now we can just go ahead and do everything that we've been done to us, do to others, so that we can hurry up and build our military and our might. It's insane. Benjamin Franklin was so racist that he thought the Germans were not white enough. Yikes. Where you're not gangstering hard enough, you bring in some professionals. I guess so. But it's all good because we got bifocals and Franklin stoves. Yeah.
Most definitely. And I think that the series, laudable as it has been, could also have made a contribution if it had pointed out the close connections between France, and the United States. That is to say, in the 20th century, they began to talk about the Citibank and Citicorp and how it was involved in the depredations inflicted upon Haiti. But I think that if you were to go back to the Haitian Revolutionary period, you would also find similar connections. After all, we know that what became the United States was involved in a revolt against London that would not have succeeded without the assistance of France. We know that there was substantial French migration to the States, and that French men were involved in similar depredations in Louisiana and slave owning, for example. We know that when Texas seceded from Mexico in 1836.
That's weird. That's weird that we both said hundreds and ones, completely out of context to anything to do with this video. And sure enough, $100 bills and $1 bills specifically were shown on this video. That's something.
That Texas's major diplomatic ally on the international front happened to be France. And we also know that when the United States Civil War erupted, 1861 to 1865, it was France that opportunistically chose that moment to try to seize and occupy Mexico.
And Oshun, that email that we were working on today, now's the time to send it. Let's go.
Mexico, and then extend the lease on life of slavery in Texas and throughout the South by welcoming slave owners from Texas and from Dixie into French-occupied Mexico. And it took a mass revolt by the Mexican people to overturn that particular scheme. So there is much more digging and excavation that needs to be done. And I would like to reiterate my call for the New York Times to open the kimono and to disgorge these documents they say that they have uncovered in France, so that other scholars and other researchers can examine same.
We haven't even talked about the Louisiana Purchase, but we can't in this show. However, I want to end on the crisis that Haitians confront today when they try to come into the United States. I think it was last September, the U.S. Special Envoy to Haiti resigned in protest over the Biden administration's policies. In a letter, the longtime diplomat, U.S. Envoy to Haiti, Daniel Foote, wrote, "I will not be associated with the United States' inhumane, counterproductive decision to deport thousands of Haitian refugees." Foote also criticized...
Look at this. We got cops on horses terrorizing innocent people using lassos against black people, which is exactly what the slave patrol did to slaves that were trying to run away. This is literally modern, the actual modern day slave patrol. That's disgusting.
The Biden administration for meddling in Haiti's political affairs, including its support for Ariel Henry as prime minister following the assation of Haitian President Jovenel Moïse in July.
Also, since we're getting closer to that time, rumor has it that you have Age of Empires 4. We can play that together and give it a whirl if you'd like.
Foote's resignation came just days after U.S. Border Patrol agents on horseback were filmed chasing
U.S. Border Patrol in recent times,
grabbing and whipping Haitian asylum seekers who gathered in that makeshift camp in Del Rio, Texas. We only have a minute, Professor Al-Sanat. But the issue of Haitian refugees being deported by the thousands back to a devastated Haiti.
Oh, well, real quick, I think what you've just demonstrated is that Haiti stands as a singular metaphor for understanding the racial legacy of imperial powers like the United States and France. In fact, as the war in Ukraine is happening, the sheer magnitude of the difference in the treatment of certain refugees because of their European background relative to, say, Haitians, as you just showed in terms of what's happening at the border, that's a very revealing example of what Haiti not only means to the United States, but what it means to the world at large in terms of populations from formerly colonized geographies, as well as Black, brown and indigenous people in this country who knows something about the treatment of racism at the hands of the U.S. government. So in many ways, Haiti should be looked at as a singular metaphor for explaining so many of these various mistreatments and levels of preference for different groups. And I think the more we learn about Haiti, the more we realize how our fate,
Gitmo.
and this is not an overstatement.
I thought Gitmo was supposedly shut down, but apparently not.
Directly connected to it if we are going to better understand what world we're living in with regards to how the powers that be intend to engineer the world towards imperialism.
Our fates intertwined, going right back to the U.S. not recognizing Haiti's independence for decades, fearing that a slave uprising would inspire enslaved people in the United States to rise up. Weston Leonsinat, thanks so much for being with us. Haitian-American professor at Fordham University, where he teaches courses on the Atlantic slave trade, the American abolition movement, and Afro-Caribbean history. And thank you, Gerald Horne, professor of history and African-American studies at the University of Houston, author of many books, including Confronting Black Jacobins, the U.S., the Haitian Revolution, and the Origins of the Dominican Republic.
All right, so let's go ahead and do a quick break, and we'll continue on with the videos. Age of Empires 3 is free for 1 week, but we're doing Age of Empires 4 for the stream. Also, we're going to continue watching videos because we have a playlist this time, yay. But yeah, we're going to do a quick break, and then we'll continue right on. just realized that the music that I'm playing is like this sexy, slow music. I thought this was electronic dance music. My bad. Let's see if there's a better one. Seems a little better. Yeah, this seems a little better. All right, so next time when we play music for our intermission, we won't be playing mood music. That's what I was thinking. What is it with the sexy jazz? It's because I want to woo the American people and earn not just their support, but their love. This is not that type of channel. Well, Chaos, Lady Chaos, I think, redeemed this one the other day. So there is some elements to that, I guess. So
chaos broke out at an Israeli military base holding Palestinian detainees on Monday.
Oh, I thought we were still watching Haiti. So, no hot tub though. Yeah, I get. You know what? Maybe if I can buy a house and afford it, maybe. 9 Israeli soldiers held over abuse of Palestinian detainee. I'm actually shocked that Israeli soldiers are actually being punished finally for their abuses of Palestinians. So 3 minutes. Let's see what we got.
Nationalist demonstrators rallied.
Oh, that's why they were debating it in Israeli parliament, because, well, should they be allowed?
After 9 reservists were arrested in connection to allegation of abuse, rape, and torture of Palestinian prisoners captured during the Gaza war. The crowd gathered outside the Sidi Timan base in southern Israel and at some point broke through the gates. Among them were politicians of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's far-right coalition. Angry crowd came out in support of the arrested soldiers, chanting, "Death to Arabs in here."
Holy Christ! So wait a second. The protesters broke through the base because they were in support of these atrocities? What the fuck? Yeah, is that about the Heritage Foundation guy stepping down? Yeah. I just saw that myself.
We will not let this disgrace continue. We will not let our fighters to be hunted by this reckless attorney's office. People who for 9 months are fighting for us, keeping us safe. People that on October 7, while no one functioned, they did and went to the battlefield.
The army withdrew some of its forces from Gaza to manage the unrest. This as the Israeli military chief of staff skipped discussions on a possible offensive on Hezbollah to deal with the infiltration. Israeli leaders were quick to issue statements of condemnation. The head of the opposition described the situation as an existential threat to Israel. In a post on the social media platform X, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant called the storming of the military base a serious event that seriously harms Israeli democracy and plays into the hands of our enemy during war. The detained soldiers were later transferred to Beit Lid military camp in central Israel. And in an unprecedented scene, dozens of protesters gathered outside the camp, broke through the gate. Some of them wore Israeli army uniforms and face masks and carried weapons.
The soldiers in this country are a consensus. If they touch our soldiers, we'll build a shield wall. The people will rise up against the government, be it left or right or whatever.
God.
Freed Palestinian prisoners recall
This is
horrific
the wet
stories
dream that
from
conservatives are begging for to happen in the United States, that America would commit any atrocity and the American people would rise up in support of the troops committing the atrocity. I cannot... My God. All right. I was trying to be generous and say that most of the Israeli people were against this Holocaust, this genocide of Palestinians, but clearly the entire country has lost its damn mind. So, you know what? No, dissolution of Israel. Israel clearly should not exist. Zionism should not exist. It is clearly Nazism. The government and the people are clearly in lockstep with both war crimes and crimes against humanity. Fuck it. Not that I was really advocating for a two-state solution at this point anyway, but that's disgusting. This is why I can't feel bad for many Israelis. Many support the atrocities that their government is committing, right? And they protested to the point of storming a military base on behalf of the 9 soldiers who raped other detainees. Like, not in support of the detainees' rights, but in support of the soldiers violating those rights. That's appalling. And coming from somebody who served in the military, who had to undergo the law of armed conflict, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the United Nations, Geneva Conventions, codes, all of that. If any of my airmen or service members had done that or worse, I would have been the first to drag them by their neck to the brig and have them arrested for war crimes. Certainly not protesting to have them get broken out. That's insane.
Of being beaten, denied medical care, and made to kneel handcuffed and blindfolded for days.
We have left, but we call on you to get the rest out. There are people who are dying. There are people who say that their families assume they are dead. People are dying, suffering which you cannot imagine unless you experience it.
The war in Gaza has exposed Israel's military intelligence and the fragile political system. Many now say the rhetoric may push the country into internal chaos. Mohammed Al-Qasim, TRT World, Occupied East Jerusalem.
That's, wow. And I guess now we're going to get the details.
I actually thought my husband lost 10 pounds until I discovered his little secret.
It's a place the Israeli military doesn't want us to see.
How many Palestinians are in there right now?
Who are you? Give me please now.
Hang on, what is it that you want? Can I on my card?
But CNN has gained exclusive evidence of Palestinian prisoner abuse from multiple Israeli whistleblowers.
Well, at least there's enough Israeli people to, there are at least some.
At the Sedi Taman facility in southern Israel, we joined human rights activists amid growing public concern for the detainees being held inside. This is a protest by Israeli citizens outside a detention centre close to Gaza, where we know hundreds of Palestinians have been held. You can see it's a closed military facility. It's behind a barbed wire fence. We're not permitted access. And there's hostility from passers-by.
We just had somebody drive past in a car and they shouted out to us in Hebrew, "You're defending murderers."
No.
You're defending, what do you,
no,
how do you answer that?
We're defending basic human rights.
And eyewitnesses are now speaking out. Away from the military facility, near the beaches of Tel Aviv, one young Israeli army reservist agreed to speak about scores of detainees at Sedi Taman. He says are kept in cages or pens, constantly shackled and blindfolded. Many
and
for
we
weeks
do the
on
same
end.
thing to
We've
migrants
hidden
at the
his
border.
identity and voice to shield him from prosecution.
We were told they are not allowed to move and must sit upright. They're not allowed to talk or peek under their blindfolds.
And what happened if they did do that? What kind of punishments were meted out?
We were allowed to pick out problematic people and punish them, having them stand with their hands above their heads for an unlimited time. If they didn't keep their hands up, we could zip tie them to the fence.
The Israeli military says detainees are handcuffed based on their risk level and health status. But the account tallies with photographic evidence obtained by CNN of Palestinian detainees inside Sidi Taman, and with hand and wrist injuries shown to CNN by dozens of Palestinians released back into Gaza. I was zip-tied and blindfolded, says this former detainee, and tortured in a way I never imagined. One source telling us the restraints were so tight they had to amputate a man's hand.
The view that I've heard expressed is that, how do you think Israeli hostages are treated by Hamas?
I'm glad that this is finally making the news. I'm glad that it's finally making it to the mainstream, that, public opinion is shifting against supporting Israel. But the fact of the matter is that this is still happening, and the United States could put an end to it immediately. Immediately could put an end to it. With one stroke of the pen, Israel will no longer receive arms or funding from the United States of America, and diplomatic relations shall be officially severed if they do not release all Palestinians and cease the immediately the genocide of the Palestinian people. Like, signed President of the United States. Like, that one statement document would be enough to put this to an end. And evidently, we're just now barely scraping the surface of the human rights violations in the mainstream media. This is a terrible look and a terrible mark in human history.
Sentiment was voiced in the facility, but I think that if Hamas is so abominable, which I agree with, then why use Hamas as a bar? It's a descent into dehumanization.
A descent that's accelerated since the rampage by Hamas on October the 7th last year. The killing and abduction to Gaza of hundreds of Israelis provoked outrage and a brutal response.
And then they're not even reporting
Amid Israel's
it
wrath,
so there's
tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed and thousands detained for interrogation, transported to facilities like Sidi Taman, where one Israeli guard now tells CNN prisoners are routinely beaten.
Which is exactly what the Nazis did to the Jews in the first place.
You can take them out and hit them maybe 4 or 5 times with a club. It's not done in the face, so you don't see blood. The detainees lie belly down, being hit and kicked, people screaming and dogs barking at them. It's terrifying. Some detainees are taken away and beaten really hard, so bones and teeth are broken.
So you saw people?
Let's see. I'm not opposed to debate, but I am hesitant because that's what we're not exactly advertising that on this channel yet. We can debate, but if you want to debate whether or not Palestinians have human rights and the right to exist, you're just going to get banned, because that's not the kind of platform this is, and I'm not going to tolerate trying to disingenuously discuss whether or not people have the right to exist.
Who are subject to these beatings, who had their bones broken and who had their teeth broken.
Yes, it's a practice which commanders know about. They want intelligence, but they also want revenge and punishment for what happened on October 7th.
Yeah, but see, you already used I'm leaning towards I don't think this is gonna be a productive debate. Socialism, obviously, being a very left-leaning ideology, and conservatism being very pro-capitalism. You already gave one dog whistle with regards to Palestine, so I don't really know that I could trust that you wouldn't continue on with other dog whistles.
The Israeli military hasn't
we're definitely going to
approved
finish this
CNN's
video
requests for access to Sedi Taman. But at the gates of the facility, we challenged the Israeli guards.
How many Palestinians are in there right now? We don't know. Do you know if they're being handcuffed? Are they being blindfolded? No. This is a facility.
Well, of course, the guard is going to give you answers.
Soldiers approach.
Hello. How are you? I'm filming this place. It's a property of the army. Oh. So who are you guys? I'm from CNN.
They tried to take our cameras.
Give me please now. Give me please now.
They're trying to detain the media.
Then order us to leave. Well, we're driving now to meet...
To debate socialism, one must understand what it's all about. If you're going to mix communism, Marxism, and socialism all in one, then you have no grasp of economics, let alone history. Yeah, but you called them a parasite in your first moment of response. So unless you're talking from your phone and that was somehow an autocorrect, it just makes me... It makes me concerned about your... genuinosity, I guess, however you want to phrase that. Let's get through this video
with personal experience.
and obviously it's not fair to debate you texting and me speaking.
Experience that
I would have the advantage there.
Has left him shocked at the condition and the medical treatment of Palestinian detainees there.
I guess we can take a risk.
He told us he treated Palestinian detainees with gunshot wounds fresh from the war zone in Gaza, but was appalled at the lack of equipment and expertise.
The problem is, Gazans who are brought in are labeled as terrorists, and it is very popular opinion.
The same war crimes, but essentially, CNN is trying to investigate and was damn near arrested and having their stuff taken.
We hear that terrorists deserve to die, so they do not deserve the same medical care as everyone else.
Satellite imagery obtained by CNN shows how the Sedi Taman facility was expanded after the October 7th attacks, with detention facilities and makeshift medical bays being added after public hospitals in Israel refused to treat injured Gazan suspects. Eyewitness accounts describe a field hospital
they're
with
trying
15
to do actual
to 20
journalism,
patients,
but they're also being disingenuous, saying that it was the horrific Hamas attacks that led to this aggression.
And
it's like,
diapers. What Eyewitness told CNN, painful procedures were carried out by underqualified medics. Treatment the medical worker told us amounts to punishment.
In my view, it's the idea of total vulnerability. If you imagine being unable to move, being unable to see what's going on, that's something that borders, if not crosses, into psychological torture.
That is absolutely
the Israeli military
psychological
says
torture.
Prisoners
What the hell?
are stripped for security checks,
and
that investigations are opened when there's suspicion of misconduct. Still, accounts for the Israelis and Palestinians inside.
I have concerns about debating on the channel regardless. It's one of the reasons why my channel is so heavily moderated. I don't know how the copyright strike works, but I'm not willing to open the doors to risking the channel getting struck because of, derogatory content happening. I don't know enough about the rules to really know if I'd be held accountable for a guest's activities, but my understanding of that is that it is. Debate in my tags. It does, doesn't it? Okay. You're right, it does. So I guess if I don't want to debate, I shouldn't put it in there. I am actually quite open to debate. I'm happy to discuss policy. I'm happy to discuss the issues. Yeah, we had a sort of debate, a discussion about Puerto Rico. All right, let's give this a try. I am not against giving it the old college try. So that's the Discord. We'll go ahead and go into the lobby channel. And Oshun, if you could go into the private channel instead. Well, I know you wouldn't break the rules, but our discussion was less of a debate than it was more so getting on the same page. So, Shriangle, once you get into the Discord, scroll all the way down to the voice channels and go to the lobby room. That's where I'll be. And you can introduce yourself and we can debate socialism. In the meantime,
Matthew
we'll just let this play
CNN
through so that we can get to the next video.
In southern Israel.
Ah, yes. I love the sound of my money being wasted. Who the heck
Why is that? Hold on a second. I'm not very familiar with Discord. I was just told that we need one. So let's see. Server settings. Inactive timeouts. Okay, that's one thing. Roles. Seeing anything where sticker, soundboard, widget, template, integrations, app, no. Safety setup, maybe that's what it is. DM and spam protection, okay. Oh, verification level. Members of the server must meet the following criteria before they can send messages and text. If a member has an assigned role. So I have a high. Must have verified email on their discount. Must be a member. Must have a verified phone. Alright, we'll do that. That should fix it. I can change it. I just wasn't aware that that was a thing. Again, I am trying to prevent it from being a abuse. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to keep it safe. All right, so you're in. If I unmute myself in the Discord channel, it's going to reverberate and it'll backfeed. So since I'm streaming, you should be able to hear me in real time, correct? Well, I mean, we're in the same voice channel, right? So you can go ahead and introduce yourself real quick. I can't hear you, though. That's weird. Oh, it has a delay? All right. Then I'll unmute myself. All right. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Shriangle.
All right. Okay.
Here we go.
I guess I'm Shriangle. Don't have much experience debating, but I think I'm competent enough to debate.
Okay.
That's about it.
Cool. So, you happened to come across our channel and saw the debate tag and was like, you know what? Today's the day. Is that what it is? Because that's actually pretty admirable.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
I kind of wanted to get a little, experience on debating.
Are you politically active? Are you like an activist, a campaign volunteer? I mean, what's getting you involved in the political debate scene, for instance?
I think a lot of the topics are interesting. I think it's fun to yell at people. So
fun to yell at people? Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the reasons why I got involved in politics in the first place was because I ran for state representative in the Democratic Party in an extremely Republican county, and I requested support from my Democratic Party as a Democrat, and I received none of it. Then we all lost handily after I was forced out of running for Congress. And after seeing how the DNC treated people in rural communities and just wrote them off entirely, it upset me enough to actually challenge the DNC organization as a whole by running for chair. And that's when I ended up getting involved in politics in a greater fashion. I ended up debating on CNN, and by all accounts, won the national poll, the national online poll for it. So, being outraged and wanting to shift people is actually a not unsurprising reason to want to get into debate. So, you wanted to discuss socialism.
Yeah, and other sort of leftist topics that I don't really approve of, I suppose.
Okay, so we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead with. We'll do. Let's see. How about this? A real debate would have something like you have 3 minutes to speak, I have 3 minutes to speak, blah 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 blah, and a moderator would obviously be the one asking the questions. But since this is kind of impromptu, go ahead and say your part on socialism, and I will rebut. And we'll do that for all of your topics. You'll give your point of view. Try to keep it within a minute or two. And then I'll rebut also for a minute or two. And Oshun has the ability to walk into our voice channel as well and moderate if it starts getting too long or too long-winded. Does that seem fair to you?
Yeah, it does.
All right. Then by all means, proceed. You got 2 minutes. Ish.
All right. So I think that socialism would be an issue if we were a socialist country. And you said, like, don't bring up examples of Marxism or communism. I think that's fair. I also think it's unfair. Because if we want to improve our future, we have to look at the past and look at our mistakes. And I would say that obviously, the Russian Socialist Party had a lot of issues with it. I think some of those issues could certainly be solved, but I think that it would overall be a weaker form of government than capitalism.
Okay. Just to help nuance your point a little further, can you point out specific things that so Russia wasn't ever socialist, they were communist. They were Leninist, Stalinist-Leninist, which is a form of Marxist communism. Specifically, just to give you that background. But which one of their policies, I mean, their policies, right? We understand that Stalin committed just as much genocide against the Jewish population as Hitler did. But because he fought against Hitler, he was an ally until the end of the World War, and then it became the Red Scare. But that wasn't a socialist policy. That was dictatorial, just like Nazi Germany, which had also socialism in its party name. Those policies had nothing to do with socialism. That was their totalitarianism, if you will. Their white nationalism, their Aryan race, their what have you. So, which policy of their government do you specifically disagree with? And let's move forward from there.
Shit. Let's say I don't want to stray away from your question, so I'm gonna just say I'm not the most knowledgeable person, and I know that's a bad thing if you want to go into a debate. But
okay.
I think I can make competent arguments. So
sure. Okay. So
so what policies would you like to have in a socialist? Let's say we were a socialist party, and you had the choice of policy. Which policies would you enact?
So I'm glad you asked, because with my policy as President of the United States, it would be not only expanding the socialist programs that already exist in our country, such as the military, which is the largest socialist program in existence in our country. It is also the best example of socialism in practice, right? The military budget ensures that every single service member has food, shelter, clothing, training, and medical attention, and access to resources. Fundamentally, socialism would empower the American people or the population in general with the same. The ism, really, when it comes down to it, is who benefits and who has control of it. With capitalism, specifically, capitalists have control of the means of production. They have control of industry. They have control of the various programs that may or may not exist. Under communism, it's the state, and under socialism, it's the people. So what does that mean? Well, in capitalism, we actually do have socialist capabilities within the capitalist structure. They're called S-corps, or they're called workers' co-ops. And those specifically mean that the workforce themselves owns and operates the business, and therefore dictates the terms of the business. I believe, I can't say that with certainty, so I won't say it. I know there are some that are considered Fortune 500 companies, or at least Fortune 1000 companies, that are S-corps or worker co-ops. Now, socialism, as far as what policies do we specifically need, my website outlines them in more detail, but since I'm giving myself only 2 minutes, it would be the healthcare industry, the education industry, improving our transportation industry, and of course, our energy, to include utilities such as the internet, electricity, gas, water, and sanitation. All those industries need to be public domain for the simple fact that they are necessities to survive, and they should never be for profit. Now, I think that is my 2 minutes. You'll get your chance to rebut that.
All right. So I believe that you said the government hands out every person the same rations and necessities, right?
I said in the military, the soldiers are provided food, shelter, education, healthcare, and resources. Under socialism,
you said you would apply that same structure to socialism, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say that you are a working class man.
Yep.
I'm thinking this out right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt or prompt you. I'm trying to encourage you here.
Okay. So you're a working class man. Let's say you work on an oil rig, you know?
Yeah.
It's a hard job. You go there every day, or almost every day. You work your butt off, and you get the same rations as everybody else. Seems fair, right?
So your context here. Oh, go ahead and finish your thought. Or do you want it to be a back and forth?
Sure. Either way, I think if you are working more than other people, or if you work a harder job, you should be paid more for that job. Therefore, it goes back to capitalism. Because if you work a harder job, you get paid more, and if that job is less replaceable, therefore get paid even more. So do you think that it's fair that someone working 7 on, 7 off at an oil rig should be given the same amount of rations, healthcare, and everything else, and necessities that everyone else is?
Okay. I will take my 2 minutes to respond to that. So, I think the simplest way to respond to that is, with capitalism currently, the hardest jobs are not being compensated according to what they are. During COVID shutdown, the what were they? What was the phrasing for that? It was the jobs that needed to be done. I forget now what that was called. I'm sorry. Those
collar?
The what now?
Blue collar jobs? Is that what you're thinking of?
No, they said like the emergency jobs that needed, like, obviously, like the medical,
like healthcare,
essential
medical
jobs. That was the phrasing. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. The essential workers, right, were your cashiers, your stockers, your mostly minimum wage workers, and they were the ones that, when push came to shove and the country was facing a pandemic, were the ones that were forced to be on the front lines, ensuring that we had access to food, water, and electricity, right? All of our utilities still had to go up and down. Meanwhile, the capitalists, the people with the most money, the most power and influence in our country, could stay home in their bunkers and do absolutely nothing. It was the people, the working class, that actually kept the country functioning, and it was only a small fraction of it, no less. And because of that, the country lost 34% of its GDP in 2 months. Secondly, teachers are probably some of the most hardworking people in the world. African child slave miners are certainly significantly more hardworking than anybody in this country, let alone any Western nation. And
I certainly agree.
Sure. And the wages are not commensurate to that workforce now under capitalism in general. The solution to that was to unionize. Of course, in our nation's history, union busting is an unfortunately high problem that was also met with force and violence by not just the military, but also by police forces and hired mercenaries. So to say, first of all, that under capitalism, meritocracy exists is false. Under socialism, it's the worker who controls the means of production. Specifically, that also includes pay, benefits, and working conditions, right? So if the worker is doing, like you said, the oil rig, and all the workers own the rights, the authority to decide what happens on the oil rig, they are also going to be getting compensated accordingly. And the same thing with, you said food rations. So currently with SNAP benefits, HUD, and other benefits along those lines, it's arbitrary on how to achieve it in the first place. And the value is also commensurate with whether or not you have family or are single or have a job or don't have a job. Most of them also require you to sell any assets that you have, which precludes you from participating in society in the first place, right? So by eliminating all of that and eliminating the for-profit mechanism and model, and I know I'm going over my 2 minutes now, but I feel like I kind of need to for a second here. By getting rid of the for-profit model, it literally takes the cost out of the hands of the individual, and it's predicated at the national level, right? And it's already accomplished through Medicare. Same thing with Social Security. Same thing with education. Those three things are already budgeted through the federal budget, through our current tax system, to fully fund both education, healthcare, and Social Security outright. But because we have insurance companies, because we have student loans, and because we have, a crappy retirement system, and we plundered Social Security to go to war for 20 years, those funds don't seem to be able to cover as much as they do. Secondly, with the military, you are given a stipend, and if you choose to live outside your means, that's on you. Socialism would be providing a basic necessity, right? Like a baseline, and whatever you choose to do beyond that is on you. Hence why your food stipend and housing stipend would cover your basic needs, right? Your essential needs, not living in a hovel, but not living in a McMansion either, right? Your job, your career, your profession would determine that. Like you said, in capitalism, your work, your contribution to society would dictate your reward from society. And under socialism, that reward is determined by society rather than by capital, which has a primary concern with profit generation at the expense of all else, as we are seeing today. Now, because I went over so long, you may respond to that and take, I'm assuming that was around 4 minutes. So by all means, you have until 6:14.
So you said that the workers get to decide how much you're paid, and so how much you're paid for the job that you do. Correct. So wouldn't that be more of a democracy than a socialist and socialism?
So yes, it could be. You could define that as social democracy. Yes.
So wouldn't then the whole country be a true democracy if there were no leaders?
You would still have leaders, but to your point, right? Maybe I did need to describe that in a bit more nuance. So you'll get that time tacked on here. Every role in an industry needs to exist. Everything down from CEO to CFO to manager, supervisor, and person that does the work. All of those jobs would still exist, right? It's just they would get paid accordingly as part of a system rather than a completely hierarchical top-down. I'm going to make millions of dollars and force you to work for minimum wage or less if possible. So the worker collective, the group, which whether it's the oil rig, the hospital, the what have you, although in terms of hospitals and universities that would already be tax funded, but Target, Walmart, Amazon, what have you, the workers would be determining the salary wages all the way up and through, from leadership all the way down to the regular workforce. Just to be clear on that.
So couldn't then a leader say if you're the president of the Socialist Party, okay?
Sure.
Wouldn't then you be able to convince, if you are very intellectual, you would then be able to convince the other, the people below you, or the jobs that lead up to your job, that you should be paid more than them?
I suppose what you're saying is that a leadership position could potentially have more authority based on the ability to influence. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
And therefore get more rations and what have you.
So no, because there would be a pay scale, and that would be determined by the workers themselves. And unless there was a meritocracy established, right, a meritocracy-based pay scale in that industry, that would be the only way to do it. And again, it wouldn't be top-down; it would be collective. That's the difference between a workers-owned industry rather than a capitalist-owned industry where the capitalist, the person with the highest amount of authority, dictates the terms, or the state in a communist system where the state gets to dictate the terms. Like it, for instance, I understand where a lot of the concerns are with communism. If the state can dictate what your wages are, what your benefits are, where you live, what you eat, and so on and so forth, that becomes pretty totalitarian, right? But that's also not communism. That's totalitarian dictatorships. And it gets really conflated. Same thing with capitalism, right? Arguably, according to Adam Smith, the father of capitalism, the workers should be able to negotiate their wages with the capitalist, their employer, based on their merit. And that should be a bottom-up and top-down discussion. Except what we're having is a very top-down discussion. You're going to get paid this and like it, or you're going to have to go somewhere else. And what we saw with the Great Recession, or the Great Resignation, rather, is that people said bet, and they resigned, and the workforce just collectively left, and employers had to start saying, oh, crap, well, never mind, you can work remote, we'll give you money, we'll give you bonuses, we'll get you this, we'll get you that. So, to a degree, that happens today. It's just there's less opportunity to do so, because there is less power and less protections for workers to do so. Under a socialist, if you will, economic structure, all of the power and all of the authority always rests in the hands of the worker, never in the hands of the state, and never in the hands of the capitalist. And in that sense, the argument that I was actually expecting you to make is, well, does that mean that nobody can start a business and they would have their businesses seized? And that question is also answered by the way socialism works, is that you can still create a business, but you can't dictate the terms of those business, and that the workers would still have the rights to those business, and help you promote said business, of course, and grow said business, but on a collective terms, right? There would still be leadership authorities, right? There's still somebody calling the shots, but the workers have the right to object to and offer and impose alternatives to that direction. That's the core elements of socialism in terms of an economic structure. And again, you get to have more time to give your point.
Yeah. So again, I think you are basically describing a democracy, in that the people get to vote over over the government. The people own everything, basically.
Yes.
And isn't that what our country was already built upon? And I know that things aren't perfect, and I know that sometimes those rules aren't always upheld, but currently in the Constitution, the government is supposed to be controlled and owned by the people, and the country is supposed to be owned and controlled by the people.
Sure. And which is ironic, because that would imply socialism, would it not? But that's not the reality. What we have is deregulated corporations being given the same rights and privileges as citizens, and using their wealth, resources, power, and position to subjugate the masses instead. And with the deregulation of industry, there's less accountability and less means to hold industries accountable, because now the only way to do so is through the criminal justice system, which is again bought and paid for by the industrialists, because money is free speech in our country. So in a sense, moving to a socialist economy, if you will, and just for the sake of, my policies aren't, 100% socialist, 100% capitalist, 100% what have you, but for the purposes of this debate, I'm happy to say they're fully one thing or the other, right? The point of a socialist economy, and especially a socialist workforce, is to ensure that those powers, those accountabilities, those principles are always fundamentally in the hands of the workforce and never taken away from them. That's the difference. Our rights have been eroded over the centuries and being given to capital, being given to the government to be used against us, right? Unions are a step in that direction of ensuring and guaranteeing workers have a say in their own tasks, in their own day-to-day basis. Otherwise, we'd still be working 14-hour days, 7 days a week, and children would still be working in the coal mines, right? The reason why child labor laws exist isn't because of the benevolence of industrialists, but because of the unions going on strike and forcing the government to actually pass laws, right? Capitalism does not breed innovation as we see in modern times. We have manufactured obsolescence. We have Boeing literally assassinating whistleblowers. And then in the space race, they can't even get spacecraft to bring astronauts back home. We have 33 different flavors of ketchup, but none of the nutrients that ketchup used to have. We have 54 different types of cereal, and they are losing their nutritional value. There's more and more air, more and more packaging, less and less material. Cost keeps going up, even though production goes down. Stock buybacks, which are illegal, continue to happen unabated. Price gouging, which is also illegal, continues unabated and is blamed on inflation, which is controlled by the Federal Reserve Bank, which is a private entity, not even a government agency. So to say that our current system is in any way, form, or fashion embodying the Constitution is diametrically false. And to actually follow through with the Constitution's intent of people having power and control and authority over their own agency, livelihood, and ability to do things would actually be to lean and tend towards socialism, because socialism does tend towards democratic application of the economy and the workforce and actions and ideas and decisions therein. And again, I apologize. Continue.
So I'm gonna bring up a resource, I suppose. Have you ever read Animal Farm?
Of course.
Of course? Okay. So you understand where I'm coming from with my arguments then?
You're using a fictional book that is purposely used to satire communism to undermine your own argument that the Constitution is intrinsically socialist and empowers people, to discredit the fact that I'm saying that's what we should be doing. So I'm not understanding.
No, I'm using it as sort of a basis for why socialism leads to communism, and why such things should be either closely watched or entirely non-existent.
So, but then in that sense, capitalism intrinsically leads to fascism. The merger of the corporation and the state, the oligarchy, the fact that corporations are literally dictating legislation to Congress people, and that public opinion has very little, if any, impact on legislative proposals in the present at any level of government. And that's due to capitalism and money's influence. Our own Supreme Court just made it easier to bribe political officials through the form of gratuities. So long as whatever activity happened after the fact or before the money was received, it's considered a gratuity. If you receive money and then make a decision on something, that's called a bribe. So the influence of money, i.e. capital, and lobbying, which is, again, legalized bribery, is turning into fascism and pushing this country towards fascism and totalitarianism. We're already an oligarchy, a rule of the few over the many, with very little representation throughout. So the point that you're making, that communism and ultimately, or socialism ultimately leads to communism, which ultimately leads to oppression, is as disingenuous as saying that capitalism always leads to fascism. If you're going to say one, you have to acknowledge the other.
Yeah, okay. So I acknowledge that your point. Yeah, I acknowledge your point of view. You do make a valid argument. So I also believe that socialism then leads to communism, and then therefore gets closer and closer to capitalism. And then so it's all, I basically believe that it's all a circle, and that when you are in the I can't think. When you are in the socialist portion of the circle, you are therefore closer to communism and the worse side of the spectrum, I suppose.
So you're but weren't you earlier saying that the intrinsic nature of the Constitution, which is democracy and social I guess influence in said democracy, is the ideal? So then the Constitution itself is socialist.
What? Sorry, I didn't hear.
I'm saying, by your own definition, and I'm not using this to be confrontational, I'm just trying to understand your argument here. If the Constitution is intrinsically the most democratic form of popular engagement in life, whether that's the economy, politics, society, then that intrinsically, by definition, is socialism, because it's the means of production, the means of control is in the hands of the people, that is democratic. That is democracy. That is the intent. So in that sense, socialism would be the most democratic form of economy in the outright. By definition, because it is the most democratic version of economic theory or implementation. The communism is putting that control in the hands of the state, and the population obviously either voting for the state or electing the state, or the state, if it's a monarchy or whatever, inherits that title and authority. But ultimately, it's up to the state to dictate those terms. It is less democratic intrinsically because the state controls it rather than the people. And then you have the least democratic version, where one individual that is not beholden to the state nor to the people, but by its own influence with the capital that it controls, can influence the state and therefore subjugate the people. That's capitalism. It is the least democratic. It is the most totalitarian form of economic theory that actually exists, which would be antithetical to the intent of the Constitution. Is not what I'm saying, is literally the science of economics based on those three systems.
So I believe that you are slightly misconstruing what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that you believe that the country should be completely democratic. Correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so therefore, it wouldn't be much socialism, correct?
That would
it would be more democratic.
But by definition, socialism, i.e., where people control the means of production, control their labor, control their output, their resources, their productivity, and can influence their workforce, society, and the government, that is the most intrinsically democratic process, policy. I'm sure there's a better word. So yes, socialism is intrinsically the most democratic, and that is what I believe.
Okay. So wouldn't you inherently like, to a certain degree, capitalism? Because it is, I guess I would say, the second most democratic way of operating a civilization.
Okay. So why? Let's start with this, because I've already explained that capitalism is intrinsically totalitarian and authoritarian, because it's intrinsically hierarchical, and those who control capital control everything else, and any that threatens that usually are met with force. That's just that is the historical reality. As soon as capitalism was invented, the slave trade began, and colonization of the known world and the new world began in earnest, to which many colonial nations that are now free from colonial empires are still suffering the debt and economic just pillaging of these nations by Western powers, the ones who were engaging in the colonization, for centuries. So capitalism is not democratic because, for the simple fact that nobody within the system of capital has a voice in what happens with the capital or the industry other than the one who is in control of it. It's why with boards...
So you believe that nobody in America has a voice to, let's say that you were, I can't think of an example.
And I'm not saying this to be derogatory. There aren't examples. For instance, the most common one is, well, in a socialist country, you wouldn't be able to change your jobs. You wouldn't be able to buy a different drink, right? And I have Smart Water here, and I have Gold Peak tea here. And the common argument is that under capitalism, you have choice of which beverage you want. And the idea that under a communist economic system or a socialist economic system, everyone would only have the choice of Smart Water or Gold Peak is a logical fallacy, as we can see in Cuba and other socialist and...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to argue that sort of example.
Okay.
So, in our society, as of now, we are capitalist. But our constitutional rights says power to the people. Okay?
Yeah.
So, do you believe that our constitutional rights are being denied?
Yes.
Yes?
Absolutely they are.
Okay, so you believe that we need to reinstate the Constitution.
We need to actually... I mean, explain what you mean by reinstate before I answer what I thought you meant.
Enforce the Constitution, make sure the Constitution is upheld above everything.
Yes.
And make sure that all those policies and everything are upheld before every other law.
Of course. I mean, that is the whole point of the Constitution.
Okay. So, what is your inherent problem is you're arguing against corruption and not capitalism then, correct?
I'm also arguing against capitalism intrinsically as a system that abuses its power, authority, and influence disproportionate to the people that participate in capitalism. For instance, people have the power and authority to boycott, but boycotting a global conglomerate that controls every single offshoot of every single product is impossible. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism, whereas under socialism or a socialist economic system, the workers fundamentally get the means of their production. They get the wages of their productivity. There is no wage theft. Wage theft is the largest amount of theft that is committed anytime, anywhere, in any part of the country and the world, and it is committed by corporations, i.e. capitalists. They engage in wage theft every single moment of every single day by extracting your productivity in the form of profits without giving back anything. Again, trickle-down economics that was implemented, or I guess first introduced by Ronald Reagan, stated that the more profits a company makes, the more it should redistribute to its workforce. And that has never once happened. And that intrinsically was the definition of capitalism, that the more money a company makes, the more it is supposed to go back into its workforce. That is literally what Adam Smith, the father of capitalism, himself stated. But that is also intrinsically socialist, in the sense that you're redistributing the wealth into the hands of the people who actually produced the wealth. The reason why capitalism under that classical definition and socialism under the traditional definition of socialism are different is because the means of production fundamentally belong to the capitalist under capitalism and fundamentally belong to the worker, the individual, like the population under socialism. So even if capitalism did engage in trickle-down economics and the redistribution of wealth, it would still be intrinsically flawed, because unless you enforce that through the government or through empowering the workforce, that can change at any given time. Whereas if the workforce is intrinsically the one in control, it's irrespective of government because the people are in control of it, and therefore they're regulating themselves in terms of wages, benefits, productivity, and how to redistribute those resources, then the power dynamic is not imbalanced. The power imbalance with capitalism versus socialism is the issue.
Okay, so I believe that you would like if our systems were upheld if our original laws were upheld and there was no what is the word? Straying away from those original laws and they were enforced.
Sure.
And don't you believe that? So you wouldn't, if that happened, you wouldn't argue against capitalism at all?
So you're saying if the ideal socialist economic structure...
I'm saying that if the ideal views of the original American Constitution and views of capitalism were upheld, you would have no problem with capitalism, correct?
I still would have a problem with capitalism because intrinsically it is an imbalance of power where capital controls and dictates entirely too much in society. For instance, Banana Republic. Are you familiar with that term?
Say it again, please.
Banana Republic, not the clothing store, but just the term Banana Republic.
No, I'm not.
Okay. So a Banana Republic got its term, the name, from the company Chiquita, which is the banana company, right? And they were in what, Colombia? I think it was Colombia. And they literally orchestrated coups against the Colombian government, using their military against citizens of Colombia to garner the rights to grow and transport and do all the things that they need to do to have a monopoly on the banana trade in Colombia. And those atrocities were just... Oh, Honduras? Yeah, please somebody Google. It was definitely South America. And they were just recently exposed for having done this and had to pay fines. The point in all that saying is that capital has one purpose, one goal. Capitalism only has one goal, and that's to generate profit at the expense of anything else. That is its mandate. And the fact that that is the mandate, right, makes it intrinsically an imbalance of power, because that which has capital can then dictate terms or influence and attack, if you will, government institutions or the people respectively. Look at the housing crisis right now. Capital is buying up residential property. Capital is buying housing units. Capital is not buying and building new affordable housing. That's the state mandating it, right? Capital is taking wealth, taking resources out of the hands of the people and out of the hands of the state through tax subsidies and credits and the other one, whatever, and extracting public dollars, i.e. social funds, from the public, the government and the public, and taking it as profit and paying themselves out, right? The same is true for public schools. Same is true for healthcare, right? By instituting the insurance companies, it's creating a liaison between the provider and the individual to determine what is and what isn't accessible healthcare, and usually prevents accessible healthcare from being received. Again, because there's a profit motive. So, no. Intrinsically, capitalism is violent. It is oppressive and is authoritarian. Communism, in the same sense, has a less risk of being violent and authoritarian, but is significantly more inclined to it than socialism, which is centered around people and the individual, which is the most democratic form of economic distribution, enforcement, if you will. I'm not really certain how to phrase it simply and succinctly, but the government has a purpose to empower and enforce the needs and the wills of the agreed upon population. And in that sense, that's what our Constitution is. And it's in the preamble. The life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and property, right? So life means literally that, right? Education, health, affordable, access to food, shelter, etc. liberty, freedom, actually having your rights, being able to be free in your country, obviously within the confines of, like, you can't just murder. There's freedom, and then there's, you know, anarchy. And then there's life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, right? And an uneducated population is less inclined to pursue happiness. They are literally unable to achieve it because they don't have the knowledge and understanding to do so, and they don't have the means to pursue knowledge, right? Happiness. And then property, right? Residential and individual property. I'm allowed to own my shirt, my computer, a home, an individual home, right? Those things would be intrinsically socialist, enforced by a government to ensure that that stays it stays the case. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, don't you believe that the same problems? So, in an ideal capitalist union, you would be able to revolt, and the people would be able to shut down and vote against what is it? The airline you were talking about? Sorry.
I wasn't talking about an airline. I was talking about the Banana Republic, but we can talk about airlines because they have the same problem.
No, yeah. What was the airline who assassinated whistleblowers?
Oh, Boeing, and they're just an aerospace company. They're not an airline.
Okay. Oh yeah. Sorry. So when in an ideal capitalist party, wouldn't you be able to shut down Boeing if you were educated enough to do so?
Yeah, and under a socialist economy, Boeing would never have engaged in those activities in the first place, because no worker.
Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that?
Yeah.
Because the formation of unions is proof that when workers have been pushed far enough, they will band together. Prior to unions, it was burning down the factory and assassinating the factory owner's family. After unions, it was an agreement between the workforce and the factory that you'll do these conditions or we'll go back to burning down your factory and assassinating your family. So socialism is taking it a step further, is we are always going to be in control of what happens in our day-to-day workplace, government, society, what have you, and we will dictate those terms. Now, sure, with complacency, with the rise of, dissatisfaction, any number of things could take place to still radicalize a given society, right? It's happening now. Christian nationalism is taking this country by storm because of economic insecurity, right? Wage suppression has been going on ever since Reagan came into office and pushed forward the trickle-down economics theory and never enforced it, right? He also lowered the tax rate from 70% down to 32% and taxed Social Security for the first time ever to make up for it, which dramatically impacted the working class in general, right? 40, 50 years later, the ramifications of that are being felt even more so now, where the cost of goods have doubled and tripled in the past 4 years. That's not inflation. That is corporate greed. That is capitalist greed. That is laissez-faire economics. Because in a true supply and demand system, right, gasoline would have never hit $3 a gallon. The cost of housing would have never hit $2,000 a month on average. The cost of living would have never hit $80,000 a year, because people would never have been okay with paying these exorbitant costs. But because there are no other options, right? There is no other place to get gasoline to drive your car, because there are no other means of transportation. There is no mass transit. There are no trains. There are no buses. There are no subways throughout most of America. And even in the places where it does exist, it is also cost prohibitive for many, right? So people opt to walk or ride bicycles because they can't afford vehicles or they can't afford the passes. Again, because they become privatized and the cost goes up. But rather than reinvesting those resources into improving the systems and the processes, it gets turned into pure profit, extracting that money from society and pocketing it in the hands and the hordes of the few. This is happening across every single industry. It's why the electrical grid in Texas is falling apart, and Arizona is falling apart, because AEP owns it and hasn't modernized it, doesn't want to modernize it. They just want to charge people more and more and more, despite the record heat waves and the record cold waves devastating and destroying the electrical grids.
Excuse me.
Sure.
I'm gonna have to go soon. So I believe that the problem with a socialist government would be education, and that's also the problem with our government right currently, not the teachers getting paid. That is an issue, but that's not what I'm talking about right now.
Sure.
I believe that people should be educated and need to vote. If they want the problem solved, they need to vote. Everybody needs to vote.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. If you gotta go, that's great. That's fine. I think this was actually not bad for a first debate. I think I did more talking than I should have, and I apologize for that. Unfortunately, I think the way you phrased your statements was more of a back and forth. I think you wanted me to talk more, so I engaged with that. In the future, I do want to make it more regulated, to have a true debates kind of scenario. So I do apologize for that. I was not trying to talk over you. I was not trying to take your time away from you. You kept prompting me to explain myself, so I wanted to do that. So with that being said, education being a concern in the current system, but also under a socialist system, I understand. A lot of the concerns with socialism and communism have a lot to do with the way it has been presented in our current education system. Much like a lot of the atrocities America has committed to other countries has been completely whitewashed or omitted from our histories in general. It's the same reason why Western culture, art, and history are held above that of, say, the Middle East, Africa, or Central and East Asia, right? By rights, the Renaissance occurred because of the Moors occupying Spain and bringing Middle Eastern culture to Spain, and then therefore Europe, which then gave a resurgence to science and the arts and culture to European nations who were currently undergoing the Dark Ages and religious dogma preventing anything outside of what the church allowed. It's one of the reasons why the Crusades were lost handily by the Christian Crusaders against the Muslims. Throughout most of them were the only notable victories were I think the second one and the last one. At which point the Muslims stopped caring anyway, and the Ottoman Empire started having a greater influence in Europe regardless. The point is, we aren't being taught history. We aren't being taught economic principle the way it needs to be. We're not being taught theory the way it should be, because the power structure in our country and in the Western world generally is dependent on an ignorant society not being able to understand those things intrinsically. I would love to have that discussion with you, but you gotta bounce. So next time, if actually, since you're a member of the Discord now, let's do where should we do that? Under general chat or community ideas? I think under community ideas. It's the channel that are two above this current voice channel. In community ideas, why don't you tell me when you're next available for a debate and we can structure it a little bit better? How does that sound? I think you muted yourself. Where did you leave? Can I unmute you? What? Shouldn't I have the ability to unmute you? I own the damn Discord. Okay. Shriungle, everybody. In the future, we might have Shriungle back for a debate. But I don't think that went poorly. I think that gave both of us an opportunity to really hammer out our views to the best of our ability. So I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect. Shriungle, if you had more to say, feel free to hop back and chat. Now, Gothcash, you've been very active and engaged in chat since joining the stream. I apologize that I've only been able to type towards you. How? There we go. Cool. So with that being said, Goth, we can certainly debate if you want, since we're in debate mode. Why not? But yeah, you were busy, no problem. I'm also playing Genshin. Gotta have a lot going on for the HG. Listen, I feel that. It's one of the reasons why when I play Age of Empires 4, I end up getting hyper-fixated on, or Age of Empires in general, I get hyper-fixated on the game and lose focus because it has my full attention. There's crap going on all over the map, and I need to maintain my economy. Gotta make sure my production's doing excellent, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, thank you. I would love to continue our debate later. I will contact you later, and I do believe that education is the inherent issue with all forms of government. Absolutely, yeah. I'd love to have that discussion. Again, in the Discord, let's put your information in the Community Ideas channel. Like your availability, obviously. Hell yeah, pick a topic and I'll argue it. Let's go. I'm playing FS19, Planting a Field of Rye. Always nice. We need to adopt a better educational system like Norway. Agreed. I think my educational platform kind of takes the best elements from Finland, Japan, and Germany, so that, you know, it abolishes private education, Finland, has 3 tiers of education, Germany, where you can go straight into the workforce, go into the trades, or you can go into the university programs. All of them would still be 12 years, which is not like Germany. Theirs is like 9, 10, and 12. But I think focusing your education on what you actually want and then giving you the opportunity later in life to go back and acquire whatever knowledge you feel you've missed out on should be the way education is handled. Prepare yourself for what you want at the age that you are, and then move forward from there. I would also love to hear if you're a leftist or more right-leaning socialist. Oh, I'm probably, depending on the issue, extremely right-wing and extremely left-wing. I'm very not. I don't know that I have a single view that's smack in the middle. Like when it comes to guns, have whatever gun you want, put whatever ammunition you want in it, as long as you pass the training, get licensed, and go through use of force training, so that if you misuse that weapon, you will go to jail forever. I don't really care what you do. That is extremely right-wing. Extremely left-wing would be like the socialism that we were talking about. So it might be argued that I'm a conservative socialist in some way. I don't know what you would call my actual, like, defined political viewpoints. I think I mostly lean to the left, though. Let's see. I'd like to add the students cleaning the school like Japan. Yeah, I mean, I'm not against it. Let's see. If you go far left enough, you get the guns back. Yeah, so maybe I am an extreme leftist. But Marx was very pro-gun, too. Is healthcare, electricity, gas, and all better there in terms of affording each? In Europe? Yes. Absolutely yes. A couple weeks ago, I was able to hit half of my shots at 150 yards on a cantaloupe. I'm not a right-winger. Yeah, well, you know. I wouldn't publicly announce that too much, though, because if the revolution ever happens, I was also prone in using iron. I'm just, I would say how bad of a shot you are. I mean, I was in the military, and I graduated basic training, so I'm a minimum of a, not a marksman. I think you have to pass marksman in the Marine Corps. But I did pass basic training firearms qualification. So, that is as good as I am ever going to be. And we got an ad starting in 45 seconds. Using your socialist capitalism props to drink up each. Yeah, well, I ran out of water. Which I filled up from one of those UV water fountains, which is socially acceptable, or available and accessible. So, I mean, capitalism is what I bought with this plastic bottle and the water that was in it first. Socialism is refilling it. You did. Yes, you did. Because we let our hair down. We let our hair down on this stream, and I'm hip and with it. I want to show that I'm young and I'm cool, and that I'm one of us, right? I am an anime nerd. I'm a gamer. I'm a political junkie. I'm a policy fighter. You know. Yeah. No. Right-leaning when it comes to guns and free speech. I mean. Again, there is such thing as hate speech, and that is not protected. Free speech that can do harm or incite violence or cause others to fear for their safety is not acceptable. So we might clash on that. Like, for instance, the N-word. There's a reason why you can say Karen and not the N-word. There's a reason why you can say fuck and not the N-word, right? There's a reason for it. And free speech doesn't mean to give a laissez-faire appreciation for the N-word. Now, that being said, I am a proponent of fuck around and find out, and I really think if we had laws that allowed for the fuck around and find out mentality to exist, such as, by all means, say the N-word, but if you get knocked out by the black person you called the N-word, you don't get to file any sort of legal action against them because you fucked around and you found out. I think actions and consequences and being able to resolve these issues amongst the public is actually something that we need to get back to. Of course, that doesn't mean, hey, go ahead and pick fights, and if you win, you win, and if you lose, you lose. It means there are certain actions and certain consequences that I personally feel don't need to make it to a courtroom. They should happen then and there. What come what may. The fact that he gave that answer means oh, yeah, no, I'm not on the LGBTQ spectrum. I'm sorry. I'm ally. No, so I am on the spectrum. I am ally. Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences, exactly. Anna, get ready for pictures of Stone Mountain next week. Not the Confederate sculpture, though. Nothing you say should be punished legally. That's unequivocally false. Again, because if you're threatening to murder somebody or rape somebody, and you have the means to carry it out, or there's no way to know whether you have the intent to carry it out. You can't just say something like, just kidding. No, that wouldn't work. The left is for free speech. The right wants to criminalize burning a flag. Yeah. And then I'm going to disavow your pets. How's that? Yeah, no. That's obviously animal cruelty. I'm not saying an anarchist legal system. I'm saying in terms of free speech, if you want to say the N-word, go right ahead. And if you get knocked out, I'm a proud member of the LGBTQIA community. By the way, is it wrong to say queer instead of LGBTQIA? Because personally, a lot easier to say queer, for one, and for two, that's what I grew up with as the politically correct way of addressing the community. So I would just like to know, oh, the Q itself is queer. Okay, so you can't. Well, I don't know if there's a broader term for it. So that's what I'm saying. Is there a broader way to encompass the LGBTQIA community with one word? Oh. Because I've seen queer make a resurgence. So I'm just, if the Q stands for queer, then it doesn't really matter. At that point, then it's part of it, so it can't be used broadly. So I guess I won't. I'll just say LGBTQIA. We, as a cis member of the community and an ally, I would really love if you guys could come up with a simpler term. One word. Preferably one syllable. 2 syllables is fine. But just simplify it, please. The gays, all the letters are too much to say at once. I mean, that's my thing. The letters are too much. The gays is probably the gays. If all the gays could just agree on a single word, Sounds much cooler than the Straits. Yeah. Actually, though, that debate kind of got us to 7 o'clock. All right. Trans, lesbian, queer, let's go. Just rack them all up, I guess. I don't know. Ouch. So, I'll join Oshun's channel here real quick so that when we play the game, I don't end up risking ignoring chat. I'm starting a pro-cop punk band called The Straits. Jesus. A pro-cop punk band. That's pretty contradictory there, I'd say. You know, maybe my throat hasn't been doing better and I just have been talking not as much as I thought I would. Alright, I hear the Age of 4 music. I don't see it coming. There it is. Oh, wait.
You hear me?
I can.
Okay. Making sure.
I did all my stuff just crap. Why is it not overlay? Ah! Hold on. I need to actually pull that up. Hold on. We're gonna quit real quick because something is up with the way the monitors are working here. That's really weird. Because I was trying to keep up the web page, right, which has chat and everything, and being able to, you know, alt tab over, but then when I clicked over, it's like AOE 4 is like trying to infringe on my other monitor here, which was really weird, to say the least. You know that's a joke because no punks like cops. Yeah, the fake ones do. Don't forget to put a video on. Yeah, well, actually, we were just going to continue on with Stormgate. Stormgate! It looks like we got a lot going on here, and some of the Puerto Rican stuff we didn't get to, apparently. Yeah, we'll just keep the video going. Then we'll go back to
deep in Israel's Negev desert. Soldiers struggle to hold back a crowd of protesters as they try way into the Teman army base. Right-wing demonstrators broke into both this military compound and the Beit Lid army base. They turned up after investigators arrived on Monday to question 9 Israeli soldiers.
If they touch our soldiers, we'll build a shield wall. The people will rise up against the government, be it left or right or whatever. Nobody can touch our soldiers. Not the people who died defending us, not my friends who died defending us.
The first time in Israel that the police army, the military police, arrest soldiers from the reserve because they have a lot of claim against them.
While Bayer burned,
actually, for the sake of argument,
seizing
though,
key fortifications and buying the loyalty of powerful lords.
Anybody who wants to debate on the channel, I think we can certainly start doing that. Let's just everybody that's currently in the channel in the chat. Let's go ahead and go to Discord so that we can avoid all of that confusion that we ran into the other day. Oh, I'll debate you, Oshun. Just let's not do it over Latin America because I'll lose. About to go enjoy the Chicago-style pizza because New York pizza is for racists. Damn, shots fired. Largely because I actually prefer New York pizza. Deep dish, I mean, Chicago-style pizza is basically a lasagna. If we're being honest. Speaking of racism,
determined to
the
claim
British.
Normandy and capture his brother, Duke Robert, King Henry besieged the castle at Tinchebray. But the direct assault on the formidable stone castle was failing.
Tomato soup in a bread bowl.
Unable to breach the towering walls,
Your website is adorbs, but I'm actually shocked at the military reform section. No one ever talks about making fundamental changes. I actually was in the military. I was enlisted.
Henry would force Robert.
And let me tell you something about being enlisted and autistic in the military. Yikes. Let's just keep it real, right? Secondly, it's the military, right? There are some things that need to be hierarchical and there are some things that are not. There still needs to be professionalism, but there needs to be a way for troops to communicate with superiors and commanders without it turning into a shit show. You know what I'm saying? Enlisted and Autistic sounds like a podcast I don't want to watch. Can't blame you there. I really can't, because, I mean, a lot of enlisted people are quite conservative and or very closeted, nerdy people, but it's still in the military. And, like, don't get me wrong, there are some things that I would do that people might disagree with. Like, I think combat missions and combat career fields should be focused on combat, and the fitness standards therefore should be combat focused, not an arbitrary run, push-ups, and sit-ups. And if you're not combat focused, I don't understand why you have to have an hourglass figure. That makes no sense. I get the professionalism, but I mean, look at a lot of the older military members, enlisted or officer. They look like they're stuffed sausages, right? So there's a lot of things, and the same thing with like investment in the military. A lot of it goes to the base and to weapons R&D rather than the service member. You know how many benefits from the GI Bill have been lost in just the past 10 years? It's insane. And affordable housing for enlisted people, the BAH and BAS, access to childcare. It's ridiculous. The fact that now there's a 401k in the military rather than the 20 years retirement. I get that the 401k allows people who only do one contract or 4-year, 6-year contract can have something on the way out, but like, why would you get rid of the 20-year retirement guarantee? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Don't ask, don't tell should be regarding comics. I assume the fitness standards are so the people working support roles can be moved into theater and combat roles. That's the intent, of course, is that everybody in the military is a combat person, but really, they're not. Even if you do end up in a combat theater as a non-combatant, guess what? You're nowhere near the front lines. You can volunteer for convoy duty and TCN duty and all that fun stuff, but again, only then should you be mandated to be at those physical requirements. Again, I don't understand holding that against them. Plus, some people can't run. Secondly, running is bad for your legs and knees. Third, push-ups are bad for your arms and your elbows and your wrists, right? So if we really are concerned with physical fitness, anaerobic and aerobic fitness levels, then why wouldn't you do bike tests? Why wouldn't you do like cross-cable presses or pull-ups or anything? Or why wouldn't you do more military focus like buddy carries, buddy drags, ammo can carries, things that are actually practical? 5-mile rucks with an 80-pound ruck. Something you'd actually be doing. That's what should be reflective in the PT test. All right, I'm off. Keep fighting the good fight. Take care, Screw Bollinger. Thanks for joining us. Take care.
To defend his lands from attack by razing the villages of Martigny and Fresnes.
Well, say we're not going to attack the castle walls. That ain't gonna work. I have an extreme hourglass figure. Does that mean I would be extra good in the military? Probably not, because I don't think you can run more than 100 feet to your car in the rain. I worked with a lady that wouldn't shut up about being an Iraq War veteran. She went in 2009 for less than 6 months and was a warehouse clerk. She didn't need to be in combat. She also wasn't smart enough to trust in combat roles. Yeah. Yeah, auto mod might prevent you from saying mean things.
To goad Robert out of his stronghold, Henry's men would burn the village to the ground.
Do you want to run an IDF agitprop? What? I don't know what you mean. You've seen me running up a hill wearing heels, have I? Okay, well then maybe I shouldn't talk shit. Yeah, Gothgash has some words to share with us today. And I don't mean that in a negative light. I meant channel, not creator. Oops. To run an IDF, but what we're saying isn't pro-Israel. What we're saying is very anti-Israel in most cases. Anytime we mention Israel, it's not to be nice. I can assure you of that. Wait a minute. Do we have to destroy? Oh, neat. I can just loot? Hell yeah. I've plundered the villagers. Let's see. The differences of the three isms. In New York, we have this thing which you may know called Access or Ride. I accompanied my mom over to an assessment. When it was done, we were waiting for them to come by and pick her up at the Access or Ride Assessment Center. The blind man was waiting for his ride too, so he's waiting and waiting and waiting. Nobody shows up. With more resources, all would get it without waiting. Exactly. Socialism fails because capitalism forces it to fail. If all of the public funds and all of the public programs were actually fully funded and supported, we wouldn't need capitalism. Or rather, capitalism would cease to exist or function. So I do anti-IDF thirst traps. I'm saying that some government could put you in that role with the hour class. There's a role for everyone. I see.
The village of Martigny was destroyed, but still Robert did not emerge to face Henry outside the castle.
Why did we have to
Henry would
raise
have to
all
raise
of the
the
houses?
Next, he targeted the village of Fresnes.
New relief army?
Henry received word that Robert had sent for a fresh army to aid in defending his position at the castle. Henry had to eliminate these new forces before they could combine with the garrison at Teterbray. Henry could buy reinforcements from nearby allies if he could procure the gold to pay them.
Well, I did.
Henry sent gold to his ally in men and received fresh reinforcements.
Let's go. Beat the relief army before they... What? Let's go for England! It's insane that the IDF really does have girls modeled to spread propaganda. It's insane that the U.S. Army is recruiting in cosplay conventions with cosplayers to entice nerds to enlist. She got approved for it, but we are also waiting and waiting so long. We had to call in for an Uber. Yeah. Again, capitalism destroys public resources. Oh, you're not going anywhere, friends.
By eliminating Robert's incoming army, Henry had thwarted his brother's attempt at strengthening the castle's defenses.
I mean, the defeating them really just canceled out the fact that I got a new army myself. I think I'd be a great... Oh my god. Hell yeah. Ubu, is that Abu Ghraib? At the convention. Oh, I'm sorry, we weren't playing. But I mean, chat was so lively without it.
Are suspected of abusing a Palestinian captured from an elite unit of Hamas. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, a far-right member of the Israeli government, said the soldiers should be lauded as heroes. But Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the chief of the Israeli military have sharply criticized the protests.
Look at that go.
We are in the midst of a war, and actions of this type endanger the security of the state. It is precisely these investigations that protect our soldiers in Israel and the world, and preserve IDF values.
Grab that goal. Because we need more infantry!
Has been used as a detention center for Palestinian prisoners captured in Gaza since October 7th, when Hamas attacked Israel. Rights groups and whistleblowers say detainees have been abused in the center.
Once upon a time, we contacted Nicole Melianakis because we knew there was a lot of delays in leaving people stranded. Her office secretary said she'd look into it, and then obviously... Yeah, and that's
Whatever
the thing
your
about
business is,
socialism,
this
right?
sprint,
It's an economic policy.
like
It's not a
packaging,
government
tape to
policy.
thank you cards, or merch from.
Something unusual is happening inside the United States. More American citizens are now permanently leaving, and according to a new groundbreaking study, more than half of Gen Z want to move out of the United States for this sad reason. But why are Americans leaving less? Isn't the United States the land of freedom and opportunity? Why is it that even CNN is reporting the American dream is to leave America? According to a recent survey of 3,000 Gen Z U.S. citizens, 25.6% want to live abroad for better health care, 18.9% wanted new cultural experiences, 18% wanted a lower cost of living, and 17.7% wanted to leave because of American politics. In today's episode, I'm bringing in a very special guest to discuss this trend and what it means to leave the United States and live abroad permanently. My guest is Mr. Andrew Henderson. He is the CEO of Nomad Capitalist, the world's #1 resource for global citizens, helping people around the world gain access to second passports, reducing their tax liabilities, and learning to safeguard their assets. The Nomad Capitalist YouTube channel has over 780,000 subscribers and is filled with an incredible library of videos and an amazing asset to every investor in the world. What's most interesting about Andrew Henderson is that he renounced his U.S. citizenship, acquired multiple new passports, and lives in multiple locations around the globe. When I asked him why he gave up his U.S. citizenship, he had this amazing insight.
Do I want to be in a country that's more neutral and just gets along with everybody, gets along with Europe, gets along with China, just minds their own business? Or do I want to have the scarlet letter that I'm from a country that goes around pissing everyone off in a world where emerging markets are increasingly gaining prominence, including in my business where we have more and more clients that hire us from emerging markets all around the world? Why would I make it harder for myself to do business?
It's a powerful and true statement. Emerging markets around the world most definitely are the future. And I'm also excited to announce that I'll be joining Mr. Henderson on stage in Malaysia this fall as I attend the Nomad Capitalist live event taking place in Kuala Lumpur this September 25th through the 28th. I look forward to sharing the stage with Mr. Henderson and meeting an incredible group of speakers and guests from around the world. But first, enjoy this exclusive interview with Mr. Andrew Henderson. But I want to talk about you. Like looking back, what are the key factors that influenced your decision to leave the United States and pursue a life abroad?
I left the United States and I went on years later to have to give up U.S. citizenship because U.S. citizens have a lot of requirements, not just taxes, there's a lot of requirements that come with being a U.S. citizen that Canadians, for example, don't know. And I think the reason anyone leaves their country is to think there's something better somewhere else. And to some extent, the grass is always greener, they say, but I think that for me, I found better social opportunities. I thought that the world was shifting. If you look at just a graph of where wealth is in the world, I mean, it was moving very much westward for quite a number of years, and now it's moving back to the east for the first time in a long time. And I wanted to be a part of that. I wanted to see those opportunities. And I thought along the way, okay, well, how does that affect my taxes? Because I was running some businesses that were done on the phone, basically. They were done on an internet phone. And I said, okay, well, there's internet everywhere. In fact, just talking to a friend of mine in New York the other day, I mean, his internet was a lot slower and more splotchy.
There was no reason I lost that,
Malaysia,
actually.
where I lived. And so I just said, okay, this is just
that
the quality of life, the cost of living. That's not as much of a factor for me anymore, but way back in the day, that was something to make your dollars go a lot further. The cost of living, the quality of life is better in other countries.
It's a video game.
Politically speaking, people aren't into their throats. And I'll tell you this, I'll tell you what I think people, that's happened since I left many years ago. I woke up this morning and one of the people on my team who lives in Georgia said that the Georgian citizens now can go visa-free to China, a country I know you're familiar with. So you see a lot of the countries in the Western Balkans that have gotten visa-free access to Russia and China. Armenians a couple years ago got access. Now Georgians have access. They got access to Russia as well. Like Georgian passport, some of the Balkan passports, they've got substantially better. There's not nearly as much of a delta between, let's say, a U.S.
I was wondering if there was
and
more
these
gold.
kind of emerging world passports the way there once
and
was.
as it turns out.
But I look at the same headlines. Oh, well, Trump, you can like Trump, you can not like Trump, but Trump wants to have certain policies with China and what have you. And I say to myself, if that happens and I'm an entrepreneur and I'm selling products globally, or I source my products in China, or whatever, do I want to be in a country that's more neutral and just gets along with everybody, gets along with Europe, gets along with China, just minds their own business? Or do I want to have the scarlet letter that I'm from a country that goes around pissing everyone off in a world where emerging markets are increasingly gaining prominence, including in my business where we have more clients that hire us from emerging markets all around the world. Why would I make it harder for myself to do business?
That's a catchy little tune.
Yeah, no, that's a very good response there. And I think that's really the sentiment, I think, of a lot of Americans once they actually do go abroad. Of course, you and I would be very much the minority of Americans that have lived abroad for a long number of time, and I think there's a bubble that exists in America, right? I mean, when for most people, most Americans don't have passports. Most Americans never leave this country, so it's difficult for them to understand what's going on outside that world. But I think once you do get outside, you can really look at the United States in a very different way. You can kind of see how the world looks at America, and it's not always as bright and rosy as we Americans probably think. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think you and I would probably, we both love our country, both love the United States. There's certainly some good aspects about that. But I think our foreign policy decisions around the world, and that kind of goes into my realm of geopolitics, I think has really complicated things a lot. And we're seeing that, with all of these conflicts and wars that we are getting involved in that seem endless, and really there is no pathway to ending these wars anytime soon.
Jesse Waters says,
I'm sure a year from now, 2 years from now, we'll still be very much involved in this. Let's kind of continue this thread, though. For Americans that might be contemplating a move abroad, which countries or regions do you like as far as lifestyle, investment opportunities?
What does that mean? He's
like you said, you're an entrepreneur, so it's kind of easy of doing business.
Well, let me just piggyback on your last comment. Conservative women during the pandemic, you saw Americans starting to get passports. Conservative Republicans who wanted to get out, but I think that there's still a bubble of people really think, there's we'll travel, we'll go somewhere temporarily, but this is still the best place. So good for people for traveling. But the story I've been telling is I met one of my bankers in a private bank based in Singapore. Come to a dinner where I live in Kuala Lumpur. I lived there part of the year, and I asked, I said, confirm my suspicion. You'd rather have a wealthy Vietnamese or Indonesian client than a wealthy American or German client? She said, absolutely. There's far less regulatory burden. We understand them more. We could care less where your money comes from. And we have clients from some of those emerging Asian countries, emerging Latin American countries. They have $100 million. They have $200 million. Why does a bank in Singapore care who's $100 million? I think some of these Americans think that their $10 million is more attractive to these banks and investment funds than some Vietnamese guy's $100 million. Nobody cares anymore. Your $10 million comes with way too many requirements, strings, and regulations. You've got to check everything. It's not nearly as profitable. There's not this insane demand around the world. Now, there's plenty of banks that will take Americans. To answer your question, I mean, one of the things you can do to set up more opportunities to bank around the world and to move your assets, and by banking oftentimes invest in those local markets, is to have residence permits. I think the best value place in the world is Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I've lived there for a long time. We're hosting Nomad Powers live there. Now, I'm not saying it's the absolute best, but you've got some of the best healthcare in the world, almost on par with Singapore. Insane. I mean, we put out videos of this, insanely low prices. You know how cheap it is. Great care. People trained in the UK. It's great. Great food. Super nice people. Nice weather. Very tax friendly. And so, for me, I mean, insanely cheap in a world of inflation because their currency is weaker. It's a 26-year low. You get a lot of bang for your buck. And so I enjoy spending the winters there, and that's why we're having a large event where I could have the event in Dublin, Ireland, or in Dubai, but you'd pay a lot more. You wouldn't get more as a guest. So I think Kuala Lumpur is the gem of Asia. I think that Americans who maybe are willing to have a bit of a language barrier, but they want a similar culture. Mexico, a lot of people have gone to Mexico. I've been talking about that for 8 or 9 years. People are now catching up with that. Very similar culture.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of people go within Latin America for the time zone. I have a home in Colombia. That's not a place to live full time because of the tax. Uruguay is interesting, I think. People who want a plan B far away from it all. Similar time zone. Obviously, with the new president in Argentina, that's an affordable place to go. Doug Casey, who was a mentor of mine, I mean, he talked for years about being the kind of the ignored foreigner. They don't bother down in Argentina. So I think Southern South America is interesting. We've talked about places in Eastern Europe. People are more brusque, but if you just want to kind of be left alone,
the Democratic Party of Georgia leadership cares more for metro and urban areas, but fail to realize there are 159 counties.
I have homes in 7 places.
Well, we'll have to save the Olympics. You must be a man if you show strength as a woman for next stream. But I know we can get at least this one thing.
I'm looking forward to going to Kuala Lumpur because it is actually one of my favorite cities in Asia. I've traveled there frequently, and I agree with you. It's a great melting pot because there's so many many different cultures, and you've got Indians, there are Malays, you've got Chinese. So I almost said, you can kind of experience all of Asia in one city. It really is a great representation. And
here's really weird. This one point. Here's one misconception Americans still have. They say it about Istanbul, where I stop in occasionally. They say it about Kuala Lumpur. Oh, it's a Muslim country. What you don't understand, okay, listen, maybe in Saudi Arabia, we had a guy who spoke last year. Zubi spoke. He grew up in Saudi Arabia before any of the recent reforms. He said it's not what you think it is. That's his opinion. But maybe that place is different. Kuala Lumpur, 0 people care what
Henry
you do
received word
if you're not
that Robert
Malay,
had sent for
Muslim.
a fresh army
0. They don't
to
care what
aid
you
in
wear.
defending his
They don't
position
care
of
who
the
you
castle.
love. They don't
Henry
care.
had to
They
eliminate
will
these
literally
new
tell it to your
forces
face.
before they could
We
combine
have
with the
a
garrison
standard for
at
ourselves
Tinchebray.
as practicing Muslims. What you do is your relationship
Henry's ally
with
in
whatever
Bale
God you
sent
want to have in
reinforcements
your
in
life.
exchange
I think
for
it's a
gold.
great misunderstanding. And you'll see, to your point, you'll see people who are Malaysian, Chinese, Malaysian, Indian, who are expats from all over the world. They don't dress the Muslim standard. They drink alcohol. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I found the same way. I actually went to Turkey in November for the first time, and I've had a very similar experience. It's certainly a Muslim country, and a lot of Americans. Actually, when I told my friends I was going there, they were like, "Oh, are you going to be safe over there?" And it was fantastic. I had a wonderful visit. It was a great experience in Turkey, and I mean, even for most Turks, they're very open, very progressive, and it's fantastic city, fantastic country.
And the places where you're going to go, by the way,
I had to get both
you're going to go
and
are going to match. I have a friend. He grew up in the deep south in the U.S. He's gay. He feels much more comfortable in Eastern Europe and in Istanbul than he does where he grew up. Maybe he would feel a little more comfortable in New York than in Istanbul, but in my neighborhood in Istanbul, it's pretty much the same as New York. So, listen, there's people who live in Boston who are paying a lot of money in taxes. They would be better off moving to Ireland, being non-doms for tax purposes, lowering their tax bill to 10% on the U.S. side. And they probably have a similar culture rather than moving to Dallas, Texas. Right? But we don't make that correlation.
That's true. Now, we've talked a lot about, for example, going abroad, and I think that is, we're certainly willing to do that, and we've done that for many years. What about people that are
you aware that in order to
have
capture the
something
youth vote,
still
Harris
residing
brought
in
in
the
land
US? Is there any
space to do his
alternatives to that?
bye-bye thing?
So there's plan A and there's plan B.
Too much
I
going on
wanted
for
to
me.
live outside of the U.S. because I wanted to see my first stops were in Asia. I still have a home in Kuala Lumpur. I thought Asia was the places I've been coming, wanted to see it. As a young single guy, I'm a bit more sedentary, a little bit more sedentary. And so that's what motivated me.
Also find
if you just want to invest, number one, you can have things like bank accounts and investment accounts overseas. I've done very well recently investing in Indonesia, for example. I looked at the Indonesia ETF in the U.S.
I'm more than happy to
underperforming what I have through a local Asian brokerage because they're much more on the ground and they pick certain stocks rather than just mirroring an index. So what you see investing in like an ETF in the U.S. is maybe not going to perform as well as
I think I would have
locally.
It was this
it's managed locally with more local
American
experience. So you can do that. You can take part in these emerging world investments. I like Indonesia. I have a lot of exposure to Cambodian real estate.
No criticism. It's just too much
all over the place.
for me.
Bank of Georgia stock. It's an interesting bank to bank with. The stock has done very well for me in the last year or so. So you can do those things.
We'll
even in American
when you come back.
Whether take you. You can also work on setting up residence permits. So a place like Mexico, for example, you're not required to live there to maintain your residence permit. A lot of the residence programs in Latin America have that requirement. You don't really have to be there. Maybe you go one day a year. So it's there if you need it. During the pandemic, I was able to go to Colombia and jump to the front of the line as a permanent resident of Colombia. I didn't have to be there more than one day every 2 years, but I was able to go there and I was able to get in when no one else could. So it was kind of a back.
Very little meat.
You can get second passports through your family tree. So if you have ancestors, grandparents, great-grandparents, you can go back a certain number of generations, whether it's in Europe or the Caribbean or Latin America, get a passport that way. There's citizenship by investment programs. You buy real estate in Turkey. You make a donation to a Caribbean island. There's others. You can get European Union citizenship even in Malta by making a much larger donation, close to $1 million. We help people through all those different programs. So, I would look at asset diversification, maybe some kind of foreign trust that doesn't reduce your taxes, but it protects your assets, your foreign assets. Having some kind of residence and citizenship program, and then you can turn that stuff on. My only caveat is people say, oh, well, if you did all this stuff, and then to your point, You were in Ukraine when all hell broke loose. What do? Well, you're not supposed to use that as an excuse to sit around until the last minute. Better years too early than a day too late. And so why we have Nomad Countless Live in Kuala Lumpur is partially because I have a lot of foreign staff that couldn't go to Las Vegas. They don't have U.S. visas. They wouldn't get U.S. visas. But for me, a bunch of other guys have events in Las Vegas or in Austin. What do you learn about going offshore by going to Austin? I want people to come and see it, because if you saw, my father came and said Kuala Lumpur is probably better than most
paid his ally
He said if people came and saw this, they might be willing to move sooner.
Right.
They might be willing to turn the plan B into a plan A sooner and not hang on until that very last second. Where Robert Kiyosaki told us in our 2021 event, he said, where can you be in 3 days? Well, we've seen the last couple of years, that's a good idea, be ready.
Yeah.
But you may not even have 3 days to get ready. I mean, I remember I got back to Malaysia from Myanmar 24 hours before they closed the border. And we were open in Malaysia before Florida was open. I think it did close back down again later. But, you didn't have 3 days.
want to make sure there is.
So, turn your plan B into a plan A sooner is my opinion. And if I can show people places that are perhaps just as good as where they live, they would do that at least part-time.
Switch to Chrome to load your favorite sites fast, so you can browse with ease.
Ouch.
Fast, safe.
So I have family that live in Mexico. Halftime. Hey, if things get worse in the U.S., we just won't take that one flight on your back. So just stay here. Because we can't.
Bilfs for
We're not
Ronan?
tourists, we're residents.
Yeah, that's very good. I want to go more towards the business side, because you're a very successful entrepreneur. You have an amazing company, best-selling author, all of these accolades. How has your approach to entrepreneurship really evolved through your experiences and all of these different cultures and business environments?
I think that living overseas, and it's particularly what I do, I created what I call the trifecta approach, because I just genuinely couldn't decide where I want to live. I like a little bit of Latin America, I like a good chunk of Asia, I liked Eastern Europe. Now, as I'm getting a little bit older, I'm spending all these years in kind of crazy places. I like incorporating one of a handful of Western countries into the mix to speak English and have the consumer, stuff. But it creates friction. So particularly when you're in many different cultures, it creates friction. And I think if you go into it, I've got friends who followed my lead, and they hired a bunch of people in some of the countries we've hired. And I'm seeing some of the stuff, and I'm telling them, like, hey, just be aware of the friction that comes up. People do things differently, and so you'll learn a lot more about yourself. And you'll become a lot more self-aware by being, when you live in the United States, everyone's like you, or wherever you're from, everyone's like you, and you may not notice some of those differences quite as much. But when you go to Eastern Europe, when you go to Asia, it hits you. When I first started talking to people many, many years ago about hiring in the Philippines, for example, they're like, the culture in parts of Southeast Asia is very much, it's hierarchical. Here's a process, execute the process, and there's a level of management that's expected, which is different from what you might expect in U.S. cultures. One of the best books I've ever read, which has really had an influence on me, it's called Culture Map by Erin Meyer, and she talks about all the different cultures and how to deal with it and how to criticize. I met an executive from Meta here recently, and he talked about, telling the Singaporeans not to work so late, but he did so to them as a group, and it's like, you can't do that. They're gonna shut down. Like they want you individually. Talk to them individually. Where it's like a German person that gonna beat up on them during the meeting and in front of everybody else, and then you go out and have beers afterwards. And so you understand those cultural differences, and you don't look at them as better or worse. It's going to create a friction that causes you to drive much more self-awareness and understand where you're really at. I think that self-awareness is something that I didn't realize until I spent many years working on it, how little of it many people have. You're going to be way far ahead of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to approach things with a very open mind as well, and just be very willing to understand that there's different, every society, every culture is different, needs some time to adjust and approach things with an open mind. I know when I first moved to China, that was probably my biggest strength, was just being very open-minded and understanding the way that, hey, this is China. It's different, very much different than the United States. And I kind of noticed that any expat that really struggled there, they kept looking at it through the eyes of the Western lens. It's like, well, in America, we do it this way. So why aren't we following this protocol?
And why is it the baseline?
Yeah, exactly. Why? I'm like, well, we're not in America, so you have to shift it and you have to change your perspective. Let's look at it from the Chinese perspective, where they might say, hey, actually, there's a reason why we do this, and it's just a cultural difference. So I'm always trying to, take off the American lenses and say, let me put myself in the spot of this Chinese person, look at it from their perspective. When you do that, oftentimes you're able to really connect the dots and say, okay, now I understand why they're doing this way. I understand this is part of the culture, and now I can really understand that. When you really start to approach things in that way, I think you're really going to start to integrate better and have have a successful time abroad as an expat, and definitely be a lot easier life for you.
And that's when you'll be a more successful investor as well, I think. I mean, I've got a friend that does a lot of business in places like Cambodia and Thailand. He'll go in and he'll say, hey, listen, I'm going to buy your apartment building. I'm going to offer you 30 cents on the dollar.
Nice.
And he'll end up buying it for 40 cents or 50 cents on the dollar.
Go.
Whereas, I mean, you've probably seen this in China. People go to the, foreigners go to the Silk Street Market or wherever in Beijing. And, they're selling some knockoff scarf for $500 RMB and they'll offer $450. Like that's a savvy negotiation. You have to offer 30, 94% off, and then settle for like 90%. And that's why it's like real estate. And I've seen that people come up, I don't want to talk to your real estate guy. And they're like, oh, I'll go and find I saw some billboard or something. And it's like you're always overpaying by 20 or 30% because they're thinking like, hey, hire, we offer 6% off. And that's kind of smart.
Yeah, totally. And you only get that from being there. Really understand the culture. So that's good, Andrew. Question, because you brought up some really interesting countries and places in the world. I mean, you're talking about your investments in Cambodia real estate. You talked about owning the stock of the Bank of Georgia. I mean, there's a lot of things that I think a lot of people probably are not tuned into and not really aware of from an investing part. So what about some kind of lesser known emerging markets that you really think is a hidden advantage for investments? You can share some of your tidbits there. I mean, you already have so far, but just wanted to give you another opportunity if there's any more in these hidden gems.
I think Latin America is interesting lifestyle destination. So, I mean, to answer your earlier point on why I'm people don't understand is
that was it.
I decompartmentalize everything. So I've talked about what I call the global citizen sandwich. Kuala Lumpur, you're right next door to Singapore. Singapore is obviously an asset hub. Very cost-efficient ways to invest. I think it's the best pound-per-pound transactional banking market in the world. Blows Switzerland away, in my opinion. I have enough money to open some of the best Swiss bank accounts. I just told my CFO yesterday, like, why do we want to put $5 million in this bank when they treat us badly? Let's just go to Singapore and have do treasury management there. So I think Singapore's good. But do I want to live in Singapore and pay a 60% stamp duty on property when I move there because I'm not a local and they don't want non-locals buying property and raising prices? No, it's not worth it. I live in Kuala Lumpur, one of the cheapest housing markets in the world for high quality stuff in great locations. And then I can go downstream and invest in Cambodia. I'm starting to look at Nepal. I'm looking with some friends in Bangladesh because they're affordable places. So like I'm going to live in kind of that middle, and I'm going to go up for asset placement and to go down for kind of exotic emerging market opportunities. I think Egypt is interesting. It's less accessible. I think it's very interesting. Latin America, I was mentioning in the beginning, I think it's more of a lifestyle destination. I don't really know anywhere. I guess Uruguay could work.
They have a lot of hikes.
You can open some Uruguay bank accounts, but outside of Uruguay, I don't know any good places in Latin America to put substantial sums of money. There's a place called Miami. That's where they all go. They all go to Miami. I don't want to put my money in Miami. So Latin America, to me, I mean, I've done well on some Brazilian stocks and gets more tenuous. So I think Georgia, Armenia, like I've done very well on Armenian bonds. The interest rates in those two countries are very high. You just have term deposit, they'll pay you 11%. So I was able to buy Georgian lari and Armenian dram before COVID and before the war. And so, I've gotten 20 and 30% appreciation, making 11% a year on just a bank deposit. During the war, something like the Bank of Georgia's done very well because they have all these inflows. Is Russians move there. So that's been interesting. Is that going to be interesting long term? Well, years ago I said buy real estate in Georgia. I think it's probably played out for me. I said buy real estate in Istanbul. Same thing with the war. I think it's probably a little bit played out now. So there's always some place that's next. I think what the problem that people do, by the way, I'm happy to make investments to get a residence or a citizenship. If you buy €500,000 at various investment funds in Portugal, they'll give you a golden visa. You can work towards citizenship. It's a European Union country. You don't have to live there more than 7 days a year. Like, that's something people should be doing for their children. We help people do that. But, the challenge is people want to invest in Singapore or South Korea once in Singapore or South Korea. When Singapore was like a backwater hellhole 50 years ago, people were laughing at the same way that they probably are laughing when I say Bangladesh now. You're not going to win everything. Warren Buffett said he made, 12 good decisions in his entire career. They were just really good decisions. So, I'm looking for, in a pie where so many more countries are competing for something, you're probably not going to have one Singapore. What you're going to have is countries that take their own share of the pie, and that's going to be very valuable. But you have to be interested when no one else is interested. I think that China right now, quite frankly, has been beaten down. I've done very well in the last year or so with Chinese bank stocks, incredibly high tax-free dividends. You've seen some appreciation. I think China is very beaten down. I want to own stuff that everyone else laughs at you for owning. I mean, like wanting to buy Nvidia. I'm sure there's still.
I don't get that.
Maybe there's still some more. I'm not an investor.
I don't know about the
but
traps.
I guess there's still more room to run in some of those AI stocks. But like, I want to buy stuff that nobody wants to buy. I mean, China's down 60% in some cases. I mean, like the company that sells electricity to people. Like, really? I mean, it's trading at book value. I mean, you can't. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there's definitely some opportunities there. Same Warren Buffett strategy, right? When others are greedy, you should be fearful. And when others are fearful, you should be greedy.
Twitter ban and reinstate her to full capacity with amazing content.
Japan was beaten down, and Japan's been a great. I mean, we've had a couple of Japanese stocks double in the last year. Do I think that it has more room to roll? I don't know. The 34-year high. I don't know. I pared back some of my Japanese holdings, but that was one that was left for dead.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. I mean, you look at a company like Alibaba as well. I mean, it's a huge presence in China. I mean, it's basically back at IPO levels. So, I mean, you can get that stock. And, I mean, it's not like it's going anywhere, right? Alibaba's going to be a massive company for the future and continue. So there's always opportunities out there. And I agree with you. You need to look where others aren't looking, right? NVIDIA.
There's a cultural thing. Chinese people historically, buy real estate. Like something like it's a single-digit percentage of the Chinese population buy shares. It's one of institutional interests. You're seeing some uptick now in people buying shares because they are feeling burned by real estate. I think it's going on right now. So, I mean, I think that some of these things are cultural, and you can figure out how to play that to your advantage. I mean, again, you can't just go and assume this is the United States.
That's right. That's right. How about let's shift our conversation to taxes, and what is kind of the biggest myth about tax optimization for nomads that you'd like to debunk?
So if you're an American, and I'll get to non-Americans in a minute, but if you're an American and you've heard about what's called citizenship-based taxation, you might think, well, I have to pay taxes as an American no matter where I live. I might live in the United States. And so you see people moving from like California to Texas. That doesn't really solve your overall tax puzzle. I mean, you went from, I lived in Arizona, all in, I was paying 43% at one point. Let's say you're paying 48 in California and 39 in Texas if you're a high earner.
I think we just...
39 still a lot. And so if you can either move to Puerto Rico, which there's entrepreneurs and there's investors and there's different tax treatment in different places for Americans depending on which one you are. But you can move to Puerto Rico, or you can move overseas, and you can move overseas to one place. You can move overseas to any number of places if you spend more time out of the country. I didn't want to live in the U.S., so I did the latter. I was just gone the entire time, so I was able to reduce my taxes to zero. I probably could have kept it at zero myself. They made some changes to where now the average person is probably going to pay someone in single digits, maybe 10%. But if you can go from paying 37% at the top federal bracket, plus whatever the state is, if you have it, plus Social Security up to the cap, plus Medicare with no cap, plus whatever new, I keep hearing about a wealth tax, I keep trying to bring that in. Going even to 10 is not a bad deal. So I think you can legally reduce your taxes as an American. And for some Americans, you can pay zero. I think I would have kept paying zero. I just decided it was too much paperwork. I didn't value U.S. citizenship otherwise. It's not like, if it was like, hey, pay a little taxes and keep the citizenship you love, anyone, you might think it's unfair, but you would do it. I didn't want the citizenship, and I think the reason since I was a kid were more geopolitical. If you're not an American, I think the biggest thing is people have this idea of 183 days in their mind because that's what's called a days test. So Western countries now have multiple tests. If you're in Canada, the UK, Germany, Australia, what have you, numerous tests that you need to pass if you want to leave the country's tax system. So if you live in Australia, you're taxed on everything in the world. So your Hong Kong stocks would pay tax-free dividends in Hong Kong. Australia says, well, you live here, so pay us the tax.
Right.
But you can leave Australia, unlike Americans who, until you give up the citizenship, still have that burden following you, even if you can exempt most of it. Well, Australians and everybody else can leave. And so they think, I just won't spend 183 days in my country.
Medieval
tactics, that's one of
but
2,
you're gonna have to,
3,
instead of
4,
splitting the archers,
5
you're gonna have to
tests,
split
some
the
of which are
cavalry?
much more subjective in most Western countries. If I live in Colombia, and I have a home in Colombia, I'm a permanent resident in Colombia,
the infantry
their
wasn't
test is
swordsmen.
pretty simple.
It was just
is
literally
a strict-based
pikemen,
test. So if I spend 182 days in Colombia, I'm not that stupid to have a house there. You have to pay tax, they pay taxes. I'm not a tax resident in Colombia. I'm an immigration resident, but I don't spend enough time there in that part of the world to be taxed. So a country like Colombia gets a more simple taxes, whereas a country like an Australia or a Germany, they've got much more subjective tests. And people have got this idea in their mind, as long as I'm not there for 6 months, they can thread the needle the same way that you would in Colombia, and you can get away with that. And that's not that was the case. And I came out last summer, and some people agreed, and some people who don't know what they're talking about disagreed. And I said Australia's moving closer to kind of a de facto citizenship taxation because they're trying to make it so hard that if you're a citizen born in the country and you've lived there your entire life, which most citizens have, they're making it much harder for you to leave the town. They're really making you prove like you've gone. You've got to really cut your ties more than you had to in the past. And so it's not just about days. I think if you're going to leave a Western country, you should be prepared to not spend that much time there and at least commit to spending, 5 years outside of the country if you want to save taxes. The good thing is if you're not an American, you can choose your tax rate anywhere you want, and it's only between you and the place that you move. But the idea that you're going to spend half your time in Australia or Canada or Germany and then half your time puttering around the world as a nomad, that's not really going to be as tax advantageous as you think. You need to figure out probably, not giving tax advice here, but less time where you're from, some time in a fixed base, and then maybe if you want to travel, you can.
Yeah, that's good advice. Another question: what about what do you think is going to be this most significant change that you're going to see for this rise in nomad capitalists, people that want to have this kind of lifestyle and they want to go abroad, they want to go travel the world, things like that. What do you think is going to be the biggest change in the next decade? Is the biggest change going to be just a massive increase of more people doing this? What do you see here?
Well, it is. I think that the change is going to be, number one, it's going more mainstream. And number two, as it goes mainstream, you're getting very successful people that want to get into it. I mean, we've had multiple billionaires who are our clients. And I'll tell you what one of them told me. He said, I've hired all the fancy firms out there. When you have someone who's a multi-billionaire, I mean, they're never just like hiring one company. They're hiring multiple companies. But they said, I think you know the stuff that other people don't know. And so if you watch me on YouTube, you're like, how can this guy be talking to rich people and he talks about Mexico? I said, because I fundamentally think if I were to give birth today, and I did choose for my wife to give birth either on American soil, and I'm no longer American, she's not American, or on Mexican soil, 18 years from now and thereafter, which would I rather have? All things considered.
I don't know that I can beat this army.
I'm not going to give my child all my wealth, but they won't be bending for scraps. I'd rather have a Mexican child.
I think the key there. I gotta do something about them
I was on CBS News. I was talking about the peso's appreciation against the dollar. I own Mexican bank stocks for the yield. That's why he's so bad at being conservative. Good play for the peso. Country's done very well in some sectors
was emailing his trans friend about
I just think it's the country that has a brighter future. And so I think that, you can be a wealthy person and want to have a toehold in a country like Mexico.
It's like, I don't hate you, I just hate the rest of you.
Stunningly beautiful neighborhoods there for very wealthy people. We've had clients from Mexico, they drive Ferraris, So I think that for what I talk about, which is have multiple residences, have multiple passports. Listen, get a Portugal passport through the Golden Visa, or track down those Italian ancestors or Irish ancestors, or donate $1 million and become Maltese and have that top quality U.S. Western passport equivalent. It's just as good as what you have now or better. Fine. That's part of the strategy. That works. Or move to Ireland or somewhere and you already speak the language, wait 5 years and get it. And you can do those things very tax friendly. But you know what? I mean, I have some weird passports in there. I don't talk about all of them. I have islands. I have interesting countries. I have countries that are friendly with the West, but also with the East. I think you want to mix because you don't know which direction the world's going geopolitically. Right. I'm happy not to have a passport where they're going around bombing people, where they're going around starting trade wars with people. You can say whatever you want about America first. Guess what? Other countries are starting to put themselves first. And you think probably as well as anybody, sanctions by the U.S. are up fourfold since Y2K. There aren't 4 times more bad guys. There's 4 times more places that the U.S. views as threats that are increasingly saying, that's great, we'll just sell to the Indians. We don't need you that much anymore. And we'll still become wealthier. We won't be U.S. wealthy, but we'll be still wealthier than we were 25 years ago.
Right.
And those are the places you can invest. I mean, don't invest in sanctioned places if you're an American. That's obviously something to be careful about. But for me, I think that you're going to see some very wealthy people get involved. And sure, we have lots of wealthy clients who just want to get them all the passport. They give them access to live anywhere in Europe. 27, actually 30 countries to choose from. They also want the agricultural land in Colombia.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, it's such an interesting conversation today because I think you've opened up, certainly my eyes even more have 3 passports myself, but I mean, I'm always interested in this global economy, and I think it's very fascinating just how our world is evolving so much, and certainly that is my expertise of covering it from the geopolitical sense. But I want to just piggyback on what you said there as far as U.S. sanctions has increased 4 times. I mean, the U.S. and the EU just went through their 13th wave of sanctions against Russia, which is unprecedented, and yet Russia's economy continues to outpace the G7 right now, and obviously they've switched to a wartime economy. But the big loophole is that the United States still buys over $1 billion worth of uranium from Russia because it needs to get that uranium to power the 92 nuclear reactors that actually give about 25% of the electricity needed inside the United States. So you have these massive loopholes, and you just realize, like, hey, what are we even doing here? This isn't working. There's so many interesting geopolitical stories that are evolving around the world. But I really like today's discussion because I think it's going to help open a lot of people's eyes up to what's really going on around the world. I wanted you to end it today, though, talking a little bit more about our live event where you and I are going to be together along with some other really brilliant minds. Give everybody a little bit more interest in Nomad Capitalist Live. Interesting enough, Malaysia is actually the third most popular segment of followers on this YouTube channel. We got about 15% of the viewers actually are from Malaysia, so very big presence. It's actually, I have a lot of fans that I've kind of teased this out that I'm coming to Malaysia in September. Super excited. I think it's going to be an awesome event. So I think it's really just so happy because I think originally it was going to be in Panama, and then you guys emailed me and said, hey, guess what? It was so successful in KL. We'll bring it back to KL. I was like, wow, this is going to be great. But tell us a little bit more about the live event that we're going to have this fall.
We've done 7 of these. This is kind of the 4th of the current iteration, Nomad Capitalist Live. It's a 4-day event. It is nonstop. I really, I have a little bit of I'm a little self-conscious, so I pack it like full to the brim of information. We've got about 40 speakers and panelists from around the world, yourself included. Kicks off Wednesday night with the Majestic Hotel, this beautiful colonial hotel. It's like $100 and something bucks a night, all included, taxes and everything. So it's very affordable for a very historic, really cool hotel. A lot of amenities.
But he did throw Pence under the bus
of speeches,
after Jan 6.
We're doing more capitalist this year, just as much nomad, a little bit less doom and gloom. More of, okay, where do you go and invest? We have something like half a dozen emerging markets.
Do you own your own home in New Hampshire, but still rent your electricity? For a limited
Mostly
time
if
only,
they show
homeowners
disloyalty
in
and he has been
specific zip codes who
performing his
pay more than
lapdog tricks. I see. So we might be stuck with JD, huh?
In the disputed countryside between Normandy and France, a smouldering farmstead gave away the beginnings of the French invasion.
Day 2 of the Paris Olympics, and sunshine makes its grand entrance. That Scott organizers beaming will explain why.
Next on the list.
Pool politics, why the performances of Chinese swimmers have the International Olympic Committee warning the United States to rein in its anti-doping agency. Gymnastics underway, and look who's ahead. Simone Biles, the sport's most decorated athlete, hungry for more at the ripe old age of 27.
Simone Biles.
Hi everyone, I'm François Picard. Welcome to Destination Paris. We're in the company of our commentator and consultant, Craig Capitas. It would be uncharitable to mention how many Olympics he's a veteran of. How are you?
I don't have resources.
It's only day 2. Leo McGuinn, are you fit for a full fortnight?
Slightly less tired, I think. But I think come day 5 or 6, I'll be in the same state as Craig.
Well, tune in for that. I love Paris in the summer when it sizzles, goes the Cole Porter song. That feels apropos now that 2 days of downpours have made way for rays this Sunday. Yes, the weather, the story. On the first Sunday of the games, France 24's Selena Sykes has more.
Off zip line.
It's day 2 at the Paris Olympics, and the sun is finally out after a very wet opening ceremony and day 1 of action in the French capital. One of the stars, of course, of that spectacular opening ceremony was the River Seine, as you can see behind me. And its job at this Olympics isn't over yet, because it's supposed to host open water swimming events at this Olympic Games, starting with the swimming leg of the triathlon. But there's bad news for organisers. A scheduled practice event has been cancelled today because the water quality is not not deemed good enough after all of that torrential rain in the French capital. Organisers are optimistic that things will improve for Tuesday, and if not, we could see those events are postponed or even held elsewhere. This would be a big blow for organisers, though, because the French government has spent nearly 1.5 billion euros on cleaning up the River Seine before these Olympics.
I guess not.
And we'll be crossing live to Selena Sykes in a short while in this edition. Craig Capitas, cheer up, it may never happen, right? On Tuesday, the triathlon, if the weatherman is correct,
Such a massive...
will take place in the River Seine.
Well, this is, I don't know what everyone's complaining
I need you to come here.
This is Parisian E. coli. Our bacteria has style and attitude. It's French bacteria, for Christ's sake. Our stomach cramps and unintentional personal protein spills are luxury products. And if people don't like it, they can go swim in the Hudson River.
I don't
Hudson
see
River,
how
which is a
that
fjord. Leo McGuinn, is this a storm in a teacup? Seeing the weather is now turned in favor of the organisers.
I think so, and I think we kind of see this every Olympic Games. I remember London 2012, and there's a lot of pessimism leading up to the Games. Things kind of have a way of sorting themselves out. And look, I grew up in Dublin. The River Liffey there is full of shopping trolleys, and it's raining all the time, so it looks pretty good to me.
The Irish swim in the river if they do that?
They do. They're not supposed to. And
is that where Guinness comes from?
Yeah. We just put the cup in.
We're going to need
Wonderful. Yeah. There you go.
At the terrace of a Sunday morning cafe with the sun shining, the picture of the morning papers, and this has to be one of the pictures of the day, comes courtesy of Sports Daily L'Equipe photojournalist Alain Monique. Leo, you could see the grimace of the Fijian player who sees Rugby 7 ringer Antoine Dupont off to the races, and even the touch judge is sticking his tongue out in that picture.
It shows the concentration of everyone. Even the touch judges have to be up to Olympic standard, don't they? I mean, yeah, it's a brilliant image that really encapsulates that Rugby Sevens. I noticed as well, when you went on the first day, France lost and drew a game, but they didn't lose a single game when you weren't there. So I'm not saying you were the bad luck omen for them, but it's kind of, if you add it up, it's kind of what it seems like.
Dupont, by the way, who usually plays 15-a-side rugby, he's already the season won French title, a European title as well with Toulouse, and the press comparing him to that other French icon, Victor Wembanyama of the NBA Rookie of the Year, who is half a meter taller than Dupont. This is something we're going to talk about throughout the fortnight. Who's the hero of the games? It's early days.
It's early days, and we'll have another hero. Every day brings a new hero, a new French hero, but what Dupont did, it really can't be underestimated. That Fijian side had never been beaten before in Olympic history. Of course, it's only been 2 Olympics, but still, that's an incredible record.
They'd never even lost a match.
They'd never even lost a match until... Look,
this?
of course, it's not just Antoine Dupont. They're a brilliant side
There's
together.
A video about
but
her in
he
the
really
playlist.
added that X
Did
factor.
Oshun let
many
you
have called him the greatest rugby
in
player
on
to live
ridiculing rugby
ever.
player
I think that
Mare,
might be
because
a
she
bit
was,
premature,
I guess, pretty
but that
dominant
achievement
in the women's
can't be
division.
underestimated.
You're
And there were libations late into the night at the
Wasn't
French
sure if the
village
news on it could be
where
mentioned
they
tonight, but then
celebrated.
came the Olympics stuff, so I
Before
said,
this
I thought
day
it was
is
time to
through,
say it. Yeah,
the French may have a
if
whole
it's
other
in the-
icon, as Leo
in
was
the
saying, to cheer, not on land, but in the water. 22-year-old Léon Marchand off to a good start.
Off to a great start. He looked so comfortable. He didn't need to get anywhere near his world record this morning, but he beat his closest competitor by nearly 2 seconds. He looked like he was just swimming easily in his back garden on a nice sunny afternoon. It was very easy for him this morning, and he'll be hard to beat in the final.
Saturday, we talked about Katie Ledecky, the American opening her account with bronze in the women's 400-meter freestyle. The U.S. won gold in the men's 4x100 relay, silver in the women's 4x100 relay behind Australia, and ahead of China, which has been the target of controversy after a report by a German television station ARD and the New York Times that claimed of 23 of their swimmers had tested positive for banned substances. These are images from the Tokyo Games in 2021. The head of the U.S. anti-doping agency, Travis Tygart, still wants answers. This week, the International Olympic Committee pointedly warned the United States, yes, the U.S. could host the Winter Games in 2034 in Salt Lake City, but only if it promises not to pursue the matter. Tygart, in a statement, taking aim at the World Anti-Doping Agency for going along with the IOC. He doesn't mince words. He says it's shocking to see the IOC itself stooping to threats in an apparent effort to silence those seeking answers to what are now known as facts. Today's demonstration further showed that as it stands today, WADA is just a sport lapdog, and clean athletes have little chance. Kapitas, why so little sugarcoat?
Well, you know, the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, the aroma of a drug-free urine sample. This is the key issue here at these games, away from the sport that you're talking about. Between March and June, WADA took 87,000 urine samples.
3 have tested positive already since the start of the games.
It depends on who you talk to, and this goes right to the issue you brought up, Francois. WADA is a fairly feckless organization. So earlier this year, the United States Congress passed something called the Rodchenkov Act. Now we're going to get a little bit judicial here, so please bear with me. This allows the United States to extraterritorially investigate and prosecute individuals involved in drug, doping, and fraud conspiracies, thus taking the judicial authority away from WADA in Switzerland. Now, WADA is screaming, no, this is an unfair parallel anti-doping judicial system. But WADA has this thing rigged, and this is where we get to the problem going forward with Los Angeles, and you mentioned
the World Anti-Doping Agency.
Yeah, the World Anti-Doping Agency. Because if you tested positive, for instance, you could now appeal to the Court for Arbitration for Sport in Switzerland. CAS, it's called. CAS was created by the IOC. It's not a real court. It's only authority.
Not a real court, but most countries, including France, defer to it.
Most European countries say, we'll go along with it. Not so in the USA. Because what is going to happen is if CAS says, Monsieur Picard, you tested positive and you're out, you can go to a U.S. court and get a decision from a U.S. court. And that's the IOC's biggest nightmare, and it's coming down the road.
Well, we had reaction on the eve of the opening of ceremonies from the head of the World Anti-Doping Agency to those strong remarks by the head of the U.S. counterpart.
It's not criticism. What Mr. Teigel said is really unacceptable. Those allegations, those defamatory comments, lies about WADA are not acceptable. And to be fair, when you look at the U.S. backyard related to the anti-doping, this is the big gap. It has to be addressed by the U.S. authorities, because the facts are that 90% of American athletes are not competing under the code. And I think those great athletes deserve to compete under the same rules like the rest of the world, especially young athletes who are coming from the college sport.
Is he insinuating there that the American athletes don't follow the rules?
Well, the
is there suspicion
baseball, they don't have to follow WADA rules. But when this guy was giving his press conference, okay, I was with a bunch of American journalists in the back of the room, and we were laughing our heads off because these guys on.
But does he have a point there?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't understand how the United States works. He doesn't understand how the United States works.
For years, there was no doping tests in baseball, for instance.
Well, baseball is not an Olympic sport. Okay? The NFL is not an Olympic sport. The World Wrestling Entertainment is not even a sport. So, but they don't understand how America works. Now, what they've done with this Rodchenkov Act is if you get caught, unlike WADA, you get slapped with up to 10 years in prison and a minimum $1 million fine. WADA doesn't have that authority. CAS doesn't have that authority. And if these guys from WADA go to the United States and try and convince the American legislators to drop the Rodchenkov Act, they're going to be laughed out of the country.
All right, in the middle of this is the United States, which, again, earlier this week it was confirmed they would be hosting the 2034 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City.
first of all,
At
Travis
last,
Tigert is
King
a
Henry
very,
and his
very
forces
able
made their
person.
arrival at
He's somebody we have a good relationship with. And so we respect Travis, and we respect Travis's role. As I said before, I think the tempers between Wada and USADA, as reflected in the statements that go back and forth between the two of them, are unfortunately just too emotional. And it won't be healthy if that's the basis for some dialogue between them. And so we hope that they'll find a way of conducting that interaction in a less dramatic way, and we'll try to help.
Knowing that King Louis
You hear that
himself was on
this
the field,
row has become too
Henry saw his
emotional.
chance to put England's
Yeah,
claim
too
to
emotional in that
Normandy
the
beyond
NFL,
doubt.
for instance, a multi-billion-dollar international organization, is never going to go along with a bunch of fusty old guys in Switzerland on drug enforcement. It's just not going to happen. These people are whistling past the proverbial graveyard on this issue. Baseball's not going to do it.
But what do you make of the head of the U.S. Olympic Committee saying what a great guy Travis Tigert is, but then effectively disowning him the rest of it?
Well, that they're trying to make nice. This is all stage show.
To see why,
this is all, kabuki theater. The real issue is going to be when the Salt Lake City guys go to the United States Congress and say, could you please abrogate the
Age of Empires 4 is not as popular.
And they're going to say, no.
I'm really beginning to see
The United States likes to enforce its laws extraterritorially.
Nothing like
it has done so for years. And it's certainly not going to go along with a bunch of stiffs who they believe are stiffs from Lausanne, Switzerland. To enact laws and follow regulations that are going to affect the NFL, hockey, collegiate sports in the United States. These are trillion-dollar operations. By comparison, the IOC is peanuts.
One final question on this. I'll put it to you, Liam Good. Will there be suspicions if we see Chinese gold medals in the swimming?
There will be, and maybe unfairly, and that's the problem with it as well, because athletes who have got nothing to do with it will be under suspicion because of this row, and this row does threaten to overshadow the games, which has already been talked about, particularly by Team GB and particularly Adam Peaty. They've said all we want is a fair games, and with this row going on, I don't know if there's any way to guarantee that.
Yeah, because we've also heard Australian swimmers who say they're going to speak out as well against the Chinese. So it's a story that has legs on it. Now, the Olympics, on a more consensual note, loves tales of overcoming adversity. Simone Biles, she had what gymnasts call the twisties at the Tokyo Games, and it curtailed her hopes there. This Sunday, first day, she crushed her qualifying round. And for more, we can cross back live to Selena Sykes, who is still by the banks of the River Seine, but in front of the gymnastics venue. Selena, what can we say about
I'm aware.
Simone?
I'm just not trying to engage this.
Well, Francois, what a dazzling performance from Simone Biles to mark her highly anticipated comeback at the Olympics, as you mentioned, after suffering the twisties 3 years ago in Tokyo, and it almost seemed like fate that at the Bercy Arena, her first apparatus today was the beam, which was the only event she ended up competing in Tokyo. She pulled out of every other event. She got a bronze on the beam. This time round, she was absolutely a delight to watch today. The crowd was all behind her. A lot of Americans and neutrals cheering her on after the beam. She went on to fully impress on her floor routine, pulling off one of her 5 skills in the floor routine before going even bigger and performing her signature Biles 2 on the vault and finishing off on the uneven bars. And I think the takeaway from this is that when she did her dismount off the bars, there was a big smile across her face. She looked really happy to be here, and I think that's the takeaway. She looks confident, François. She could have potentially performed a 6 apparently skill on the uneven bar. She decided not to do so today, but the overall takeaway is that she's looking as good as she's ever been, if not better. So I would say we're definitely going to have to watch out for her adding to those 4 gold medals, of course, that she got in Rio in 2016.
No disrespect to the USA men's basketball dream team playing Serbia this Sunday. I see, Selena, that in the crowd you had Tom Cruise, Lady Gaga, John Legend, Ariana Grande. This was the hottest ticket in town.
completely, Francois. The place was completely full. It was completely sold out. There wasn't an empty seat in sight. Everybody, as you said, has really fallen in love with the story of Simone Biles because she's really opened up the conversation as well on mental health and sport, and that has spoken to a lot of people. She's really underlined that even the best athletes, even the most successful athletes, well, they're human after all. And I think that's something that's really spoken to a lot of people here at the Olympics. And I think everybody's just rooting for her to do really very well at this Olympics and add to those 4 gold medals, of course, that she got at Rio.
We began the show, Leo McGuinn, talking about the French star of the games. This is a global superstar we're talking about.
It is a global superstar. I noticed that you missed 2 major celebrities that were there watching. One that was there watching Snoop Dogg, one that wasn't, unfortunately, Francois Picard, the greatest celebrity of them all in Paris. But yeah, as you say, hottest ticket in town, and she really is not the greatest story of this Olympics, but we do love a comeback story. And she might be a bit of a victim of her own success, I think, because we saw her achieve greatness in 2016 and do something that maybe we hadn't seen before, and she can't continue to live up to those unbelievably high expectations, because we really are seeing the greatest gymnast of all time in front of our own eyes, and we can't take that for granted. To come back from not only those mental health issues that affected her after Tokyo, but also the sexual abuse that she endured as a teenager is a horrific thing for anyone to go through, and to come back from that is really stunning. And the expectations that have been placed upon her young shoulders, she's 27 years old, she's talked about that. She said, after 2016, I don't know how I can go. Where do I go from here? I've achieved everything that I can, but so it's so great to see her back. But as Selena said, with a smile on her face, I think that's the biggest thing to take away from today. And just to know, if she does win a medal, she'd become the oldest American woman to win Olympic gold in gymnastics, breaking it by nearly 5 years. She could also become the oldest woman to win an Olympic gold in gymnastics in 60 years. So really a history maker, and clearly at 27 years old, very old. And
that's something.
The biggest story of the day, perhaps, not the only one. We're not a secret anymore. South Sudan's coach on his country's first ever win in any Olympic sport, a 90-79 victory over Puerto Rico, ahead of the next match against none other than the dream team of the United States. It's with the likes of former NBA star Luol Deng supporting clinics and camps that Africa's newest nation has put aside its reputation of a country ravaged by civil war in the past to now emerge. No surprises to France 24 correspondent Olivier Bizot, who filed this report.
These junior NBA League players meet here every week. They're hoping to follow in the footsteps of their national team, who didn't exist a decade ago and who've now become kings of the hoops.
10 years back, the things are impossible because of the war, but right now, gladly our country is in peace, and it's very good, so we're playing well. Someone who's playing in the NBA, they get a lot of stuff, they give you good payments, they're able to change your community, your family members, and how they live. That gives us hope, that gives us the drive.
In order to improve their skills, many South Sudanese learn from the best on TV. When the national team plays, people gather at bars like this, which creates a sense of national pride.
Basketball brings everyone together. Like, no one wants war or anything, everyone is happy together. Like, there's nothing like enemies or what, all people are together as one.
We'll bring people like from different parts of the country and connect them like in one place, and there they'll get to unite.
Because of its power to unite the country, investment in basketball has soared in recent years. The National Basketball Federation regularly organizes these training sessions for young referees.
For it to grow also in other states, not just in Central Equatoria here, but also countrywide, I believe we need to invest both in facilities, in referees, in coaches, and all that. So that we can have the chance, you know, as we're going for the Olympics, like you know, right now the country is up there. We're on the map internationally.
Whatever the result at the Paris Games, South Sudan is confident this will be the first stride of many.
Again, a 90-79 win over Puerto Rico in its maiden match at an Olympics Games. Paris' Place de la Concorde, with its pharaonic obelisk brought back from Egypt nearly 2 centuries ago, the backdrop for skateboarding, which made its debut as an Olympic sport at the last games in Tokyo. It seems as though, Craig Kapitas, that this is part of a trend that's been talked about for quite a few games now, which is introduced quirky new sports to bring in the younger crowd.
Yeah, they've been taking events from the X Games and bringing them to the Olympics. It started in '96 with mountain biking, which there was a lot of controversy over this. And I remember this because back in the day when I used to mountain bike, I went up and they let me ride the course on a mountain bike because, I thought I knew what I was doing, and you're not. These guys know what they're doing. And I asked the coach of the American team, I said, what is it going to take to win a gold medal in something like this? He said, don't use your brakes. That's because they don't use their brakes to win it. And you look at these kids here who are doing the skateboarding. You skateboarded as a kid, I'm sure you did, right?
Very poorly. Very poorly.
Well, the point is when you can identify with this. Of course, young people can, and they're hoping this is going to bring eyeballs. Young eyeballs. Whether it is or not is another question.
Yeah, it's not just the Olympics trying to win over the youth. The Economist's cover story this week is on how all sports are catering to younger audiences. It includes this graph showing how younger people, the part in red you see, is those who are 18 to 24. And the top line is interesting, Craig. You see the top line there, it says watching live sporting events, watching live matches. Young people just aren't watching events as they transpire live anymore.
Yeah, and the IOC knows
and the Keep can just build everything?
Last week, they went into a deal with the Saudis to take their e-sport games, which they sponsor, and turn it into the Olympic e-sport games. They've got a deal with the Saudis through 2025 on this thing, because they figured that these electronic game Olympics that they're going to do is the way to bring these young eyeballs back and then hopefully get them to watch the Olympics we're covering right now. It's a bold move.
Selena Sykes, from where you're standing out covering events, is it about watching the events, or is it about sharing posts on Instagram?
Well, I'm obviously seeing a lot of people in the crowds, obviously filming and sharing on Instagram. I'm not going to lie. I'm a bit outside of that age bracket you're talking about, but I think it goes without saying that obviously the people who are in attendance are obviously here to watch it in live, but obviously it is a lot obviously now about sharing things online as well.
Stupid thing.
So, a bit of both really, but I think it's safe to say that we're seeing a lot of things that are Instagrammable now. It's kind of just interesting seeing music being played in the arenas and things like that, maybe also gauging younger audiences as well. Definitely some of the songs that are being played are probably more geared to that age group rather than older age groups, but I think it's a bit of everything. And if we can maybe get that mix where we get to excite all age groups, then that's the best that the Olympics can hope for, really, isn't it?
So, Leo McGuinn, as Selena's saying, it's spectacle, but it's also sport. And skateboarding, does it have its compelling stories, like we were talking about gymnastics and men's basketball?
And again, it will be the youngest competitor at these Olympics, 11 years old. Zheng Hao is going to be a skateboarder, the youngest medalist in Tokyo, 13 years old, skateboarder. I want to tell you about the story about Team GB, a story I love. There'll be Sky Brown. She won bronze at 13 in the last Olympics. She's a veteran now, 16 years old. Her teammate Lola Tambling is also 16. Making up the GB team is Andy McDonald. Guess how old he is? 51 years old. So a bit of an age gap, but it shows young and old, and I think that's what they're trying to do. It's not about just getting young people to watch it, but also getting them more involved in sports that they're interested in.
All right, we'll be watching to see how it goes. Again, the skateboarding, which was a little bit delayed by the elements on Saturday, but that is ancient history. Leo, just a quick word. What else is on your menu later on?
Well, the main thing is the swimming. Léon Marchand tonight in the final. If he does win, I'm sure the La Défense Arena roof will come off.
And you will be back with us in some 90 minutes' time with a full update. Leo McGuinn, I want to thank you. Craig Kapitas. Selena Sykes covering out for us in the field. Thank you for being with us here for this edition of Destination Paris.
What's our range?
20 years. At Vistaprint, we print your brand on everything, like t-shirts, hats, totes, hoodies, and ooh, really fancy water bottles. So print your team's signature style or seriously impressive merch. At Vistaprint, if you need it, we print it.
May or may not
print
be
it
a
all
good,
at Vistaprint.com.
We turn now to an Olympian who calls herself a broad-shouldered big girl built to play rugby. Ilona Marr's authentic attitude is also what has made her a TikTok sensation. Jamie Yukas got to sit down with her and even do a pull-up or two and learned why Marr is just as passionate about body positivity as she is about winning rugby games.
At the Team USA Rugby Training Facility in Chula Vista, California, it's not hard to spot the 5'10", 200 pounds of muscle that is Ilona Marr.
I love tackling. I love getting out there and just seeing exactly what I can do and how fast I can run, how hard I can hit.
Growing up in Vermont, Marr was always an athlete, but she didn't get into rugby until her senior year of high school. It was love at first tackle.
It just kind of felt like it just fit my body. The way that I was able to be physical and to be praised for being physical and to be praised for my size out there, then I think I kind of made the late decision like, hey, this is interesting. Like, let me try keep playing this. And played in college and then have
She
kind
might
of
be
kept
roiding
going.
up a little bit. She might be on the sauce.
All the way
but,
to the Women's World Cup, and
doesn't look
eventually
trans.
making it onto the Tokyo 2020
I have
Olympic team,
friends that look
where she
just
became
like her
just
that
as
are
famous
cis-female.
off the field.
This is an idiotic argument just because
For her behind-the-scenes content on
masculine-ish
TikTok.
looking.
Now, ramen.
Straight up
Deep fried
stupid.
camembert. I'm so excited.
Now with more than 1 million followers, she brings them along on her daily life and uses internet trolls as motivation. Part of Marr's TikTok success has been her bold embrace of her feminine side.
I think there
From the
has
cast.
always been a divide.
That's pretty.
People believing that, oh, when you play sports, if you're an athlete, you
But
can't
like
be
all
feminine.
you,
I
not just
feel that I
special
can be a beast and can play this very physical, aggressive sport while also keeping my femininity while I do it. Did you always feel that way about yourself? People would always call me masculine. I'm like, I didn't understand that, but now I'm like, oh, there's a purpose here for it. I can stiff arm and I can fend and I can get up and tackle as hard as I can, and that's why I want other women to even just get in the gym and lift weights. Like, see what your body can do, you know, get to a point where you can do a pull-up. Oh man, I'm so powerful I can do this. I just think it gave me a new perspective on my body. It's easy.
Before I knew it, it was time to see if I could do it.
And I'll just push you up, okay? So, yep, start lifting. Okay. There you go.
Yeah, but I have you that actually lift me.
That's how you start, though. You start by doing that.
But for now, her sights are set on Paris and winning a medal. She shows me how that's done, while I remind her I'm an old lady.
The art of the rugby tackle, what we say is our saying in rugby is cheek to cheek.
Okay.
So when I'm going to tackle,
Are you talking butt cheeks or face cheeks?
Face cheeks and butt cheeks.
Oh, really?
Actually.
Okay.
Two of them.
Do some damage here.
Can we try one?
I can do a little on you.
A little. Don't hurt me.
I won't hurt you.
I'm old.
I'm not gonna hit you hard, but like, you know, try to go around like this. I won't hit you hard.
Okay.
Okay, ready? I'm just gonna come here.
Do some damage.
What is it like for you to know that young women are
not
watching
very
you
effective at
and
all.
you could be the reason it becomes more popular?
I guess makes me nervous
Yes,
in
it
some
is.
ways because
Better.
you're such a
there's
role
no
model
friendly
and
fire.
we love you so much, and I'm like, well, I just don't want you to think of me as the perfect person. Because I make mistakes and I might not always say the right things,
King
and I know
Henry's
that these
men
girls'
struck
lives
at
are
the
being
French
changed by it
forces
as well.
and recaptured
Because
the
they
town.
heard about rugby on a girl from TikTok, so they decided to try out this club program, and then they met their best friends there, and now they're, you know, playing around, having the best memories. So I'm honored, and I just hope to keep exposing America to rugby.
For CBS Mornings, I'm Jamie Yukas in Chula Vista, California.
I love everything about that. Me too. I've seen a ton of her clips. She is beautiful on the outside, beautiful on the inside, a great personality, and she is dominant.
And she's dominant in that
sport.
And I love what Jamie was asking her about the notion of little girls seeing you play and becoming the next, you know, sort of cultivating that next generation. Yep. That is what we're talking about.
I never knew that there was a Team USA in rugby. I mean, the fact that
I don't know how we're gonna
this
take on
piece
this army,
alone
though.
is going to be
There's no
offer
fighting
an
that.
awareness
I
that,
don't
you know,
know.
we might field a team.
I feel like there's so many ways for women
How
to
about
be beautiful,
supposed to
and we
defeat
have to
the army?
embrace
Of course
that.
I am.
You know, there's so many different ways. And we just have to applaud women. They're the coolest thing ever.
Thank you.
invented.
Thank you.
Outstanding. Well,
It is
Hell.
At Papa John's, get an extra large New York style one-topping pizza for only $10.99. It's a mouth-watering, stretched thinner, made bigger, more for your money, extra large New York style one-topping pizza for only $10.99. Better get you some Papa John's.
Yeah, maybe. I want more pikes. Bows. Okay. Getting us somewhere. Okay. All right. We're alive.
It's a natural beauty. This is just to enhance what's already there.
Except for that.
Right? My first memory of Puerto Rican Day Parade was probably as a little girl hearing my cousins and their friends talk about it.
Every year in March, it's the most exciting parade in the world.
So what? I'm just gonna get trick all the
I had such a good
time?
time. I'm so proud
One
of
unit at a time?
being Puerto
That's-
Rican, and this is the one day everybody loves us.
Okay, Sylvia, you guys are going that way. I'll meet you in the parade. I'm flying over there. Bye.
It's an embarrassment. That's the negative stereotype.
And this is going to be dealing with, fortunately, being raided. We might want to increase our capacity to fight back here.
The first time that I went to the Puerto Rican Day Parade, I remember seeing everybody dressed in the colors of the flag. The red, the blue, the white, just head to toe.
We don't have
And I was like, what is wrong with these people? Don't they think they're overdoing it? You know, and then all of a sudden on the way, you know, this guy handing out flags, and then I wanted the flags, and then I wanted the beads, and then I wanted the handkerchief, and then I wanted the t-shirt, and then I wanted that, and this, and that, and I wanted to really, really make sure that day made me feel a part of it.
That kind of sucks.
People are always asking me, why are you Puerto Ricans so damn proud? And I wanted to address that very question in this documentary. And the only way that I could do that was to talk about our history.
With the
When I
border
tell my
towns
family and
recaptured,
friends the history
King
of our
Henry's claim to
ancestors,
Normandy faced
they're
only
like,
one more
that's
obstacle.
us.
King
That's us
William's
today.
In the humble peasants' fields of Renew, two kings would settle their claim to
Everybody
Normandy.
comes out. Everybody waves the flag because the joy and the pride is infectious. It's undeniable. You just want to
I
go
don't see
there
how
whether
we're
you're
gonna
Puerto Rican or not.
Don't.
We have amazing history. We have amazing people that we have to be proud of. We have incredible, beautiful oceans and fantastic food and incredible music and rhythms and colors. Because we all come in so many different colors too.
I think we just drop a castle right on their face.
Why am I proud to be Puerto Rican?
Because honestly, I don't know of any other.
It's
I can't think of a single
It's something,
solitary thing
as I talk to you now, I'm
that
feeling
would possibly work.
Okay.
Otherwise, King Louis is counter.
Listen,
I wouldn't
this
call
is
that a
who we
counterattack.
are.
That's him being.
We are feisty, we are rowdy, but we're also intellectuals. We have lawyers, we have doctors, politicians, you know. Yeah, we have drug dealers and prostitutes, but in your race you have that too, you know? And it was the day to be proud of who you are. You know? This is Viva Puerto Rico.
Why is Puerto Rico so damn proud? Like if I'm walking with a brother or sister, I go, look at this, I can't believe it. They go, what? This is Puerto Rican stuff there. They go, how do you know? I said, look at the flag in the window. That flag is like part of us.
I don't know, maybe we do try it.
No, he looks Dominican. I think he's Puerto
I have
Rican.
1,000. Oh my goodness. No.
It says
that
La
just seems like a terrible
Puertorriqueña,
idea.
but then it says Dominican
You know what I'm saying?
style.
Like, you ever try and do something and you're like,
This means
this could probably blow up in my face.
It's a beautiful thing.
This is what I'm thinking right now.
I remember when I was 16
There's no
years
way
old,
I survived.
my aunt Nugita, I always refer to her just as Tia, which means aunt. She helped raise me, and she really wanted to know who I was in here.
Yeah.
And she said, I'm a Puerto Rican. I said, you are? I didn't know. She said, yes, you are too. I said, I am. I didn't know that. And she said, yes. You know, we're born from the island, and our family, the ancestry goes all the way back to Tainos, the indigenous people. And I went, dude, that made me feel 50 fucking feet tall.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying?
No. Not even a little
But the
bit.
Puerto Ricans, we're mixed with black and Spaniard and Taino Indian, and that's how we got the Puerto Rican.
Leader.
I feel that too, and I feel very close.
No. We're mixed with black.
I will say that
French,
did go a little bit better than
Taino, Arawaks, Irish,
not a lot,
German,
but a little bit. Okay, we need to build a keep. Then probably an astronomical amount of barracks. Ranges.
You got your chinky eyes like Taino.
Yeah, you got the eyes like the Taino, and this is from the Taino too. You know?
When Christopher Columbus arrived in Puerto Rico in 1493, he was welcomed by a 4,000-year-old native culture, the Taínos. They had their own religion and a government that included male and female high chiefs. Infighting was rare. The Taínos built roads and houses that could withstand hurricanes. They were skilled farmers, hunters, fishermen, and expert navigators of the sea.
You attacked the thing? What are you guys doing?
The more I read about the Taínos, the more I realize, like, we're just like them.
The Taínos were peaceful people. They were not fighting warriors like that, but they were peaceful Indians.
The favorite diversion of these islanders is dancing. This is in the 1500s. They organized a dance for no other reason than to pass the time. Sound good?
That sounds like ocean.
Oh, it's sunny out. I'm sorry. All right.
When someone gives a dance, the news travels throughout the territory, and hundreds of persons come from everywhere without being invited.
That's it.
We started crashing. We invented crashing. We were crashing. Yo, what's up? Who's this guy? Another tribe.
Trying to fight the thing that we're fighting.
Where's the pig at?
They had their own form of government, their own civilization. They had roads. They were good people. They were intelligent people, and also they were welcoming people.
Not only in Puerto Rico, when you go, they start putting on the food and the coffee. But here in New York, you go to the house and they get the coffee, get a café, you know, right away.
Even when like the Spaniards came and then the Americans came and whatever, and like people talk about how come the Puerto Ricans didn't fight back, and it's just not in their nature. You know what I mean? It wasn't in their nature until they're pushed up against the wall, and then they're like,
There's
oh, okay,
some PR videos coming about how bad the utilities and healthcare are over there.
That is a typical Puerto
All
Rican.
right.
Yeah. You don't fight until you get pushed against the wall, and then all of a sudden, it's on.
Then it's on.
Then it's on. Then it's no taking it back.
When the Spanish began raping the Taino women and enslaving the natives to mine gold, the Taínos fought back. That's when the conquistadors began to commit genocide against the Taínos. Their bows and arrows were no match for the guns of the Spaniards.
See, that's not true, though. Body armor didn't really exist. Bows and arrows would still have pierced even
was
in
renamed
15th,
Puerto
and
Rico,
16th and 17th
or Rich
century
Port.
armor. But
Spanish
bullets sure
was made
are a
the
bit
official
more
language.
devastating.
Catholicism
It's like they said, that
state
the
religion.
Taino weren't a military people.
Everybody asks, like, how come the Taino culture is so strong? You know what I'm saying? And then when you read back, you're like, they maintain the same type of mind frame for all these centuries, for all these years. And regardless of who came in to destroy
He
it,
has a very thick
didn't work.
New York accent. The Taino eras were not the same. Oh, are you saying they were like obsidian or just sharpened sticks?
Mi hermana.
That could be it too.
Carmen, Carmen, mucho gusto en conocerla.
igual, gracias.
It's mostly cavalry. Well, I guess I didn't need to build a castle after all. Let's fight for Ner'zhul.
There's great tenacity amongst Puerto Ricans, and I find that fascinating because there's a lot of different other cultures that have come to America and their identity is wiped out. But Puerto Ricans did not want to lose their sense of identity. Because when you grow up, you're Puerto Rican first.
See, I think I should have gone to Listine first. Or what are they called? Pringles.
When I first moved here, then I was
Scorpions.
Puerto Rican, and that was it. And then time goes on, and having children that are looking at me and going, well, who am I and where do I come from?
Fall
and
upon
it's
my
so fascinating
spears.
Because the last time that we
French
went uptown,
swine.
there was music going on, and both of my kids, without any thought process whatsoever, just started to move and dance. And my husband was so amazed by it. He was like, it's
Thanks for giving me the
inside
chance
them.
to actually fight your army.
Far from home, but rallied by their king, the English army forced a French
My
surrender
motherland
and put King
is
Louis
Puerto
Knight to
Rico.
flight.
My uncle
With the impromptu
is
battle ending
Uncle
in
Sam.
resounding victory for the English,
uncle's the one
King
who helped
Henry
me
had
get what I
secured
am
his
today.
ancestral lands.
Yes, I owe
under the
something to
English
my
crown.
uncle for teaching me the things I know today.
I'm glad that I won the match, but I don't like the fact that I'm winning on behalf of
Mother, by the love of my mother.
I have feelings
before
about that.
anything.
If the part comes up and is done by the time I return, I'll get the details from you.
Assimilation is a curse because assimilation is
Well, we
the
can pause real
eradication
quick,
of your identity of
here,
who you are.
Let's do this.
And in my house, that was
I need
never
to
an
take a
issue.
quick rest.
In my house, there is no issue as to how you identify yourself first. And the first hat you put on is your Puerto Rican.
Puerto Ricans may know who they are, but many Americans aren't so sure, even though Puerto Ricans have been in the United States for centuries.
We're not newcomers. We've been here from the very beginning. The very first documented presence of a person of color in the island of Manhattan was a freed Puerto Rican slave under the name of John Torres, who had established trade with the Native Americans in the island of Manhattan.
So here you have me. I came in 1922 when I was 5.5. And I arrived in April and I started school in September.
Oy.
And Puerto Ricans did not exist in New York in those days. What I mean by that is nobody knew what a Puerto Rican was.
Normandy,
and
France.
we would be asked,
After England defeated
what
the
are
French
you?
at the Battle of Bermuda,
And we would have to say, we're Spaniards.
Normandy
'cause
was back.
They
in King
wouldn't know
Henry's
what
hands.
Puerto Rico was.
Well, I was born in
But
New
1
York
year
City,
later,
and
his good
I lived here
fortune
till I was
turned
10.
to tragedy.
I lived in Bushwick.
In 1120,
It was a very
his son and
Puerto
heir,
Rican
William
neighborhood.
Adelin,
And
died
at
in
the
a
age of 10,
shipwreck.
we moved to Puerto
The
Rico.
future of Henry I's
And
kingdom
over
was in
there, I was
jeopardy.
the New Yorican. And when I came back to
We don't
New York,
stand the
I was
British
suddenly
here.
the girl that came from the banana boat.
Desperately
So,
needed a new heir.
it was like, okay,
With no
who
legitimate
am
sons
I?
left alive, he broke with tradition and
And
chose
people
his
were like,
daughter, Matilda.
What are you?
Henry
What
forced
are
his
you?
barons to swear an oath to
You know, and
accept
this is
Matilda
in
as queen.
2nd grade.
But when the king
Third
died,
grade,
they broke their promise.
All the way through college.
England would not be
It's like,
ruled
when was that gonna
by a
stop?
woman.
Wow.
You know,
Matilda's
what are you?
cousin
I'm a
Stephen
Puerto Rican.
saw his
Oh,
chance
where is that
and
again?
claimed the throne.
Oh, we did this
These questions
mission
were proposed
in
to me in
Victors and
college?
Vanquished in Age of Empires 2.
What do you mean, where is Puerto Rico? What are you, a moron?
The crisis moved to the
How
capital.
the hell did you get in here?
At Westminster Abbey.
In 1898, Puerto Rico was the big prize of the Spanish-American War. Even today, the propaganda of the time feels very familiar. The United States comes bearing banners of freedom, inspired by a noble purpose.
All right.
If you look at the images that come out in the newspapers during that period, to
Robert of
convince the
Gloucester's
U.S.
forces
public
approached
that it
Lincoln.
should go in,
Their
that these are
task
people
to
that
liberate
are
the castle
primitive,
from
if
King
you will.
Stephen's siege.
They look primitive. And
While
what they're
behind
telling the
Lincoln's
American
walls,
public
troops loyal to
is
Matilda
creating an image
held the castle
that
for
by
the Empress.
divine right, if that sounds familiar.
First,
they should
Oh,
go
so
into
the funny
Puerto
thing
Rico
is,
in order
in
to
Age of
save-
Empires 2, you play as Stephen. Now we're playing on behalf of Matilda. In Age of Empires 2, Stephen wins. In this one, presumably, the Empress wins. But that's kind of funny that Age of Empires is actually playing the different angles of the story across the different games.
Puerto Rico and civilized.
And I should probably...
Americans were welcomed by the Puerto Ricans, who hoped that they would finally get their independence. That never happened. Puerto Rico today is more like a colony. It's not a state. It's not a country. Puerto Rico is officially known as a commonwealth. So what does that really mean? Puerto Ricans are United States citizens.
Stage an ambush
They pay
to
taxes.
prevent enemy
They can be
reinforcements
drafted.
from joining with King Stephen's
But if
army.
you live in Puerto Rico, you can't vote for president. The fact is, many people still think Puerto Ricans are immigrants.
In the stealth forest, okay.
Robert's men concealed themselves in a sheltered grove and lay in wait for the enemy.
When we came here in 1984, I right away started hearing the jokes, you know, oh, we steal hubcaps and we have switchblades and we cut and you know, we have a lot of kids and
One of my early experiences is the teacher asked me to stand up in front of the room and talk about the lions and tigers and snakes in Puerto Rico. So who am I to argue with the teacher? I stood up and I was a barefoot boy with a lot of teeth, you know. I got up and I talked about the lions and the tigers and the snakes in Puerto Rico. I made it up. But you know, we were seen as savages. We came from the jungle.
I think that the worst and the most traumatizing stereotypes are the ones that are not necessarily expressed. It's just that this feeling that you get that you're not, you know, that someone or something wants you to feel inferior, and
Robert
that you're not
defeated
good
the
enough.
first column of Stephen's reinforcements, but he knew more were on the way.
In Georgia, they had no idea what Puerto Ricans are. They kept calling me Mexican.
Community
He told the
College
teachers
for
that there are
freshman
lions and tigers in
orientation
Puerto Rico.
lecture. They've named it Homeless to Hollywood. I've never been homeless. I have no idea where they got that. They do that to us colored folks, you know. Bet you no one's ever told Brad Pitt he was homeless to Hollywood. I'm sorry to bust your bubble, but I've never been homeless. I know it would make for a good dramatic story, but...
Oh no!
That I live in Grand Central Station? No, no. Okay. Well, you know what? Don't worry about it. I'll make a good lecture for you, okay? What I want to talk about today is perseverance.
Rosie has
and
been
dedication.
famous since she was very
Because
young.
it means everything. Everything to success. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, in Williamsburg, and then in Bushwick. And the biggest struggle that I had being poor was having people recognize that I was an intelligent human being. They thought that since I had an accent and because I was from Bushwick, I must be stupid. There were a lot of
With
times
more of
that I didn't
Stephen's
handle it well.
reinforcements eliminated,
I punched out a teacher.
Robert
I
was
got
steadily
suspended,
undermining the siege.
and I realized, okay, I need another course of action to deal with this frustration.
Like the lives of many Puerto Ricans, the whole history of the island has been filled with examples of facing adversity and bouncing back. Take America's conquest of Puerto Rico. It wasn't all about democracy and freedom. Between the United States government and American corporations, the island was turned into one big military base and sugar plantation.
Sugar becomes sort of the leading export of Puerto Rico to the U.S. and to the world. Aside from the business interest, the other element is that they wanted to have it for the strategic military location. They wanted to be able to have military bases in the Caribbean to be able to protect the entry of any foreign ships into the Panama Canal.
How did this affect the people of Puerto Rico?
The United States was interested in sugar because of the prices of sugar at that time. And all the land was acquired by the big absentee corporation of the United States to plant sugar. And many people were taken out from the land, and they went to establish the slums.
The farmers are forced off their land. The cities are becoming overcrowded. The poverty level is increasing. That's only like 20 years after the United States came. They did that all in 20 years.
That makes more sense.
I have a picture of Daddy standing in front of their shack.
First, Robert's
It's two-room
forces would stage
shack.
an ambush
and it's
to
like
prevent
4 people
enemy
living in a
reinforcements from
two-room shack.
joining with King Stephen's
And
army.
they had to go to the bathroom in an outhouse. It was really horrible. It was really rough. And my father and his brother didn't do well until they enlisted in the army and served for the United States. And it helped them out. It bettered their life. They had money then.
As part of their indoctrination course, Puerto Rican soldiers are taught English at Camp Tortuguero. The island citizens are making a further contribution to the cause of liberty and freedom.
Robert's
These men are preparing to
concealed
take their
themselves
places
in
in the
the
ranks of
front
America's
line
fighting
and
men.
lay in wait for the enemy.
My father served in World War II and the Korean War, and they weren't allowed to vote for the president, but they were going to die for the president.
In those days, there were two armies. There was the black army, and there was a white army. As a Puerto Rican, you never knew what army you were going to be sent to. Blonde, blue-eyed Puerto Ricans were sent to the black unit. I was put into the white army. Who made that decision? The guy sitting behind the desk takes one look at you, and you're Puerto Rican, and you're either in this column or that column.
And the same way that they do now in terms of using sometimes the lack of opportunities and choices that some of our sort of young people have, and using that as a way to sort of, push them into the war. They were doing that in Puerto Rico too, at a time when you had also a lot of poverty, and the military became a ticket out.
But he knew more were on the way.
Well, yeah, but that's because the history is the same. I mean, it's just a different presentation of it.
They're there. They made it. Bendición! ¡Hey!
What the hell?
Sí. My dad. You look good. Look how handsome.
Thank you.
I made 5 trips around the world. 6, 7, 8 months trips without coming back. But when I was a child, she didn't see me much.
When Dad moved from New York to Puerto Rico, this is where we lived. With the Aya.
Yeah, let's see how we beat
And we used
the
to play there.
football.
There was a
With
pig.
more of
I
Stephen's
remember the
reinforcements
pig,
eliminated,
and I was afraid of the pig.
Robert was
Yeah, we used to
steadily
run all
undermining
around
the
this,
siege.
taking cherries. I love this place.
Me too.
There's a lot of childhood memories.
I would have to, I'm guessing, tape.
Oh, I want to take this one right here.
Una toronjita.
It's a spider web.
Ay, qué jíbara.
I don't know
So
how
get
we're
that
gonna,
one from
I don't
me.
know.
Ay, Dios mío.
Looked like you wanted to hit me with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got it.
Carmen was always the bully because she was more popular.
Yeah.
And she was always the bully, so.
And she was
I'm
always
just-
the nerd, always
The,
thought she was more intelligent than everybody, and she knew the right
What you
answers
call
and
it,
we were
the,
wrong. Till this day,
Being a playlist is
I have to
extremely
deal with
helpful.
that.
The bully continues, you know? What tree is that?
Ese, es un de aguacate.
Oh, ooh, look at them. Did you see that?
That was so las hijas.
Okay.
We used to wear them as earrings.
Yeah, okay, you go. You go.
That's
Stand
a lot
first.
of arrows. I don't think I have enough.
When your parents would tell you stories as a kid of how it was in Puerto Rico, how they used to pick the fruits from the trees, how they used to lift off the nets from the ocean to feed
I don't see
their
how you beat
family, cut the sugar cane, all those
literally don't.
country stories to us that were all here most of our lives, it sounded like paradise.
Look at how beautiful.
They're not ready yet. You can't tell. Don't tell them.
I won't.
Rosie, when I was a kid, I used to just sit here
Oh, crap.
and eat the mangoes.
When I would come here with Minguita, we would do the same, but I was afraid of that freaking pig, man.
You know the pig.
Hey, we
They
weren't
told me they
housed.
killed
We're
it
just
one day.
And we sang
I don't know
a
how
song
you're
to it
supposed to
before
win
we killed
with
it. We used to sing Ese pobre
infantry
lechón
versus archery.
que murió
I
en
just,
repente
I don't.
con un golpe en la frente.
I'm literally missing
Who's
something.
older and who's younger?
That's top secret.
First,
Oh,
Robert's
this is making me
forces would
miss
stage an ambush
Early man at
to
arms.
prevent enemy reinforcements from joining with King Stephen's army.
And I remember Minguita always telling me how she loved Puerto Rico, but she hated it at the same time as a child because they lived in such poverty. Such poverty. She said that she used to sit on the beach and pray for God to better her life. You know, and she went to the University of Puerto Rico too. You know, she had her education and all. And her first opportunity that
Oh, I wonder.
she had to go to the United States, she took it.
I wonder if I'm supposed
And
to
she first landed on Clinton Street on the Lower East Side.
have, you know, the
And,
horse
but she moved to Brooklyn because majority of our
distract the
relatives were
archers.
there.
Because that's the only
and
thing I
work
can
in a
think of.
factory. College
That is
educated
the
women.
only thing I can think of.
Rosie's
Is
aunt
that
was
the
swept up in
archers
a massive migration of Puerto Ricans to
Shoot
the
at the
States
horse
in the
while
1950s.
I'm microwing.
It was the result of an economic program in
That
Puerto
wall
Rico
is
called
badass.
Operation Bootstrap. The plan was to lure American
Oh, the
industry
wall probably
to the
from the
island,
video, gotcha.
which worked for a while.
Jennifer Mayers on
However, a
Twitter
little-known
said the
part of the
reason
program was
she
designed
preaches
to reduce the
Christianity is the
population
picture
by
has someone
encouraging
holding
Puerto
up what
Ricans
looks
to
like-
leave for the States.
Said her daughters represent the right, which
Some people succeeded here,
okay.
but for most, the only options were the slums of the Bronx, Harlem, Brooklyn, and New Jersey. Cheap labor to work in factories and on farms.
The Puerto Ricans are the second largest agricultural farm labor program in the history of the U.S.
No.
People don't know that, and they were being sent to New Jersey, to Massachusetts,
Idiotic
to
match.
Hartford, to the Midwest to work in farms.
I don't know what we're supposed to do in order to win
They
here,
were
but
recruited in different parts of Puerto Rico. They were taken to the airport in San Juan, shipped into cargo planes with the beach
Robert's
chairs.
men concealed themselves in a sheltered grove and lay in wait for the enemy.
For the U.S. and the owners here, it was perfect. They were U.S. citizens. Okay, so it didn't mean that there was no immigration complications or issues too. And they spoke Spanish. They couldn't complain.
That is a boatload of archers. Absolute boatload of archers.
My aunt, so she had 5 kids of her own, and she had no room
That
for me,
didn't work
but
at all.
she made room. My bedroom was the hallway.
So I don't get it. How is this an ambush?
My bedroom was the hallway. From the kitchen to the other bedrooms, there was this little tiny hallway. And it was a twin bed
If
pushed
they
to the
can
side,
target me,
and then a bureau pushed to the other
do
side
the
of the wall.
damage.
And that's my bedroom.
I don't understand
And
how
I
this
loved my bedroom. I loved
how this
because
becomes
it
an
was
ambush.
mine.
I don't
And I
understand.
knew how much it took.
It'll be a
for
war of
her
attrition.
to
I
make
will
that
lose units.
Robert defeated the first column of Stephen's reinforcements, but he knew more were on the way.
They never spoke back when they were insulted. They worked. They never went on strike without permission. They never took days off that were not on the calendar. They worked 10 days a week and were only paid
Tried a
for
different
5.
approach.
They worked, they worked, they worked and they died.
But that woman never
So
stopped laughing.
there is no
She
dodging.
never stopped smiling. And there was days
what do
when
you-
she would
what?
cry, Rosie, I'm so
How does this work?
depressed." And I was like, yeah.
How does this
And she goes,
actually work?
But tomorrow's another fucking day, huh? And then she'll start laughing. And that spirit has always fascinated me.
Because the archers are always going to be able
always
to
This woman used to work
attack.
3 jobs a day.
Which means I'm always going to take damage.
And she will get up.
Which means I'm always going to lose
morning.
units.
She'll make sure we all have breakfast. You know?
Juan, Miguel, Milano, Olga, Manuel.
She was just determined for us to make
With more of Stephen's reinforcements eliminated, Robert was steadily undermining the siege.
Really doesn't make sense. Sounds dumb. There's a story about the PR girl named U.S. Navy. Her parents saw that on the ships that came to Puerto Rico and thought it would be a cute name.
Puerto Ricans who settled in New York came to be known as New Yorkers.
It wasn't easy being brought up in the Bronx in the late 50s. First of all, they didn't speak my language. To go to school, I had to first go past the drug dealers and past the community bodega. Then I had to go past the gang control areas. And then at the entrance of the school, I had to deal with the bullies who wanted to take your lunch money away from you.
Me quedé ahí como hasta las 10 de la noche que había aparecido. En ese trayecto de 2 de la tarde que llegué ahí a 10 de la noche, yo vi en la 105 primero en todo aquel canto como 2 peleas o 3. Inclusive vi un tipo cojo entre a tiro con otro tipo. Y ya, Nueva York. Me dieron deseo de volver para atrás de Rico, pero ya.
It was about junior high
I'm
school.
clearly missing
so
something
I
here.
finally get to
I
go
am
on
very
a date
clearly
with this
missing
girl.
something here.
And you know, I never thought I was gonna go out with her. She was a light-skinned girl, so she brings me home. And her mother says,
But
and
that's
where
not
is this
true.
sixth? I want to meet him
It's
because
not
you
an
talk
ambush
so much
if you can't
about him. Where
actually
is he? And her mother
get a
comes
bonus,
out very
if you
excited,
can't
like, you know,
stun
ready to
them.
meet me. And she says,
This
oh my God,
isn't-
so where is this sixth?
That's
And
not
then-
how an ambush works. Like, that is how, like,
It was just
Technically,
like
this
this
is
silent
an ambush. It's
Stage an
exactly how
ambush.
ambushes
And I
work.
To
knew
prevent enemy
right
reinforcements
away.
from joining with King
I felt
Stephen's
like,
army.
you know,
this
the
is literally-
separation. Like they're light skinned and I'm dark skinned.
How do you avoid
you know, and
getting
I have the
units
hair
killed?
like this, and you know, and they saw me, and like they didn't accept
Robert's
me.
men concealed themselves in a sheltered grove and lay in wait for the enemy.
My parents
Okay,
were
we're
born
gonna
in
try
Puerto Rico.
attacking Long, I
they
guess?
both came to New York as part of that mass immigration of the 50s. My dad was actually a translator in family court, and he didn't foresee us moving back to the island and wanted to give me this identity where, like, you know, I felt I was American. He didn't want me in bilingual programs growing up as a kid. He wanted me in English-only classes. He didn't want people to discriminate against me because I had an accent.
It's the lovely island of Puerto Rico. Want to see where I'm from? In here. Bayamón, el pueblo del Chicharrón, right here.
When I first moved to New York, it was a week before my 14th birthday. And for the first 2 years, I refused to speak at all. I just
Robert
not
defeated
one
the first
word
column
would
of
come
Stephen's
out in English
reinforcements.
unless I was in school.
But he knew
I
more
didn't
were on
speak
the way.
English, and because I didn't want to speak English, I figured if I learned to speak English, then that gave my mother the license to keep us here. And I really didn't want to stay here. I just didn't feel like I belonged.
As a kid growing up, I definitely heard, oh, why don't you speak Spanish? And even being a New Yorican and going back to the island from time to time, definitely felt a level of resistance towards complete acceptance. Because I grew up in New York and I didn't speak Spanish. I took it upon myself to learn Spanish. I'm still not fluent. It's going to be a lifetime goal and a lifetime work in progress.
Are you shitting me?
My mother, she did not raise me, but the time that I did spend with her, visiting and spending weekends,
Guys, what are you
she would
fucking
only
doing?
speak to us
Too many
in
losses.
English. She
Oh my
taught
God.
herself English, and she was very
This is an extremely
diligent in
annoying
regards to having her children
mission.
be
How are-
Americans and having them to have English as their first language.
How the
rather
hell are
than
you supposed
Spanish
to pull
as
this
their first
off when
language.
the mechanics don't even work
My
as
aunt
intended?
would speak to me in Spanish all the time, and I would answer her in English, but it was difficult because when I would visit my mom and I would
If you're
speak
gonna
Spanish
micro,
to
you
her,
should be able to dodge
it
arrow
would anger
fire.
her, or she would laugh at me because my
And it's
pronunciation
like they all
was
have
incorrect,
ballistics.
or,
First, Robert's forces
or,
would
you know,
stage
the
an
grammar
ambush
was
to
incorrect,
prevent
or
enemy
what have
reinforcements
you,
from joining
and
with King
it
Stephen's
developed
army.
a lot of shame and humiliation within me.
So we come from Puerto Rico and we go to school here and we learn English. And then we go home and we speak Spanish. Then we go to school the
Robert's
next morning
men
we learn English.
concealed
And
themselves
then
in a
Spanish.
sheltered
So
grove
we
and
combine
lay
both
in
those
wait
languages
for the enemy.
and you get Spanglish. Mira, ¿cómo tú estás? All right, what's up, man? How you doing, man? How's everything going? Damn, mira esa mujer, brother, está linda, brother. Wow. You know, and we know this. We speak Spanglish in my house. Like my mother would say to me, Mira, Junior, vete a botar la basura. You motherfucker, you.
What does speak mean, though? No speak Spanish.
You
No
move?
speak English. No speak English.
Mi pana. Mi pana. Pana con su partner. My partner, mispronunciation. My partner, yeah. That's my partner. Yeah, like your father should say partner. It sounds like partner. Wow.
Como los puertorriqueños yo no sé mucho.
Ajá.
Mira, los puertorriqueños yo no sé mucho de ser buceteando. That's what we were
Montaino, güey.
Wait, hold on.
I I don't.
Is a Puerto Rican word?
I don't understand this mission at all.
Hurricane.
I really don't. You can't bait them. You can't get them to clump. Their archers get to do. They get to hit you no matter what you like. This isn't a hard difficulty mission. This is an impossible difficulty mission. What the hell?
But the whole thing is, you know, Puerto Rican.
What is it? You know it?
But Puerto Ricans don't speak Spanish.
Like there's a challenge. There's challenging, and then there's hey, we're gonna completely disregard the actual mechanics of the game.
We kept cooking the rice and we heated the beans and making cushy fritos. The hot times were plenty, the pockets stay empty, pero eso nunca dies. And until we survive, and that's after we cry, defending nuestro pride. I know.
Just like hip-hop gave voice to the urban experience, Pedro Pietri and the other poets of the Nuyorican Poets Cafe gave voice to the experience of Nuyorican.
Of course, the screen doesn't move. That doesn't help.
I know that there will be no return trip for me back to New York City. I am blessed by the sun, donde my roots are from. Here we come, and with my family, we'll struggle and believe that one day we'll be free.
Pedro's poetry spoke of oppression and liberation. It's a common theme shared by many of Puerto Rico's heroes. Perhaps the greatest of all was Pedro Albizu Campos. He spent his life fighting for the rights of Puerto Rican people.
Carmen! This is the man. This is the man. He just fought for human rights, and it's just an inspiration.
This is a Harvard graduate, an intelligent man of African descent, who was educated within the United States and had the opportunity to see racism here, to see discrimination here, to see the division between class, so that when he formulates his thinking, it's based on seeing the United States in its fullest and its broadest sense.
In 1930, he became president of the Puerto Rican Nationalist Party and was its outspoken champion for independence and civil rights.
I knew him because my father was in the Nationalist Party, and I was a boy, and I visited my father's office where he was there too. And he was very kind with children, and a very distinguished person, not only from the political point of view, but as a lawyer and as an intellectual. And he was a great leader who sacrificed all his life for the defense of Puerto Rico.
Albizu Campos's call for independence ignited a fire in Puerto Ricans. In 1935, unrest came to a full boil when police opened fire on protesters at the University of Puerto Rico.
His platform was independence and civil
In
rights.
retaliation,
Who can oppose that?
a police
Empire
officer was
can.
assassinated.
The oppressor.
His assailants executed. In 1937, the government responded by jailing Albizu Campos. Outraged, a demonstration made up mostly of the upper class and students was organized in the western city of Ponce.
They planned a march from here to the plaza on Palm Sunday in 1937. But the police were here.
The police were where?
On this balcony, and there's some of the army, I think, were down on that corner and on that corner, and in the center of the
just
street,
surround them.
we are told that there
Like,
were
I don't know how you're
people
supposed to
from
micro
this,
each and
Nationalist
every
Party
single
who were marching dressed in
archer
black
here
shirts
and
and
fight
white
accordingly.
trousers. And under this balcony and across the street were the general public. And nobody knows who fired the first shot.
When the smoke
Yeah, this
cleared,
is a stupid mission. I get that I
21
just
lay
won
dead.
this particular
200 more
part
were
of it,
wounded.
but this was stupid. Absolutely stupid. Reinforcements, yeah. Imagine that.
The song the Nationalists played that day would eventually become the Puerto Rican national anthem, La Borinqueña.
Guessing it's this town right here.
It was originally written as a cry for Puerto Rican independence against Spain.
Everybody played it, people hummed it. So
Well,
because
one
it
thing
was
we
a
are
popular
gonna do, though,
melody,
is save.
Lola Rodriguez de Tio wrote
Because,
lyrics. And
we're not doing that
eventually,
again
because
if
it
we
was
can
associated with,
actually avoid it.
resistance, it became even illegal to hum or whistle the melody. So it became
Maybe,
very
though,
powerful
we can
tool
ambush the
of spreading that message. And
out
so
of them
that's
this
why it was
way.
repressed.
There is no need to fear, Puerto Ricans, the roar of the cannon. Saving the nation is the duty of the heart. We no longer want despots. Tyranny shall fall now. The unconquerable women also will know how to fight.
The
We want
unconquerable
liberty,
women?
and our machetes will give it to us. Come, Puerto Ricans,
what are they
come
talking
down.
about?
We hope and wait for freedom.
What do
Wait
they
for
mean by
freedom.
that?
Freedom. Freedom.
My eyes.
You know, people in Puerto Rico were getting imprisoned and shot just for believing in the cause of independence. At the time, the U.S. government allowed no opposition to U.S. rule. To use the Puerto Rican flag is an act of treason.
Arrived at Lincoln to bolster Robert's army.
So anybody who's openly pro-independence needs to be criminalized.
With the market town in ruins, King Stephen's supplies began to dwindle.
In the 1950s,
Robert
Puerto
received
Rican
word
nationalists
that
were
Welsh
so
troops under
frustrated
Matilda's banner
they took their
were
fight
en
for
route to join
independence
forces
to the
with him.
nation's capital.
But King Stephen had the roads to Lincoln
In
heavily
Washington,
guarded.
scenes of
And the
confusion
route was
naturally
not
followed
without
news of the
risk,
shooting outrage.
even for
The
the
5
hardy
representatives injured in the affray were rushed to hospital. The assailants were Puerto Ricans, led by this woman, Mrs. Lolita Lebron, said to have shouted, "Free Puerto Rico."
Free Puerto Rico. I love this 1950s nostalgia.
Puerto Rico
but
rounds up
freedom
its
and
nationalist fanatics
fascism,
following the
like
wounding
it ought
of
to
5
be.
U.S. congressmen. Ringleader
Move,
of the
you
group,
fucking
Pedro Campos,
scream.
is subdued after a 2-hour gun battle with police. Linked to communists, the nationalist arsenal is believed to have been supplied by Reds, now being hunted throughout the island.
Pedro Alviso Campos was in and out of
Making their
prison
way
during
to
the
Lincoln,
last 25 years of
Matilda's
his
Welsh
life.
allies were ambushed by the king's
In a letter
soldiers.
from his cell in Atlanta dated May
Robert's men
1951,
would need to aid the Welsh
he said his life was
if
in
they
danger.
wanted their help in breaking the siege.
He wrote that he was repeatedly tortured with electric shock. Even his prison bed was wired. As soon as I laid my head on the pillow, I received another electric shock on the right side of my face.
He just wanted his country to be independent, to be free. He wasn't trying to overthrow the United States. He was just saying, let us be free. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of cruel people. They tortured and killed him, but they never killed his
Joining
children.
forces on the road to Lincoln,
Is here now.
Matilda's allied troops made for the castle to lift
You know,
the siege.
I guess that's how African Americans feel about Martin Luther King. You know, how Cubans feel about Che. You know, it's...
Was the U.S. government doing the criminalizing?
This is our
Exactly.
Che.
And the oppressing.
Very few Puerto Rican heroes are included in the history books.
No, it was not a today thing.
Nobody even knows about this.
Although, I mean, there is
Some of these
still
people
things
for the first
America
time right
and
now,
corporations
I'm hearing
are
your
doing
name.
to Puerto Rico
Ramon
today.
Betances was one of the most influential
Specifically
voices
with
calling for the end
making
of
it
slavery on
impossible
the
to
island during Spanish
afford to
rule.
live there for residents. And then
Over time,
siphoning off
many
prime
Puerto
real
Ricans have
estate
achieved positions
corporations.
of political power in the federal and state governments. Others have wielded an enormous influence on our culture.
Robert's
From Black
forces
history
spotted a large
scholars
detachment of
to
Stephen's
pioneers of
soldiers
bilingual
guarding the castle
education.
gates. If they hoped
Jose
to liberate
Campeche and
Rico,
Francisco Oller
they would need
were
to break the
world-famous
blockade
painters in
and
the
rout the
18th and
army.
19th centuries. And many others have followed in their footsteps.
Like Rafael Hernandez, he was a well-known composer all through Latin America, Mexico, and he's from Rodriguez. This is Rafael Rodriguez, Pedrito Albero, Rafael Hernandez, Bobby Capó, y Milta Silva. And they formed what is called el Cuarteto Victoria. And there's Tito Puente over there.
Well, that's not going to do much for our numbers.
These wonderful poets. Oh, Julián Burgos. Yeah.
It's the actors and musicians Americans are most familiar with.
Wow, that just decimated our entire
Many
army.
familiar faces are in fact Puerto Rican.
Robert's forces scattered the king's army, leaving the gates to the castle unguarded.
I was discovered by Spike Lee. He was an actor for the longest. I go on the movie set. I don't know anything about acting. And then one of my siblings on my mother's side is a half sibling.
Robert's men
wanted to
finally
go out with
united
this guy
with
named
Lincoln's garrison.
Angel, and she said
They could
he
now
has a,
use
he
the
has a-
castle to strengthen
he
their
has a
army.
friend named
Exactly.
To lift the siege, they needed to destroy the enemy camp surrounding the
I don't
castle.
want to go out with Angel by myself. Will you double date with me with this guy, Sixto? I go, Sixto, that name sounds familiar. And she goes, what do you mean? I said, I don't know, that sounds so familiar. And she's like, oh, please, just come. And so when we go, she came to the movie set and she said, that's Sixto. I went, he looks so familiar. And something in me went, nah, I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go. And then later, I found out this guy's my fucking cousin.
that.
And I was like, oh my God. And then Minguita, Tia goes,
Oh, yeah, that's
I go,
right.
Tia, do I have a cousin named Sixto Ramos? Yes, you do. You used to take baths with him and everything. I went, oh,
Guys.
God, I almost went on a date with him. We are in fabulous Miami, and we came down here because there's so many family members that I haven't met yet.
Oh, perfect.
That's very Puerto Rican, by the way. You'll meet cousins throughout your life that you've never met.
I'm probably related to Rita Moreno. Hey! No, we don't know.
Hi! Hi! Hi, Rosie. Nice to meet you. Tia told me, she told me that it was a secret for several generations, 2, 3.
You were on the
she
wall.
said a lot of people in the
Idiot.
family do not like to speak about this, but you should know. There's no shame in it. And she says if people are family, they're family. That's it. And you have to go search for them. You have to go look for them. Hi. Good to see you. That's your grandson?
All cousins.
We share a great grandfather
Right.
who came to the island. He was a priest. No, what?
Minister.
A minister. He came to save the savages in Puerto Rico. Instead, he kind of like
Save the woman.
saved the woman. He had an affair with our great-grandmother's mother, but he married your great-grandmother. Do you know that story?
There you go.
Minguita told
Good thing. All
that
right.
this man here came to Puerto Rico, right? Lived there. He had an affair with another woman who is our, wait, she's your great-great-grandmother? Right, with our great-great-grandmother, but he didn't marry her. Then he got this woman pregnant and they got married. And so the children from our great-great-grandmother were considered bastards. And she didn't want her children to interact or have a relationship with his other children. And Pio Justo broke that. He defied his mother.
Even that's gold.
And said, I don't care, that's my blood. So he always looked out for outside of the family. And that's how outside of the family and us came to know each other. And then our cousin Sixto on the other side of the family. We're on the illegitimate side. He's on the legitimate side. I know he doesn't look legitimate, but his family really is on the legitimate side. Your great-grandmother came from a family with money, and they were like white-skinned, and they had money, so he married them.
Yeah, what part of that white didn't I get? And where was the money? It must have just, when it got to us, it just, it's over. We don't have no more money. Don't do it. Don't show no damn picture of me when I was, oh my God. I look Cuban. Look at me. I look like a German Shepherd. You look like a Chihuahua there, bro. Oh my God. Every time you went to school and there was all these white kids, they were looking at me like, gonna get you, mother. Oh, shit. Look at the shirt. That's the shirt that we wore. I took the picture first, came home, gave the shirt to Edgar, then he went.
There it is.
There it is.
A lot of
I went to the school first, took the picture, went back to the house, and gave my brother the shirt. You see that? I'm not lying. And my friend sees the picture, she goes, oh, that's cute, this girl. She said, your mother used to dress you like twins. I go, no, we're not twins. You can see I look a little more black than he does. And my mother goes, don't tell anybody we're poor. And I go, I think they know.
Don't get me. Oh, no. I didn't throw that.
This is the museum of the city of New York.
Whoa. Nice. After the 1917 Jones Act naturalized all Puerto Ricans as American citizens, many more Puerto Ricans left the island and moved stateside. By the 1930s, some 50,000 Puerto Ricans had settled in New York. I didn't even know that. 50,000 in 1930. Puerto Ricans.
Wow. Puerto Rican flag designed in New York City by Puerto Rican exiles fighting to end Spanish colonial rule on the island. That was the New Yorkers who made that flag.
You know, my grandmother lived out on 111 in Madison Avenue, 40 years.
You know what's amazing though, Carmen, is that, I mean, this is specific to El Barrio in New York experience. But outside of this, it's like all the research that we've been doing. It's so hard to find information about the sterilization. It was a legislative act passed in the United States government, and it was to control the population in Puerto Rico. They put sterilization clinics in the factories where the women worked, and they would bring their maletas to the factory, go overnight, get sterilized, and go home. Go back to work the next day.
20 years ago, the sterilization policy was documented in a film called La Operación.
In Puerto Rico, government efforts to control population continue.
Vine un día porque tú estabas faltando a las clínicas de planificación.
United States actually
Porque no es bueno que tenga los niños así corridos. Ok, gracias.
I can't even say
Doña Teresa, nosotros queremos saber la razón por la cual usted no está asistiendo a las clínicas.
Honestly, the fact that Puerto
Déjeme
Ricans
darle la cita, que no se lo olvide mañana.
blood of America
En la mañana de hoy vamos a tener una charla sobre esterilización femenina.
I'm actually shocked.
In many cases, what happened was that women would go to a hospital for different procedures, and when they came back home, they had been sterilized. Nobody had asked them for their consent. Nobody had asked them for their opinion. It was just part of public policy because they were supposedly promoting a better good by keeping the population on their check.
Nadie me dijo nada que haría algo mejor. Porque el mismo doctor, yo tenía en ese tiempo 22 años, siendo él un profesional, no me dijo que había otra alternativa.
Gracias a Dios, el programa de selección femenina dio magníficos resultados y un éxito favorable del programa de esterilización femenina aquí en Barcelona fue el cierre de numerosas escuelas en Barrio Boca, en el Barrio Palenque, en Quebrada, en Las Tosas y en el sector Puerto Rico, porque ya no había niños para los primeros grados.
Puerto Rican women were also used as guinea pigs to test birth control pills before they were FDA approved.
Y cogí el bote de las pastillas y me tomé una y no había echado nada de estómago. Entonces, pues ahí cuando me tomé la pastilla, pues sentí que se me fue el mundo, se me puso la vista como que se me oscureció. Entonces, pues, yo lo único que dije fue, Virgen del Carmen, acompáñame mis hijos.
The United States needs places to test its medicines, to test its products. And we became the test case. It's such a tiny island. Why are there so many pharmaceutical companies in Puerto Rico? Why is there so many military bases in Puerto Rico? Because
they're all very
Puerto Rico
valid
was
questions.
a test case and continues to be a test case for the
That's
United
disgusting. That is actually disgusting.
Today, we are here to send a message to the President of the United States of America, George W. Bush. After 61 years
Why wouldn't it be Bush?
of abuse and environmental degradation, we are saying enough is enough. Ni una bala más, ni un tiro más.
And they were
Before
used
World War
as guinea
II,
pigs for birth
a
control
thriving
pills that were not
community lived on
FDA.
Vieques.
It just,
Then the Navy came
the
in,
atrocities
displaced
just
the
continued
inhabitants
to
and took
mount.
over 2/3 of the island, turning it into a bombing range. The Navy's activities destroyed the farming and fishing industries, ruining the economy and the environment. They tested Agent Orange on the forests before using it in Vietnam, and even exploded munitions containing depleted uranium.
Like, how comically evil
Finally,
can the United States
the people
be?
of Vieques decided they had enough.
Like, and it's not comical as in funny, but comical as in, like, comic book villain.
Mariposa, who's an activist and poet, called me up and said, "We really need you. It's been 20 years since we have been protesting. Nothing has happened." And this guy named David Sands was killed by a test missile, accidentally. And they were like, enough is enough. We gotta get this stopped. And I heard so many people, yeah, I'm gonna be there. Yeah, I'm gonna be there. About 16 people showed up. Majority of them were senior citizens over the age of 65. I was like, where's everybody? They go, everybody's here. Now, look, this is our agenda. This is a paper that we need you to sign. This is what we're demanding from the United Nations. Okay, so now everyone, just to get a head count, raise your hand again, everyone who's gonna get arrested. Everyone's hand went up except mine. And I was like, arrested? And Flaco's like, you're not gonna raise your hand? I go, no. And she goes, you didn't know we were gonna get arrested? I go, no. And she goes, protesting on the steps of the UN. What the hell did you think was gonna happen? I went, oh. She goes, okay, you don't have to raise your hand. I go, so reluctant, shaking in my boots, you know? And then all of a sudden, the police officers start escorting us into a paddy wagon. As soon as I get into the paddy wagon, they close the door and then, like, the cameras are gone. And I go, what's going on? Oh my God, I've never been arrested. And I go, why isn't anybody else upset? And then they start laughing. The older women, they went, Rosie popped a cherry. It's her first time. All right, Rosie. Then I said, how many times have you been arrested? And Doña Rosa goes, oh, I don't know, like 22, 23 times.
Jesus. Only 22 times.
And she quietly
Those are rookie numbers.
a part of history.
There is more stone. Rosie got arrested for protesting
After 60
what was
years
happening
of test bombing,
Vieques.
several years after the death of David Sanz,
Well,
the
considering
people
that
of Vieques won
Puerto
their
Ricans
fight.
are literally protesting illegal occupation, I mean,
in 99,
getting arrested for
Navy say
resisting an
that only one
occupation
person
force
died.
is
So we make this to show
well, pretty par for
how
the
many
course,
people
isn't it?
died from the presence of the Navy.
I need to find gold.
The naval bases closed in 2003, and 2/3 of the island was left as a nature preserve. But the toxic waste continues to poison the land and
Wow,
the people.
toxic waste in Puerto Rico? That's just... Yeah, there's... You're surprised that you haven't been arrested? That's crazy, actually. Now that you mention it,
Go back home.
given how outspoken and how long you've been outspoken for, that kind of is interesting. One would definitely have thought you would have been arrested by now.
The longest that I can go without eating Puerto Rican food is probably 4 days. Or a week.
That's break yourselves against my
onions. I used to eat this as a snack. It's smoked herring. Oh,
herring.
Oh, it's herring, right? Yeah. Oh, it's so delicious. I used to eat this instead of candy.
I need to find gold.
Stinks.
Western.
The memory of the island continually tugs
not
at New
playing
Yorkers.
Playing with us at all, which is fine.
Hidden away
like
in
there's a
vacant lots
lot of
all over the
units
city are pockets of Puerto Rican
throwing
culture.
themselves at us. I don't know that my
These
army can
casitas,
handle it.
small houses, are invisible to most Americans. It seems only the New Yorkers
I
can
know
see
it
them.
looks like it because we're only dealing with like a little bit at a time.
I got out of the car and I just stood like dumbfounded. And when I saw the casita,
But I'm pretty
it was like
certain
a-
if we tried
a
getting
shock.
off the
It
walls
was
and
like,
fighting,
boom.
it would not go our way.
That looks like the casita that I was born in Puerto Rico. My God.
Where are these archers? Okay, are they like me? Start feeling this map, maybe.
So then when I went through the gates and I go in, and it was like I was in the middle of Puerto Rico in the country somewhere. Wow, I felt like I was at home.
Rincón Criollo is basically a little cultural oasis in the middle of the South Bronx. And Rico Criollo is better known as La Casita de Chema, basically because Jose Manuel Chema Soto is the founder. It was his initiative to rescue this place. This place was literally an empty crater full of garbage, junk cars, and that was back when the Bronx was undergoing a total abandonment by government, by development. Everything was burning, everybody was leaving, and you had all these empty lots that no one wanted anything to do with. And Chema and his friends basically started out by clearing out a little corner, to put a few chairs, and hang out and play their music. Criollo basically has been a place that for over 30 years has been a gathering spot for master practitioners of Puerto Rican traditional music.
I realized
If they don't have a place where they can gather with each other to share it or practice it, then it's dead. And if they don't have a place where they can hang out with younger people and they can pass it down, then it's dead.
Nice. Then when you're done, hold mine. So we are definitely going to have to attack Western
It's something that
forces
reminds
and
us
hope that
where we
they
come
aren't
from, and that we didn't always live cramped up, one piled up on top of each other.
In the early years, maintaining our cultural ties was not half as difficult as establishing a political presence.
I love it
Americans
so much.
danced
the
to our
from
music
your
and
hometown.
loved our
Hell yeah.
food, but our voices
See,
were
my
not being
cultural
heard.
music is
In the
polka
1960s,
music,
a
and
group
that's
of
not
Puerto
great.
Rican activists called the Young Lords made sure Nuyorican were heard all year long.
All of the leadership was basically college students that had
Finish it
studied
off.
their
What are you
history
doing? There.
generally on their own and understood what Albizu understood. And that ignited a fever in them saying, we want our justice. We want our peace. We want it
No
here.
justice?
Believe it or not, a lot of young New Yorkers, Puerto Ricans do not know what the Young Lords were about, did not know that they existed. Do you know the Young Lords?
No, not really, but I heard a little bit about it and I wanted to learn
Yeah,
more
and that's
about
the
it.
thing too. Once you've been fully colonized and settled, and your history is erased, people don't know that they were once a free people. That's perhaps one of the most disturbing
My name is
aspects of it.
Vicente
You know what I'm saying?
I'm a former Young Lord.
By the way, Juan Gonzalez, a journalist from Democracy Now!, was one of the founders of the Young Lords.
In this country,
Those loyal to Matilda had to ensure that the king
It is very hard for young people today to understand that we grew up in a city that had no Puerto Rican leaders per se. Carmen Badillo was the only one. That there was never a Puerto Rican chancellor. That there was never a Puerto Rican head of a medical institution. That there were very few, I could count them on one hand, Puerto Rican principals in the city of New York. That there was no such thing, no notion of Puerto Rican studies. All of that happened because a group of very young people decided basta ya.
Can you tell me about the garbage incident that the Young Lords ignited in the city?
There was one policy of creating upper middle class in the city of New York. And one policy for the poor. People in Bedford-Stuyvesant, people in the South Bronx, people in East Harlem.
Is that not
picked up on a regular basis. It just piled up, and you could see people all over the place. It was amazing.
What year was this?
1968, 69, but it was in 69 that we got together and said, if we begin to look at this garbage and let it lie, we begin to think of ourselves as good.
You know, they were dressing with army fatigue jackets and berets and what have you. And, you know, there was one time where they just completely shut down the city.
So you literally put the garbage in the middle of the street and you lit it on fire?
Yeah.
And did they pick up the garbage?
They They not only picked up the garbage, but every weekend, there were helicopters over East Harlem. There were police all over the place trying to find us, and we would organize ourselves in such a way as to lighting it up, screaming, and then running into the bars and restaurants and coming out with the people and saying, gee, I guess the young lords were here.
We are strong.
Matilda's forces struck hard, destroying one of King Stephen's siege camps.
Pardon the terminology.
By the early 1970s, the young lords were everywhere. They took over a hospital to call attention to poor health care. When they learned the tuberculosis rate in their neighborhood was twice as high as the rest of the city, they hijacked an X-ray truck to test people for
Stephen's
the
army
disease.
dwindled as Matilda's forces
And just
struck
before
down
New
another
Year's,
siege camp.
1969, the young lords took over a church on Lexington Avenue and 111th Street.
The First Spanish Methodist Church is empty 6 days a week. It has the largest space available for community service programs. We never have to control the church. We only ask for a daycare center. Many of our mothers cannot go to work. We also ask for cooperation in terms of running a breakfast program for needy children.
And their educational program, their breakfast program, was key. You know, because they had already studied that a child can't learn if he doesn't have breakfast. A child can't learn if he's eating lead paint from tenements. Tuberculosis, asthma, they challenged all of it and ignited a community to fight for its own right and understand that it had a right for voice.
If they want to come in,
should be winning, and
they must bust the doors down, and they will find us teaching our children, feeding our children, and taking care of our children in the daycare center.
Prettily, otherwise.
After 11 days, the police broke down the doors of the church and arrested 105 young lords. The self-described polite revolutionaries had succeeded
King's army
in getting
was
the city to start
and
dealing
those
with
who
the
didn't
problems in the
fall
Baja.
fled.
We pulled it off.
King Stephen was spotted, shielded by
I
his
love
men.
that the
To
young
end the
lords
siege,
hijacked the hospital.
Matilda's
35
forces
years after the
needed to
young
capture
lords
Stephen
broke in that church,
free from
rout his army.
tuberculosis.
the funeral for one of the greatest Nuyorican heroes was held there. The memory of the occupation was very much alive on that day.
My good friend, one of the greatest American poets and playwrights of his generation. Long live Pedro Pietro.
It's not like I don't have like 5 or 6 of these things running at once. Why am I not producing
In the end, all we can ask for is the epitaph of courage on our team. The Vietnamese went against the norm. Think about this, Puerto Ricans. We are a people, we're here 3 million in this country, and we've got to make a decision about who we want to be and where we want to go. Pedro is sitting right there. He always made fun of our hypocrisy. When you...
Hey, with Priceline VIP Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
I'd be the dad.
I'm the dad. Hey, physically, it's clear that I'm the dad.
Okay, so which dad is paying?
You're the dad.
Go to your happy price, Priceline.
Where do you want to go? What do you want in this state? What do you want in this country? Who do you want to be? What do you want your children to be? Do not let people fool you. There is still a war going on. Keep on playing around and you will lose. They will say there once was a people called Puerto Ricans. They were cute, they were bilingual, and they lost. And they will talk about you like they talk about the Sioux Indians. They were here. They ain't here no more. We laugh, but it's true. Every other Latino group that has come says to me, if it wasn't for Puerto Ricans, we would not be here.
In the deepest crevices of my heart, I truly believe that the Puerto Rican Day Parade has helped me find my identity or reclaim my identity as a Puerto Rican American woman.
Why a parade? You have to go back to 1955, 1956, when Puerto Ricans were coming into the New York City area by the hundreds of thousands. And we became the largest Hispanic group in this area.
Puerto Ricans were spread throughout the 5 boroughs with no cohesive community or political voice. Pro-independence violence wasn't helping their image either.
A group of Puerto Ricans decided that it was time for Puerto Ricans to have their own event. We have no office, so all these people used to
This
meet
is
in
why I
Rico's
love Rosie.
barbershop.
Not many famous actors would attend meetings
Can you
like
imagine
these or
what
big
life was
documentaries
like
like this one.
for somebody who came to this country in the 50s and not being totally fluent, but to have the guts to say,
Matilda's forces had won the battle at Lincoln.
we gotta show the world
But the fight
who
for the
we are.
crown was not over
We
yet.
gotta show the world what we can do.
Got an achievement.
What we have done for this country.
Orgullo. I mean, orgullo is a Spanish word that means pride, but much more than pride. It's kind of a love of one's culture and a love of one's history and
another
traditions.
He completed the training.
Victory over King Stephen at Lincoln
Sunday, April
gave
12,
Matilda the
1958,
upper hand
Puerto
in her
Ricans
fight
had
for the
their
English
first
crown.
parade in El
But in
Barrio.
the years that followed,
And then after that is
fragile
history.
and under threat of capture,
So
Matilda
we had
was
our
forced
parade.
to retreat.
It
As
rained
her
the day
holdings in
before the
England
parade.
came under attack
It
from the
rained
King's
all
army,
day of that
it fell to her son Henry to
The
keep
Tribune
Matilda's claim
stand
to the
got
throne
unglued.
alive.
Thank you, both of you.
And collapsed.
So the initial
That
intent
ambush was a
to
frustrating
reclaim
aspect
or
of the mission.
reconnect with the island.
Getting a bunch of
through
longbows
your
to break the
hometown,
siege, though,
where your family is from.
perfectly fine.
When people go, why are you Puerto Ricans
Okay.
so loud?
Oh wow, it's almost
Because
10
they're
o'clock.
screaming for their hometown. Shouting
All
out
right.
for our mothers, our grandfathers, our
Um,
ancestors. Like, yeah, Aguadilla.
There's 6 minutes
That's what
left.
it's about.
Okay. I think we're gonna finish watching this. Then we'll probably call it a stream because, quite frankly, it's rather late.
One of the very first times I went was with my mom. People are yelling and
close
they
out
go,
of the game, though.
Boricua! And it was just like, I felt so proud that day. I felt like if I was 10 feet tall, man. It was such an experience that day. And my mother was happy. My mother doesn't get happy about anything. And she was at the parade and she was happy. And it was that kind of energy.
It's okay with Rosie. I want to get a picture with George too because I love him right here.
It's my cousin Sixto, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So for me, the Puerto Rican parade is an expression of the fact that, quote, we have arrived, and quote, we belong, and quote, we're as good as anybody else, you know? A parade represents political power.
Listen, don't get me wrong. I'm happy to be United States. I love it. You know, this is where I was born. But I also have the Puerto Rican in me. The Spanish lives in me. You know, you can't take it out.
Being Puerto Rican is part of a culture, of a family culture that keeps us together, that keeps us remembering that the important things are the bonds that hold you to me and me to you, because that means we survive.
Being Puerto Rican to me first is more important than anything. So even though I've been here all my life, I don't know, I just feel I feel proud of my people.
We're like the Weeble Wobbles. You could push a Puerto Rican down 100 times and we will boing, come right back up. Right back up.
We are done. Okay. That was, again, Puerto Rico and how America has been oppressing it for just as long as, well, apparently as we've been around. So, I'm finally out of age 4. Thank you all for joining me for this stream. We had a bit of a couple interesting first times here. We played Age of Empires 4. We're getting new to the the way of the game. Not actually a big fan of it. Let me rephrase. I'm a fan of Age of Empires 4. I think it's a fun game, but I think it leaves a lot to be desired when compared to Age of Empires 2, especially when it comes to the controls, because the controls and like the keybinds, I think they're so ingrained from Age of Empires 2 that by changing them, just it completely defeats the gameplay, the style, what you're used to doing, and how to be competitive with it. So that does bother me a bit, but I got to admit, it is fun to play. The visualization is pretty nice, and there's like a lot of neat little, gameplay stylizations that are interesting, like a few different mechanics. I will say that the pathing is definitely frustrating, and some of these missions, even on, I get that we're playing on hard difficulty, but they just don't seem to. Some of them just don't seem to be all that well designed. So, and we also had our first debate, and it went fairly well, I would imagine. I mean, nothing against him. He said himself, Shriangle, that he wasn't very knowledgeable on the policies, and so that's what we got. But I didn't attack him. I didn't bash him. I didn't make him feel stupid. That's not the whole point of this, right? I'm happy to debate people or educate people on the issues. I think it's good, actually, that we have those kinds of conversations and those kind of interactions, because it keeps me on my toes, but it also keeps us honest. Why do we support the things that we do, and why do you support the things that you do, right? If you can't actually articulate those things, then you don't have values. You have opinions, but very weak opinions that were fed to you. If you don't understand why you hold your own opinions and the nuance behind it, then you have to understand, or I guess you don't have to, but the idea is you need to understand that you have been misled, you've been brainwashed, or you have been, in some way, form, or fashion, forced or compelled to believe something without actually knowing why. So we did do that. I think Anna's help with the video playlist really helped keep the stream on sidetracked by MSNBC and other like weird news stuff. So we're gonna keep doing that. Anna didn't yell at me during Age 4, so I'm actually surprised. But hey, I guess that must mean I did good. So on that note, the debate was full of substance. I felt like I was a teacher, and that's a good thing. That's okay. I felt like a teacher. I felt like I was educating this person, and that he was also receptive to being taught. And we had quite a few viewers at that moment too. So I think people saw that I'm not just saying all this to say it, that I actually have the knowledge, the expertise, and the savvy to back it up. So I think that's certainly something we can integrate into the stream, especially since debate is in there. I did that just to see if anybody would, if that would actually garner attention, and it did. So as long as we can ensure that the debater isn't going to, dog whistle or do racist stuff, we should be fine. That's my concern, is that somebody will all be nice in chat, and then the second they get into voice, it's the N-word, and it's like, I'm really concerned that that's going to happen, and I think that's probably why the big streamers like Hasanabi, they don't do that. They debate people that are at their same level rather than random audience members. So with that being said, I think the structure of the stream is improving. I think we're getting to a point where the stream is going the direction we want it to go. Unfortunately, it's going to get riled up once I go to Scotland with my family for 2 weeks, and then we're going to have to pick up where we left off. So hopefully none of you that are currently watching will forget about me, forget about us, enjoying the fun times we've had here. But there is going to be a 2-week break in the first part of August. It'll be we'll be back August 15th, possibly. It's the earliest we could be back. But that's just keeping you guys aware. So other than that, thank you again for making it this far with me. We did a fairly long 6-hour session today. And tomorrow we'll be right back at it at 4 o'clock. See you there.